2022 will now resume. At this time, I would like to take up the pocket items. Victoria, can you read those items into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's the one for the Southeast Overtown Park West.
Christina has to this one.
And that one is a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving and authorizing the city manager to execute the Second Amendment to the 1983 interlocal agreement in substantially the attached form, attached as Exhibit A between the City of Miami, Miami-Dade County, and the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency as modified by the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to County Resolution R654-22 in an effort to finalize the extension of life of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA until March 21, 2042. Further, directing the city manager to work with the executive director of the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA to ensure a copy of this resolution and the amended ILA are transmitted to the county for any additional requirements that may be needed and providing for an effective date. There may be a Scrivener's error on the date in the sixth whereas that we put 2024, but as I read before, it's 2042. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Madam City Attorney, can we just adopt that with modifications to take care of the date?
Yes.
Thank
Done?
you, Chair.
Okay, so the extension, Victoria, what are you saying?
I finished, Madam Chair, and then I'll ask you something else. This is fine for this.
Okay, so the extension for the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA is now approved. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We'll be able to do some wonderful things in the Overtown community with this extension. The next item we're going to take up is PI2.
Thank you, Chair. PI2 is an appointment to the Community Relations Board. Commissioner Diaz de la Portillo will be appointing Yadiel Diaz.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Chair.
The
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I'd like to add a pocket item. It is of a timely, urgent nature,
Okay.
if the will of this board is there. We celebrated the Americans with Disabilities Act anniversary this week, which was signed into law by George Bush many, many years ago. We did the celebration at Shake-a-Leg, which is on city property, which actually services the disabled. And I was very disheartened to see that the sidewalk on city land in front of such a facility for years now has been neglected, is still broken, and a wheelchair could not get over it if their life depended on it. I'd like to give direction to the management to utilize our Public Works Department to repair this sidewalk in an urgent manner. Apparently the city can't decide whose jurisdiction or responsibility it is to fix or replace, whether Shake-a-Leg, whether MPA. I'm saying it's city property. I'm saying it's a life safety issue. It's an access issue. It's an ADA issue. And I'd like to give that direction to the manager, please. If it's the will of the body.
Do you have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It is done. The next item we may take up is CA13. Do I have a motion? Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Chair, is that what the amended language as stated earlier in the record when this was discussed about the deadline by which to build, all that?
Yes.
I don't recall a specific amendment that was proffered, though. What is the spirit of the amendment?
We had discussed about the time frame by which they will build a...
I think it was the same time frame, Victoria. It was 7 temporary, 7, 2 to build.
So then no
Correct?
amendment necessary?
That is correct.
No, there is an amendment because that is not being discussed. It wasn't discussed in the original RLA, so you just I just need to know, it
Okay,
could
so
be
we'll-
with one or without, I just need to know what you want.
Seconder agrees to the amendment. 7
Pardon?
plus 2.
So it was 7 plus 2, is that what you remember? And that's what I recall.
Perfect.
Amendment
Thank you.
accepted.
Larry, would you like to come forward to confirm that? That is it, correct?
No.
Okay.
And sorry, Chair, Madam City Attorney, so as is or amended? I apologize.
No, as amended, because the language was sent to the commissioners after the fact, so it wasn't contemplated in the original item, so,
Understood.
okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So the item passes, Todd, correct? Okay, all right. So CA 13 is done.
Madam Chair, the one that I wanted to ask you, could we listen to the two mitigations, since I believe the Reverend is here, the mitigation items?
No, we're going to hold off on that. I
Okay.
was asked, Commissioner Carollo is on his way.
Oh, okay,
And
okay.
he would like to be present for that. So right now, we are going to take up second readings. Could you please read into the record the second reading items? SR 3 was deferred.
SR 1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission naming the parcel of land consisting of approximately 20,037 square feet located at 3275 Margaret Street, Miami, Florida, as Thelma Gibson Heritage Garden, amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Parks and Recreation in General, by creating Section 38 titled Naming of Thelma Gibson Heritage Garden, further directing, thank you, the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the naming of the park containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Chapter 50, Article 2, Division 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Operation of Vessels Generally, by amending Section 50-1 to add a definition for Lamar Lake and creating Section 50-44 titled Lamar Lake Jimbo's Lagoon Idle Speed No Wake Zone to establish a vessel idle speed no wake zone in the waters of Lamar Lake, also known as Jimbo's Lagoon, authorizing the city manager to undertake and execute the necessary applications with agencies of Miami-Dade County, the state of Florida, and the United States to establish the proposed zone containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, you said SR 3 was reset, correct? And then SR 4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2, Section 2-208 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration Department, Planning, Building and Zoning Department, New Permits Prohibited, Non-Homestead Properties, by providing for the issuance of permits in certain limited instances to tenants, unit owners, or building owners located on properties where there are outstanding city code violations, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Those are all the SRs.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm going to pull SR 4 until all of our colleagues are here. So may I have a motion for SR 1
So
and
moved.
2?
I'll second that. SR 1 and 2 only, right?
SR 1 and 2. SR 3 was deferred, and we're pulling SR 4.
I'll move SR 1 and SR 2.
Already.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries for SR 1 and 2 unanimously. Now let's take up our first readings. Madam City Attorney, if you may read the first reading items into the record.
FR 1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Finance, more specifically establishing a new Article 4 titled Grants, more particularly establishing an initiative titled Miami's Economic Accessibility Initiative in an effort to support the rapid increase of activity in the City of Miami's technology industry by offering resources to ease the economic burden of city residents, requiring that any recipients of funding from the EAI execute an agreement with the city which address the scope and services, performance measures, invoicing, conflicts of interest, and other material terms that may be applicable to the use of funds, approving guidelines for the EAI, authorizing the allocation and appropriation of the funds from the Office of the City Manager's Venture Miami Initiative number account listed in an amount not to exceed $1,100,000 to a special revenue project fund titled Miami's Economic Accessibility Initiative, further amending Chapter 18, Article 3, Section 18-72 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, entitled Finance, City of Miami Procurement Ordinance, Application and Exclusions by amending Section 18-72 to exclude from the requirements of the City of Miami Procurement Ordinance EAI allocations of up to $100,000 in any one fiscal year provided to any single entity, authorizing the city manager to execute any and all necessary documents, all forms acceptable to the city attorney for this said purposes stated herein, providing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. FR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-33 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended titled Administration, Mayor, City Commission, Order of Business, and Rules of Procedure by creating a new subsection O to provide for automatic continuance of City Commission meetings when a quorum is not available, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-33L of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended entitled Administration, Mayor, and City Commission, Order of Business, and Rules of Procedure to provide for consideration of emergency matters at special meetings of the City Commission, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Over meetings. I've been noticing that lately we have been either moving the meetings or creating a special meeting for whatever reason. You see, I think that sometimes either you or any other the other commissioners will have to break even the plans that you have in order for one of those meetings. I believe that if there is a meeting that's scheduled on the second or the fourth Thursday, and any of us is not able to attend, that we shall inform or the items that would we want them to be rolled over. You see? The items that we want them to be rolled over into the next one, but the meeting should be conducted according to schedule. And because that way we don't have agendas that they are, a mile-long agendas, okay?
I agree. I'm not sure why the meeting was canceled the last time, because I was here. We would have had a quorum.
No, I'm not being specific.
No, I understand.
It had happened
but
before you
right,
came in, happened
right.
also.
But I believe that this item will give the public notice that we're rolling over automatically, so that, like, for instance, in the last instance, we couldn't hear any of the PZ items because there was not sufficient notice. This legislation will give notice.
That's right, but what I'm going to do, what I'm saying is, well, let's try it if there is quorum to conduct the meeting, and the commissioners that are absent, they, courtesy to them, the only thing that is going to be rollover is the items that they have interest or that they want to be, or their items.
Okay.
Okay?
Do I have a motion
So moved.
to pass
So moved.
FR 1, 2, and 3? Do I have a second?
I believe the request is for the venture capital to be able to spend up to $100,000 without coming to the commission. Is that part of it in FR1?
Yes, my name is Eric Gavin, Executive Director for Venture Miami. Yes, that is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, well, Mr. Manager, how much do you get to spend before you have to come to the commission?
You mean limit before I
Yeah,
have to
your
get
limit. What's your limit?
50,000.
Excuse me?
50.
50.
50,000. what is the limit that we all have when we bring up items? 25. Why is venture capital going to get 100,000 without bringing it to the commission?
So the framework that we're going after is similar to API, but we were looking for the administrative scope of what fire and police have of 100,000, up to 100,000 in
Yeah,
grants.
but you shouldn't have any problems with bringing it to the commission. I mean, if it's good, it's going to, be taken care of immediately. And this makes it a lot more transparent in what we're doing. 100,000, it's a lot of money. It's more than twice as much as the manager, 4 times as much as the commission. So I would be willing to vote for with the amendment that anything over 50,000, I'm going to give you what the manager has, is brought before the commission.
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I do accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. As Todd?
Just want to make sure the mover and seconder accepted the amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
I accept the amendment.
Commissioner?
I accept it, but I want to make,
But Madam Chair, he doesn't really have to accept it, we do.
okay,
He
but
could have pulled his item.
Sorry,
I just wanted to clarify that. I do.
No, he could have pulled his item and said, no. Okay.
only because he accepted
I'm
it.
playing.
But I think that $50,000 nowadays is nothing. I mean, as a matter of fact, I believe that we should increase the amount that the city manager will be able to expend without coming to the commission. Because that ties his hand and there is time wasted.
Before, and sorry, Commissioner, finish your train of thought. I just don't want to forget to come back to something. Go ahead, sorry. All right, well, so the purpose of this is to actually allocate $1.1 million, right, to be able to issue, proceeds grants that will not exceed $100,000 each. So the actual request is for an appropriation of $1 million.
That's right.
That's
That's what it
how
is.
it's really worded, not to give him authorization to just allocate. Yeah. No, but the actual ask is for the appropriation of the $1.1 million, so it's a special revenue
But he
fund.
can spend up to
Up to
100
$100,000
without coming to us within the
that
1.1.
$1.1 million,
And that's the
correct.
debate that we're having.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry,
I just
Madam
want to
Chair.
make sure we're clear that the actual request is, it does not exceed $1.1 million in terms of the overall.
Correct, but it's the authorization that I
Yeah.
think Commissioner
Yeah.
Carollo was concerned about, and I agree, if I may, Madam Chair. And I agree with Commissioner Carollo that we're only allowed to do 25,000, and the manager's allowed to do 50. Why should any outside organization? Yours has a lot of merit, and I commend you for what you do, by the way, and what you're trying to do.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And it's good work. It's good work for our city and for the particular areas of our city. But I agree with Commissioner Carollo that it's better that you're limited to 50,000. That's what the manager does. And everything else, if it's, it's more transparent, it's more open, the public can see where the money's being spent. And I think you can come back to us, and I think you'll be in a pretty good place with us here, because you're doing good work. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah.
So do we have your approval now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I do want to welcome.
We don't need my approval, but I appreciate it as much. We want to be as transparent as possible.
And you're very
so-
professional. I was watching you when you were doing your presentation. And
Thank you so
I had a
much.
little family matter. I was watching you from TV, and you did a really good job. So congratulations. I commend you for the work you're doing for a lot of people in this community.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
And I also want to welcome, if I may, Madam Chair, we have I'm looking at a very special guest in front of me right here. Everybody knows this man, this gentleman, this leader of the labor movement for decades. Bill Riley, my good friend and our friend, welcome to City Hall.
Well, I have to tell you, I really do appreciate what you all did for me over at the local union with, naming my name after that street was really an honor, and I really do appreciate everything you've done for it. And anything we can do to help you and help the labor market, we're there. We want to be with you and the team.
Thank you, Bill. But I think your son claims that it was named after him. But I don't know about that. But yes, we all know what you've done, and you've
But
always done.
you know what he asked me to do?
What?
We ought to get one of those arms, and then we could have payment going through on the road.
Well, welcome to City Hall again.
So I have a motion and a second with the amendment. All in favor?
Madam Chair, did this also pass FR3?
Yes,
Because I believe that.
No, yes.
yes.
Okay, because FR3, I believe Commissioner Reyes had an amendment for FR3.
On FR3?
He didn't mention it.
No, I didn't mention, and it's role of, that's what, I spoke with the.
Right, he
I
spoke.
spoke about it. It was an amendment.
No, that was FR1 for
That's FR2.
That's FR2. Oh,
FR2.
FR3 is.
right, for FR2. For
ordinance will break
FR3,
With launch stand and break down only commission.
this one, you were interested in an amendment
That's right.
that
Please
had
read
to
it.
do with if you're placing pocket items on special meetings.
Yes.
You wanted language that said unless the city commission, well, it's in there, unless the city commission by a majority vote deems such resolution or ordinance to be an emergency nature, that's already in there, that's
right.
the
It's the budget
addition.
part.
And such resolution or ordinance has been reviewed by the
Reviewed by
Department
budget.
of Office Management and Budget for any fiscal impact. So it's adding for budget
If,
to
if
review.
there is fiscal impact, it should be reviewed by management. and
Isn't
budget.
that already in there?
No, okay,
The
so.
pocket items?
No.
No,
Okay,
pocket
so
items.
this legislation is for adding pocket items to special meetings.
Okay,
So
That's
he
only
just
for
wants to make
pocket
sure
items
that
to
when
special
we
meeting.
add a pocket item to a special meeting, that Office of Management and Budget is able to review it prior to that.
okay. All in favor?
Hold on.
Well, but that's if you accept the amendment, I just wanted to.
If you accept it.
It's the
It's
same
only for-
procedure, but for special meetings.
It's only for special meetings.
Okay.
Okay,
Is
but-
there, is there a time frame? The special meetings are
Commi-
some,
com-
is there, I'm asking a question on
Sure.
it. This is, it's your issue, right? Is there a time frame for that review? Or can it be stuck in, in limbo in perpetuity?
No, it cannot be stuck in limbo and perpetuity. You have a pocket item and you go to the Department of Budget and you tell them, listen, I want this, review this.
And you'll review it if it's a truly emergency item.
That's right.
Which will be a pocket item, you need an immediate review.
Yeah, obviously the
Yes.
review has to occur before
That's
the
right.
meeting occurs.
All right.
Agreed, so we can report
That's
back on
right.
it.
Right, okay,
Yeah, same day you can give it to them and then that's it.
okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then, sorry, Chair, just for the record, FR2 amended and FR1.
As amended.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that it was FR3, no?
Yes, it was
Sorry, yes,
FR3.
FR3. My apologies.
FR3 and FR1. FR2 was just a directive by Commissioner Reyes to take off items and continue with the meeting. That's what he had advised, so, thank you.
I think Vicky and Todd need a moment. You guys need a moment? Figure it out.
I believe, my colleagues, do you need a budget presentation, or are we satisfied with our review of the budget for BU1?
I am.
May I have a motion?
I move it.
Second, all in favor?
I'm sorry, this is for BU1?
BU1.
It's just a discussion item.
It's just a
Yes.
discussion item.
Not a BU item, but it's a budget
BU,
item.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, now, would we like to go back and take up the RE items that remain, RE 4 and 5, 16 and 17? Can we take 16 and 17?
Can I
Leave 4
ask-
and 5?
Can I ask for the GSA proposal to be done to get that out of the way, Commissioners?
The what?
The GSA proposal discussion item 1. Can I ask for that to be the presentations, because they're there, they're waiting, and maybe get it done, it'll be quick.
Can we do that, and we could do the homeless presentation?
Yes, sir, that's what I would like.
Before we do RE 16 and 17?
Yeah, we'll do that then the third.
Pardon?
If we could do the one that he's asked in the GSA presentation, do the homeless one, and then go to RE 16 and 17.
Okay.
I would like that, too.
DI1, is there someone here for, there's a proposal?
We need our tech guy here, I think. Where is he?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go right ahead.
Are you ready?
Introduce yourself.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Nir Shoshani, 1600 Northeast First Avenue. And on, thank you. And on May 23rd of this year, we submitted an unsolicited proposal to the City of Miami for the GSA site in Alapata. Our proposal is to build 2,500 residential units, 500 of those workforce, 100,000 square feet of proposed retail, 300 key hotel, and 200,000 square feet of office. Yes, sir.
You said how many units?
I'm sorry?
How many apartment units?
2,500 in total, sir.
Okay. Plus a hotel component?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is starting to look a lot like the Hyatt. I got messed up for a minute.
No, sir.
The only part that's different is that I heard you offer a lot of more workforce than they're offering, none.
I believe that the main difference, perhaps, with other projects is that, along with the district commissioner, we've put together a vision for the area that would transform Alapata in a substantial way.
You want to go through your
I'll continue.
proposal, and then we'll have you,
Yes, ma'am.
colleagues.
The presentation is 5 minutes, Madam Chairman. It's
Okay.
very short. I'll
Let's
be
go
short
through
and
the
concise.
proposal.
I know you have a lot of things to do today. This is the concept. We have 3 portions for the civic. We are proposing a library for continued education, adult education. We are proposing to shift the current location of the fire station onto 20th and to be centric to the site. And we're proposing a market that will be the center for community life in this new neighborhood. What you see in blue are the high-rises, and we have a large 5-acre green component for green space that we'll get into in a second. We're proposing to put together this in 4 phases. The first phase will have around 350 units. The second phase will be the hotel and office building. Phase number 3 will complement the workforce, and phase number 4 will complement the neighborhood. We've put together a 50-page unsolicited proposal which details all of the aspects of the project. The main public benefits that we see is the community transformation in Alapata, the 500 units for the workforce housing, the job creation portion, enhancing the Santa Clara Metro Rail Station, the 5 acres in public space, and the economic benefits for the city. We're proposing a 99-year lease And we're proposing a true partnership with the City of Miami that will gross 6% of each dollar of income that this neighborhood will have. We expect that on a 99-year lease basis, this will generate a minimum of $1.5 billion for the city in revenue and $3.2 billion in tax base. So quite next to $5 billion. Any questions regarding the economic proposal? Regarding the green space, the whole concept behind the neighborhood that we intend to call the Paseo is based on the green space. We have 5 acres, which will be complemented with retail throughout, and will go within or through the residential buildings. This is the first phase of the project. An illustration of the library entry porch, a view from Santa Clara Station, community gardens, the fire station, and the open spaces. We're working with DPZ, which is one of the nation's top urban planners. And this, for us, is the 5th public-private partnership that we've put together. We've worked 3 years ago with Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla on Uni Tower, which is still the city's only fully restricted 252-unit workforce housing. We're working on 14th Street, where we've put together a 30% affordable component. We're building the new City Hall for the City of Oakland Park, along with 140 workforce housing units. We've stepped into a public-private partnership with the City of Whitehall, Ohio, on a very large development, and the same in Greenville, South Carolina. I have here the architect with me from DPZ, the partner, if there's any technical questions regarding the site, and if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. Not very good at presentations, but
No, you're
I
good.
hope it suffices.
Pretty good job.
You have done a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Clear.
Do we have any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Shoshani. The green space, if you could go back to that slide, please. I think you just passed it. How much of it is at ground level and how much of it is on the rooftop? And on the rooftop ones, is it publicly accessible to everyone from the ground level, or is it for those amenities for those spaces?
We have around 15% on rooftops, and they're all accessible to the public.
So about 2.5 acres at ground level, about 2.5 acres above?
15, 1.5.
15%
1.5
on rooftop.
of rooftop, and the rest is on
85%.
ground level.
85% at ground.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. The idea for the site is multi-level. It has a running/walking track of about half a mile throughout.
And the dog park you forgot to mention.
I'm sorry?
The dog park.
And the dog park. Yes, we couldn't do without the dog park.
I know Commissioner
We have
Russell's
a
a
dog
dog
park.
lover.
Yes, Commissioner. We have a dog park, we have a children's park, and we have an urban farm.
Can I ask a question? If this is an unsolicited proposal, this will trigger, Madam City Attorney, does it trigger an RFP process?
Yes, if you accept it.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, City Manager? Yes. What plans do we have for this facility? Definitely we're going to relocate this, right?
Well, yeah.
I think it's a fine. I mean, it's a thing to do. We have to utilize. But we have a plan on
So if this proposal is accepted, then part of what we'll have to work into any future planning of it, and probably through the actual negotiation of the lease, is some sort of relocation of both the
Okay.
GSA facility as well as solid waste.
Okay, but definitely we're going to relocate, we're going to do it. But my question is this, if we accept, we vote in favor of this, does this triggers an RFP anyways?
Yes, sir.
That's it, because I like it. Let me tell you. But in order of being consistent, I always, any land that is going to be developed in the city of Miami, that's property, I always request, I've been my position that we go to an RFP process.
Of course, Commissioner. That's
Okay,
the
you are
only
willing,
intention-
you are willing to go into an RFP?
The only intention of today is to start a process. We've been working with the City of Miami on public-private partnerships for years. I met with Commissioner Russell 4 years ago regarding the land of the school board in the Omni area. We afterwards shifted that to 19th Street. This is sort of our fourth intent to put together a transformational neighborhood. And we believe that with Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla's vision, we stand a chance.
Can we just direct the city manager to start the RFP process?
Well, through the chair who's not here, but through the vice chair who's now the chair.
Through the vice chair.
Mr. Chair, do you recognize me? Yeah.
Think about it.
That's the intent. The intent is sort of have a very brief conversation. I'm going to make a motion after the questions are asked. I know Commissioner Russell has a keen interest in this too. I know every commissioner has an interest. It's a transformative project, in my opinion, for Alpata, for the area that I now represent. So to me, it's important to get it moving and to trigger the RFP process. So my intent is to do a motion to direct the manager to institute an RFP process within 45 days so that we can have enough time, but not too much time, to make sure that we're good to go with that.
Second that.
And-
Start an RFP process.
I'll repeat, before we proceed, I will open it up to the public to see if there's anyone here that would like to comment on what the plan that you've seen.
Thank you, I would. Louis Morris Betty Garza. I guess this is an overview of, you, in effect, allow non-solicited, I guess, projects to come up at any point in time, but I would have to speak specifically to the commissioner of that area. Is that how it works?
No, it's a process
It's a process.
through the city with, it's codified and many steps have to be made, so it's not just you come
Well,
to
it just
city
says
commission.
unsolicited, so I was figuring if there were other programs, like pilot programs, that might also be accepted as unsolicited, it would require a step-by-step process for us to
Right,
approach
and
it.
it's in the code.
Well, it would be nice, as I've made many phone calls, that perhaps they could be answered, and we could proceed to try to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing no further comments,
Can I just have a point of clarification? I just want to make sure that this is to allow the advancement of an unsolicited bidding process in accordance with the unsolicited bid that's been proposed, not a new RFP, that there's, in the unsolicited bid process, there's an open bidding and others are invited. I just want to make sure the record is clear as to the process to pursue.
Right, so that's what I needed to clarify, because Commissioner Reyes was asking if an RFP would issue. Yes, the unsolicited bid process issues a very short, tight RFP. I just wanted to clarify that it's pretty much in substantial compliance with the
But that-
unsolicited bid that has been, so,
But it has to be, my opinion of an RFP is that and excuse my ignorance, I never done an RFP, and this has not been presented while I've been here. But my opinion and my understanding is that when an RFP is it is done, it is presented, that the city manager, he details the need of the city, and the RFP has to be tailored to have to comply with every need that it is in the need of the city. From what I understand, what you're saying is that it has to follow this same line?
It's substantially this unsolicited proposal, this RFP.
Well,
It's
then
not a brand new
what are we
RFP.
doing an RFP then? If an RFP is for people to compete, and to compete according to what the city decides that it is required and needed for that area. You see? Okay, I think it's open. And the best proposal, the most beneficial for the city, and according to the evaluators, is the one that is going to be recommended. But if it is, we have this this unsolicited proposal, which by the way is very well presented. Then anybody that comes and want to compete in that RFP have to follow these guidelines, or can come with a different concept.
It is very tailored to this.
No, but then
If I may, Commissioner.
I don't agree with that.
The unsolicited bidding process, this now creates a base. Now, everybody, to a certain extent, has seen our proposal. So now other people are going to compete against our proposal and improve upon that. So this is not, somebody can come in and bid a lot more, bid differently, bid all these different things, because it's opened for bidding to anybody to come in and bid. So I just wanted to make that point clear, so somebody can come in with 3,000 units, come in with, whatever.
But excuse me, let me clarify this. But let's say that I want, instead of having all these buildings here, I'm just throwing things. I want to build a couple of hotels in the area. You see? That is not in line with this RFP. Let's say that I want to build a couple of hotels and I want to, and a lot of retail. That is not in agreement with this RFP. That is totally different. And what I'm saying is, I'm sorry if I'd want an open RFP. You see? That's why I want everybody to be able to present the best idea. What they consider is the best. And I have no doubts that given the reputation and the creativity that this gentleman have shown, that they're going to be in the game. You see, but I want everybody to be competing and how much of that we are given and all of that.
And they'll have the ability to compete, to submit. They also have to make minimum rents, all the different, there's all different criteria that they'll be able to be submitted and evaluate on.
Commissioner, let's have the manager weigh in on this.
So this proposal really creates simply a baseline. Any new proposer can come in, change the development program if they want, by the way, remodify the economics, by the way, and try to, in their eyes, create a better deal. We will have evaluation criteria set up within the solicitation, and ultimately that's how the competition will all be scored. It's based on the evaluation criteria.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The city of Miami rarely gets RFPs right, and I think the secret sauce is in the scoring system. That scoring system is what determines who is best. It's not subjective to the judging panel. They're scored on a list of questions of what policy direction we give. And that's where we get it wrong. Too many times RFPs go out and then it comes back to us, and the chance that they got right what we have in mind for this part of the city is pretty rare. So this is our opportunity to receive this proposal and then perhaps give direction to the manager on what elements we find most important in the bidding process that will create that scoring. Let's say we decide green space and affordability are incredibly important in this area. So we will ask the manager to prioritize that within the scoring system. Now they're competing on green space and affordability. If we decide hotel is important for that area, then we add that into the scoring, and those who bid, and they can alter theirs.
Madam?
If I could finish, please.
Sure.
So I think that's part of our job here today is to give direction on that scoring system based on what we've seen here today. I think this is a really good proposal, especially when knowing what's there for this area right now. And if any of you have been there, this is our GSA, our general services. We do printing there. We have garbage trucks there. There's definitely contamination there. It's certainly not the green space and living that we see here. So this is a really good rendering. So this is a good baseline to start from. But I think from here we can add. My other concern on the green space, and part of this is a question and part of this is a concern I'm going to raise. So the elevated green space is at 15%. And here's where I'm going with this. The Freedom Park issue lease that we voted on a few months back is back before us today for the no net loss provisions. And this site actually was named in that lease vote as one of the recipient sites of new green space that will be invested in by Miami Freedom Park. So this site was slated for 6.1 acres of green space of what's being lost at Freedom Park. This proposal, for example, has 5. It's not their fault. They had no idea. They've been working on this for a long time before we came up with that lease and this no net loss. It's not their worry, but I want to make sure we're not in conflict here, that we're issuing an RFP that's actually violative of the lease that we created for Miami Freedom Park. So,
But they haven't voted on it.
And my question is on the elevated green space. Could that count toward no net loss if it's fully accessible to the public from the ground, even though it's on top of an inhabited building? Or does it have to be zoned CS, for example, which you wouldn't be able to do on a rooftop?
I'll let planning opine on that, but I believe that it needs to be CS, but I'll let the experts discuss.
Commissioner, can our architect interject?
Chair, I'm happy to hear from everybody.
We're going to allow planning to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, Lakeisha Hall, Planning Director. So in regards to meeting the no net loss policy requirements, we would have to evaluate to make sure it meets the aggregate parkland space. And so because we just received this information, we would have to make that assessment to make sure if we are going to go with the 5.1 acres, that it meets the intent of the policy.
6.1, correct?
Well, I guess if we're going with what they're proposing here, it's 5.
Madam Chair, let
Hold
me.
on one second. I think we could eliminate the discussion on that by requiring that this project and the RFP come back with the requirement of the no net loss.
That matches what we...
That matches what we intend to do.
Okay,
Yes.
if I may?
Just a suggestion.
Yes.
Yes, you may.
If I may, and I think when we have the other presentation from Miami Freedom Park, we'll find out that there's excess acres available to Miami Freedom Park. So we're meeting the requirements for Miami Freedom Park, because I believe, and Mrs. Scott can probably attest to this, will attest to this, correct? That the Miami Freedom Park, and the requirements for no net loss will be met with Mr. Trishani's project being at 5.1 acres of green space. So we're not in violation of our previous lease. So I'm pretty confident. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Okay. So we're not in violation. In fact, I think we're in excess of the requirement for Miami Freedom Park and the no net loss policy. I think, but I don't want to get into a debate about Miami Freedom Park. We're going to do that in a little while. Right now, I want to get this vote done so we can work on this project in an area in my district that I represent that's been ignored for decades. It's a transformational project, in my opinion, that can bring good things for my community and the people I represent. And and I think we have people in agreement here that we can move in the right direction and get it done sooner rather than later. I don't want to leave. I don't want to what happened to other projects that have been looming for 7, 8 years and nothing happens. So I want to move it as quickly as possible, but in a deliberative and thoughtful manner. But as far as I don't want to mix one thing with the other. No net loss policy is not impacted by the 5 acres that are now being proposed by Mr. Shoshani. It's not impacted at all, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, may I answer?
Hold on, let me say something. So I believe that what I said is basically the same thing. that the no net loss that we identified for this site will still remain. We just have not identified how much.
Correct.
That's it. But that in the proposal, there will be some language that would refer to the requirement of having green space to satisfy a no net loss parcel,
Correct.
okay?
That's correct.
Commissioner Reyes?
Madam Chair, I have to clarify something to Commissioner Diaz-Portillo. You
Okay,
see,
well,
first-
let me.
No, wait a minute.
No, I'm
What-
gonna let you speak, I'm gonna let you speak, but for the remainder of our meeting, because we're getting into the.
No,
the
no,
gu-
no, 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 it's
not
nothing
just-
personal.
No, I know, I understand, but just as an FYI, something that I wanted to say, we do not have to attend every argument that we're invited to.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good. First of all, I'm not mixing anything here. I mean, you tend to always, when I say something about not net loss, to bring it back to Miami Freedom Park or La Gran Estafa, whatever you want to call it. But this is, I mean, you already, that is water under the bridge. It was already voted, and the project is going to go. But one thing that I will not vote for is to tie any potential development in the city of Miami to the requirement of Miami Freedom Park to meet the not net loss, which, by the way, we will talk about that later, okay? I think that is unfair to the city and it's unfair to the residents that we tie any single development to another, be it Miami Freedom Park, whatever you call it, or whatever it is, to any other development. This land has not been, at this moment, has not been, we haven't voted on this land being part of this land, being part of Miami Freedom Park. I think that all I would say, preoccupation on if it's going to meet it or not, I think that it is unfair. This is a piece of land of the city of Miami. It is, granted, it is in your district, but we are all city of Miami commissioners and it will affect the whole damn city, okay? Now, if we are going to develop this area, we don't have to develop it tailored to a need the Miami Freedom Park is going to meet. We have to tailor it to the best use of this land with the best revenue for the city of Miami. And that is something that we have to take into consideration. And I am asking for an RFP that will be open, and then people will compete on whatever they want to bring and build there. That is my position, and if it goes against what was proposing, I'm retracting my...
Okay, your statement?
Yeah. No, my statement, no, I'm not retracting my second of this.
Okay.
Okay, so
Vice Chair?
If I may, Madam Chair, in keeping with the spirit that we showed this morning, that we like everything to be translated, that's said here in a language other than English, can we get a translator to translate the couple of words that Commissioner Reyes made in Spanish?
I can translate it myself.
Oh, okay.
You know, I said, La Gran Estafa.
The great heist.
I said La Gran Estafa. It is based on an author that when he was talking about back in the 50s.
I just wanted the translation,
and
not the whole story.
He wrote a book called La Gran Estafa because they were promised, the communism promised, and they never delivered. It was the same thing that happened with this park. That's it.
But what does it mean?
It means the
La Gran
big
Estafa, can
swindle.
you translate?
The big swindle.
Okay.
Or the big farce.
That's pretty close.
Okay.
Briefly.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Briefly, because I misunderstood, I just need a clarification. You're saying you'd like to see this RFP make sure that we are in compliance with our no net loss provisions that we've already agreed to, but you also said that the amount isn't decided, and the planning department nodded in affirmation. I just want to clarify, because my understanding when we voted on the lease, It was very clear that we picked the spots at the lease, we picked the amounts at the lease, and this site was dedicated for 6.1 acres. So I feel like we do have an established number. If we want to change that, that needs to
No,
be changed.
I don't want to change it, but Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla brought up some, maybe there's extra here that will come.
Fungible, yeah.
So right now, in this moment, I do not think that we need to determine down to the inch what it is, but that we know that this site has
It needs
been
compliance.
identified. It
Yes.
needs to have compliance, and however that compliance looks, it should
I think the chair is
be.
absolutely correct, but if I may, just for the heck of it, can you give me a preview? Give me a peek? How many acres are we over compliance right now, including all these that we had used?
Madam Chair, Iris Escara, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. We are unzoning 22 acres approximately in Miami Freedom Park and rezoning 26 acres. So we have almost 4 acres in that mathematics between those two items because additional lands were added.
Okay, so my next question is, I think that's fairly clear. From the administration, is that accurate? Okay, because you're the guys who work for us, not them.
Correct.
Okay, my next question would be, does the rooftop space, does that count or not?
No, but it's 15.
Not at this
Okay.
time.
All right, but they had said 5.1 and half was rooftop. Is that correct?
5.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so let's cut that in a little less than half, from 5.1 to 2.5.
0.85.
And you got almost 4 that are over. So you have almost 6.5 that's more than the 6.1 that was required here. So that gives me sufficient assurance that we will meet the no net loss right off the bat without looking anywhere else. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. And to be clear, what we're trying to decide right now is whether we would like to accept the unsolicited proposal and therefore issue an RFP. So is that the will of the body? Do I have a first?
I'll move it.
There's a first, you lost your second, so I'll come in and
I
second.
moved it.
Okay, so I have a first and a second.
Within 45 days.
Russell?
It's within 45 days of the administration as requested that you can do, right? Within 45 days,
The
you'll issue.
RFP will be issued or responded to?
Will be issued.
Will be issued
Within
within 45
45
days.
days.
Okay. Commissioner Russell?
Thank you. Within my motion, I would like to direct the management to prioritize within the scoring so that those who proffer the best proposal with regard to green space, affordability, and disposition of the current site, like finding a new location for the current site,
Okay.
will increase their score. So who has the best plan for what to do with the current GSA site, who has the best plan for green space, who has the best plan for affordability? If we hit those 3, I think we'll have a good project here, and this certainly already meets that criteria. We'll see if others can come in with better.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Reyes?
I concurred with Commissioner Russell. We have to include where are we going to, what site, I mean, how are we going
Well-
to relocate our system, I mean, whatever is there. And also, I want this RFP to be open, not to be tied to any other, any other project. Let them decide. I mean, we need to have green space there. And they will have to profit green space, and that's it. But I don't think that we should be tying this to no net loss. To any other project, whatever project it is, we have a piece of land. Let them come in and say, how are you going to develop this? What, and we decide on the scoring system, what we have to score. We have to know where are we going to place this the existing facilities, because they cannot go out on the street, okay? And in 45 days, I don't know if it is time enough for the administration to find an alternative site that we can move this, in the future, that we can move this, the facilities that we have there. You see, to be
Madam Chair.
realistic.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Well, just for clarification purposes, I was the one that made the motion.
Oh, I apologize.
Yes, Commissioner Carollo seconded the motion. So I don't find where you're trying to amend and limit. And I was hoping for a unanimous vote here today because it really was important to the people that I represent. I've been waiting for decades for this to happen. I was hoping for a unanimous vote here, but I'm not going to accept any restrictions that you're trying to place on and tie their hands and the administration's hands and try and get something done. Well thought out, but the way the process works is if you begin to now limit the details of the RFP, you're not letting the administration explore the possibilities, and you're tying their hands, number one. Number two, by bypassing what the process dictates, which is it's an unsolicited proposal, it's a baseline, it now becomes, people can add to it, can augment it, can make it better, but what I see happening here is an attempt to restrict the movement for other reasons, whatever reasons you may have, and I'm not questioning your motives, but I don't accept the restrictive amendment. So if you need to vote against it, that's fine. I'll take my chances with the votes that we have here today. I think what Mr. Shoshani has done here is a good thing for my community, for the people I represent, for our city. It's a good thing. I think this place has been neglected for way too long, and it's time that we move forward. Of course, we're going to find a new dump site. Of course, we're going to find new offices for the GSA. Of course, we're going to accommodate everyone that's there now, the fleet and everybody else. But this idea that we're building 500 workforce housing units by Jackson Hospital in the Alpata region, the idea that we're fixing up a metro rail station that is really a bad, ugly site right now. The idea that have 5 acres of green space, that we're building a doggy park, that we're building a kids' playground, that we're building a garden for people to come, a community space for people to interact, that we're building something that could create, it's not so much to be a mini city, but a mini town where people can come in and revitalize an area that has been neglected for so many years. They're putting a fire station. I think Mr. Shoshani has proven, and he was very humble when he spoke about the 4 or 5 things that he's done. He's done the only restricted building in the state, maybe in the country, right? The fully restricted building in the Omni-CRA area. He's invested in our community. He's a serious man, a serious developer who's investing in the district that I represent. And I want to treat serious people in a serious manner. And I think that we start playing games and trying to love things to death or trying to put requirements here and requirements there. What we're doing is we're limiting the administration and we're limiting the development of the area. So I would like a vote on this. I would like a favorable vote. I hope you can all vote for it. But I do not want to begin to create these impediments to moving this forward and moving an RFP being issued in 45 days. So if others want to compete, if others have good intentions, if others have better ideas, which, by the way, they haven't come up with since I've been here and haven't come up with in 20 years, if all of a sudden people are interested in this site, they haven't done it in 20 years, then they can come forward now and they can offer something good for the community. They haven't done that. Everybody has a right to have an unsolicited proposal and to issue an unsolicited proposal. We have a very specific way of doing these things. We don't begin to put restrictions. It triggers an RFP process that this creates a baseline because these are things that I want and I think the community needs. So I ask for a favorable vote to allow me as the city commissioner for this district to move this part of my district forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair, and could I ask
Hold on
one
one
question?
second. Victoria?
Yes, pursuant to Florida statute, and I just need direction from the commission for the procurement. You wanted to issue within 45 days, but then there's another time frame that I just want clarification between the RFP period for others to respond can be anywhere from 21 days to 120 days.
And I think
Did you have a suggestion on the response period?
So 60 days to respond
Point of
for the
information.
RFP. That
Madam,
works.
point of information.
Commissioner?
I just want to know that by voting yes, because I agree on opening this to open bid, I agree with it. that the administration can place, whatever requirements they see that it is necessary to improve the project or to make the city, it be more beneficial to the city. That's the way that the RFP is going to be written. You have the freedom to do it.
Yes, we have qualifying criteria, which is the baseline of this proposal. And
But it's only based on this proposal.
But that's the baseline, and then we're going to create other criteria.
But you can go beyond that.
Yes, and our intent, Commissioner, in sort of socializing it here, was to issue it in 45 days and have the response be within 45 days.
Okay.
I don't know if that.
So 45 and 45. You accept that, seconder? 45 and 45.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I'm torn because I like the project. I want to redevelop it. I don't want us to be in opposition here, because for me to vote no is not to say I don't want to redevelop the site or I don't like the proposal that's been put here. But I'm worried we're setting up for the typical RFP vagary that makes scoring difficult, and then we don't get a clear winner.
Your concerns are noted,
Yeah.
but we've already voted and
All
there's
right,
four.
then
Are you
I
against? You're against?
I apologize. I'm a no vote because I
Okay.
want the
4-1.
scoring to reflect affordability green space.
Okay,
And Chair, for the record, the public hearing is closed on this item.
yes. Okay. The next item to be heard is DI 2. Discussion item 2, homeless transition zone allocation. Commissioner Coyle?
Yes, we'll wait for staff to, maybe while they're getting this together, can we take a 5-minute break? While they're putting their plan together here? Just a brief 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the City of Miami Commission meeting for July 28th, 2022. Yes. I want to take a moment. I always recognize you. People think you're my favorite. I get in trouble. I recognize you so much. I'd like to take a moment now to share with you that today is the City of Miami's 126th year birthday. And because we are celebrating 126 years of the City of Miami, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize our August birthdays. Mr. City Manager, we're going to start.
Yeah, give me go ahead.
Okay, we will start with my Chief of Staff, Miss Yvette Harrell, Attorney Harrell, who is a July birthday. Today is the 126th birthday of the City of Miami, and my Chief of Staff. Happy birthday. And I believe the City Manager would also like to.
Yeah, we're going to bring Lakeisha out because her birthday's actually today.
Oh, where is Lakeisha?
And we have another birthday, I think, this weekend. The young lady with the crown.
Hey, Carla. Happy birthday. It's Yvette's birthday as well. Lakeisha is our planning director. Miss Hull. Yes. Miss Hull, happy birthday. Today is actually her birthday. Her birthday is the same day as the city. Come on up.
We have a couple cakes coming
Come
down.
over
So
here.
give us 1 quick second.
Is there anyone else? We have a cake coming. And I'd also like to announce, in celebration of the city's 126th year, there will be a celebration in Overtown on Saturday, July 30th from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Ward Rooming House. And if you'd like to attend, that's on 9th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. Where's the cake? I've got. We're not August yet. That's right. So if you would all join me in singing happy birthday to our birthday girls. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Okay. Okay, wait. We're waiting. We've got cake coming. 1 second. Here you go.
Ladies, I just need to tell you that in the city of Miami, we have a tradition that we either sing you your happy birthday up in the dais, we give you a new title, or we give you your raise October 1st. So we sung happy birthday for you. No new title, no raise October 1st.
Undo.
Unless the chairman vetoes it.
Wow. What a beautiful cake. You guys have to go down and blow out the candles.
That's a beautiful cake. Are those roses edible?
Oh. Right, go take a picture with the cake.
You can't be in the middle, it's not your birthday. Really? Photobomb.
Madam Chair, all the Leo babies are standing back here saying that there's nothing for them for August.
I expect mine to be double the size.
Okay, we still have quite an agenda, and I would like to move this agenda. We're going to start now with DI2. Do you want to lead the discussion, Commissioner? You have a presentation?
Very brief.
Okay.
Well, I was just remembering, and let's get everybody here. Our director of parks has a birthday in July, but when she heard me say about the race bit,
She ran away.
she didn't want to be acknowledged. Who are we losing?
You can go ahead with your presentation. Let
Thank
me
you.
turn on the.
Okay.
There you
Good
go.
day, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, good afternoon. Wanted to bring before you a discussion item regarding some potential types of location options related to Directive R210373, which states, directing the city manager to designate an area or areas in the city of Miami, providing for the permitted temporary encampments or other shelter options for homeless individuals. I want to say that regardless of the locations that we speak about today or discuss, there are some important considerations to implementing and going through this endeavor. One is our desire is to improve the lives of the homeless and the outcomes associated with them. So that's very, very important. And we're talking about our most chronic, unsheltered homeless that you see on the streets. This is the resolution that was back in September of 21. Again, just to have a baseline of what we're talking about a location that's temporary for our chronic homeless. They could be housed there, receive services there. It's a safe space for them. I don't think that many think about that, but these are individuals that are preyed upon by other individuals for drugs and other things, and prostitution, trafficking, you name it. So this is both a secure location, but also a safe space for them. We want to be able to provide services for them in a more coordinated fashion, a more efficient fashion, to be able to provide case management at these sites, food, restrooms, showers, and the like. Outreach services, health screenings would also be provided. And we hope, as we pilot this program, regardless of the location, that we can hopefully attract some nonprofit and philanthropic support and assistance to it. Some other aspects that need to be considered in terms of implementing this type of location. It'll have proper security, lighting, wastewater, drainage. There will be formal operating procedures to operate this site. We will need a monitoring agency or entity, which I've already started working on a draft with procurement staff to have an RFI type in place and see who might be interested in helping us manage this type of site. There's voluntary admission to this program, so they're not mandatory to stay there, but if they do decide to reside there, there will be a code of conduct which they all need to follow. Something similar to the way that Camilla's House or Lotus House operates. It's a low barrier type of location. There is enforcement of zero tolerance in terms of alcohol, guns, violence, drinking, you name it. There will also be considerations in terms of liability and maintaining the safety of the unsheltered homeless as it relates to the site. Sustainability, if we decide that we want to continue this, we want to be able to sustain it longer term, and that will involve not just the city, but others to come alongside us. And lastly, all of this effort is that we need to improve the outcome and the effectiveness of getting more individuals off the street. So let's go into some of the locations that I've been able to at least look at and so maybe we can consider. One is the Virginia Key parcel, which we consider an optimal location for the facts that are there. It's approximately 2.4 miles away from any residential areas. It is a large, 2.4 miles, sir.
0.4
Miles away from the
You still have a few people that think they're too close to them.
Understood.
Oh, my God.
Area is approximately 125,000 square feet, so it's approximately 2.9 acres. So it's, if we're going to do this in any large capacity, something like this will house approximately 150 to 200. It's a very safe estimate. Preliminary research that I've been able to amass, and again, that I've been able to see, there's no plans for development at this point in time. Obviously, whatever site we pick, there's going to have to be a survey involved in terms of drainage and water and connections and all that stuff if we're going to do that long term. The transit zone of this particular site is CS, civic space. And fortunately, the ground is already graded, so it's the ease of installation of anything would be much easier at this point. You will notice in the presentation that the red is not the entire lot that's there. There's a lot of space available, so we're looking at less than 3/4 of that particular space, which is approximately the 125,000 square feet. And please stop me along the way if there's something that just interests you, that you want to know about the particular property. This is one that's in Chairwoman's District, Northwest 71st Street and 5th Place. It is a really good location because it's already fenced in. I believe years ago, this used to be I won't call it a hotspot, but there were homeless individuals making shantytown here, if you will. It is approximately 49,000 square feet or 1.1 acres in size. It is already leased to the city. I was actually in the process of finding out that it was leased to the city under fire rescue, and it was actually in the process of potentially being canceled. And I said, hold off, what is the process in terms of this particular use? And they told me, FDOT told me it's under their purview. I sent a proposal, concept paper. They preliminary accepted the concept from FDOT's standpoint, here locally, that is. It is closer to residential areas. This one is 700 square feet. 700 square feet, or a tenth of a mile away from residential area. I think it's ALF if I measured it properly. No transit zone because it's under FDOT jurisdiction. And the ground, again, the beauty of it, there is potentially drainage and it's quite level as well. And there's a really good fence around it. Excuse me. Location 3, this is the type that potentially we could find that size. This is privately owned, 2451 Northwest 7th Avenue. This is in Alapata. It is quite large as well. You probably see it every time you drive by I-95 southbound, if you haven't seen that. Oh, by the way, the Northwest 71st Street is under the southbound lanes of I-95, if that's of any interest. This one is 173,000 square feet, about 3.9 acres in size. The beauty is, From a selfish standpoint, in terms of homelessness, it is literally catty corner across the street from Judge Leifman's new location that is going to be established soon, God willing. So that would be an ideal because it's a mental health type of facility, and I've seen it. It is going to be absolutely amazing. This one also is approximately 1,000 square feet, or a little over a tenth of a mile away from the next residential area. The transit zone is T680, Urban Core Zone. Again, it's privately owned. It is already fenced as well, and it is quite level in terms of that. So that is the three types that I've been able to see, commissioners, and open to discussion. So we wanted to bring you back some options, some types of options, if you will. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a couple questions for Mr. Porro.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you. You mentioned fencing being convenient a few times. Is the intent for there to be fencing that is closed, that the homeless would not be allowed to exit at will, or is this open for them to come in and go as they please?
The ones, and let me preface it by saying, the concept that we're looking at in terms of these tiny villages, I don't call them tent cities at all. It won't look anything remotely like that. The fencing is there to protect themselves, but yes, they can go in and out. It's not a jail.
There's no closed gate at night once they're brought there?
No, but there is security, and there will be lighting, and there will be a code of conduct.
What is the initial cost of creating this, and what is the annual cost of maintaining it, managing it, and offering services to the taxpayers?
I can give you very, very rough estimates. For example, to have somebody come and manage it for us, you're looking at between $700,000 to $800,000 annually. In terms of preparing the property, I can't tell you that. I know that I can get mobile showers there, Commissioner, and the like. You're looking at maybe $100,000 a year if I was to rent those type of things. Again, very rough estimates because of without knowing the location, I can't tell you size. I can't see physically how many people comfortably. We don't want to pack people into this. That's not the purpose. We want to create community within that community in groups of 30 to 40 pods, or whatever we want to call it, but that's how they're usually done.
You may have said this, I'm sorry, but what is the total number of residents you hope to have there?
Between 150 and 200. So, of the most chronic homeless that is seen on the streets today, that's who we're looking for. Voluntary, they don't have to go there, but they also can't continue to camp on the sidewalk as well. I mean, Commissioner, I know I'm probably, alone on these type of things, but I'm okay with that. The way that they're living currently is deplorable. And they do it day in and day out. I don't know how they do it. We're looking at a much humaner way of doing this and providing services in a more effective way and cost-saving, hopefully, to us eventually. It's not just to put them somewhere and out of sight. It's to create a community amongst them.
How many people would we need to hire to manage this?
We wouldn't hire any. It has to be a managing entity to do it right. It has
Oh,
the
so you would
experience.
contract it out to a company?
It has the experience, yes.
I guess maybe the better way to ask them, because we're still paying for it at the end of the day, someone else will hire them. How many people do you expect would be needed to manage a site like this, from security to utilities to services to?
I visited a site in Orlando, slightly different, and there was probably less than 20 there every day, managing the showers. They're cleaned after every use. I mean, it's an operation. They do mail services. I mean, I physically went there to see one of them in Orlando.
Thank you. And I'll just finish, Madam Chair, by saying my piece. I think the conversation seems to be around which of these sites is the best, but I think the bigger question is whether or not we should be doing this at all, whether it's within the city's wheelhouse, whether we're equipped to do this, whether this is our specialty, or whether there are partners out there that we can fund to help move the pipeline of homelessness off the streets into shelter, out of shelter, and into housing. And so I have to be honest, I understand the spirit of where this comes from is good, but I'm against this concept. I don't believe that the city should be partaking in the creation of this village, and especially it's not in compliance with the Virginia Key Master Plan. We've got a lot of hopes for that area with regard to the recreational and conservation activities that are planned for that area. I don't think it's appropriate there, but bigger than that. It's not that I think it should be in one location more than the other. I simply don't think we should be doing it. That's my piece.
Okay, and if I may say again, I want to say for everyone, homelessness is not in anyone's master plan. It's just not. And it's offensive to say that it's not in someone's master plan. Being homeless is not in anyone's master plan. Commissioner, I believe you have some comments.
Just a few questions in your process. I got an email and this PowerPoint, not this one, but another one.
Yes, sir.
That outlines the 3 sites that you selected. I got it on Tuesday night, a couple of days before this meeting. Tell me what process you went through in picking these sites. What was the thinking behind that, and what input did you have to make to pick those 3 sites?
That's a fair question, Commissioner. Honestly, to find something that was large enough at a decent cost or at no cost is almost impossible. It's taken me this long just to find and look at other areas that can be repurposed, which are not in this presentation. For example, the presentation you're referring to has 2 parking lots associated with it, right? It has one under community development, which is too small. I checked the roles of property owned by Miami-Dade County just to see if I'm going to do this, we got to do it right. There has to be space. Can I get it for free or quote unquote free? So that was pretty much the process, and see what rock I can turn over and these things.
In that process, well, one of the sites is a private site.
That is correct.
And a private property. Did you have a conversation with the owner of that private property?
I did not, but I had conversations with staff.
Staff where?
Staff at that particular company you're referring to.
My understanding is that no conversations took place with the actual owner. So you picked a private property.
Okay.
That you decided it was a good idea. Did you have any conversation? I think one of the properties under the fire and rescue? Or
The one on Northwest 71st?
On 71st and,
Yes,
and
sir.
5th?
That's directly with that.
Did you have conversations with the fire chief or anybody who handles that?
No, but I checked with Dream that it wasn't being used, that particular site. And the reason it was being canceled was that it wasn't being used. The FDOT wanted it back in the same condition that it was given to the city, which is removing the fence. That's how I came about that particular.
And are you aware that in that property in particular, there's peripheral development that's taking place to the east of that property? Future development sites for an arts and entertainment district is being discussed? Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that particular conversation.
Were you aware of any of these properties, these 2 properties that you looked at, of any peripheral development around it that could revitalize impoverished areas?
What I saw within my particular purview and looking and researching and talking to individuals, did I talk to everybody I possibly could? Possibly not.
No, did you look at the folios? Did you look at the folios, like the property to the north, the property to the east,
I literally
the property
went
to
there,
the west?
Commissioner, and visually saw what was happening there. I had conversations internally with some of my colleagues. I didn't see anything there that was going to preclude us from doing something like this, if it's the will of the commission. Again, it's just a type of.
When you looked at Virginia Key, did you talk to the Virginia Key Advisory Board or anybody in Key Biscayne? Anybody?
No, I did not.
Did you talk to the commissioner?
Internally.
Did you talk to the commissioner from the district, Commissioner Russell, about that particular site?
Staff, yes, but not.
You spoke to staff?
Directly, yes, sir.
So in your opinion, you just on the site selection alone, let's not talk about all the other details, and of course we have a homeless problem, of course we need to address it. On the site selection alone, would you say that you did thorough research and analysis on what's happening in those particular areas? For example, there are areas in District 5, areas in my district, the one I represent, District 1, that are areas that are being redeveloped where people are investing and where people want to bring jobs and prosperity, and you're picking sites without being aware, at least having conversations with what's happening in that particular area, and you're coming to the commission to present 3 sites that has the community and the representatives of that community in an uproar because it wasn't vetted, it wasn't thoroughly analyzed, it wasn't well thought out, it wasn't deliberative. It was done, in my opinion, either on a whim, or your own opinion of what should happen. But there are community actors and people that are impacted. and people that can influence or not influence, right? But people that don't have influence that need to be able to have a say in what happens in their neighborhoods. And you went through that whole process, and you come before this commission today to present sites and specific locations instead of a general concept of what you want to do, and then have this commission and the different representatives of these districts in the city of Miami give you input, and after you do all that, then you come to us and you say, hey, what about this, what about that? But you didn't do any of that. And why?
Sir,
On an issue of this magnitude, an issue that's so important, because I agree with Commissioner Carollo, and with every commissioner here, we have a serious issue with homelessness in Miami. And a lot of other cities and the county send them here because we potted before, and because we provide services, and we do a lot of good things because they need care. We get that. And it's not that we're not compassionate, but it has to be a deliberative process. It can't be on a whim. It can't be without thinking about the ramifications or the community, pushback is going to be as we move forward. And if it's the right decision, it's well done, people will accept if there's a proper process in place. But there wasn't in this case. And that's my concern. And if you come back to us in September or some other time and you say, hey, I've done my due diligence, I've done my research, I've picked the places, you talk to every commissioner here, is this a good place to do it or not? There may be a place in my district for it. There may be. But none of the places you've identified, none of the places that people are investing in now. For example, Virginia Key, not only are people looking to invest there, we have Magic Mike coming to that area, we have the Miami Marine Stadium being developed in that area, maybe the boat show will come down in the future. Other developments that are being talked about, there's a master plan in place. The area you're talking about west of Wynwood, which is our boundary, that's also being developed on 7th Avenue. These are areas that people are looking to invest in, and if you throw what's literally a bucket of cold water on the idea of coming here and doing something there, then you're destroying the potential for jobs and for revitalization of poor communities, which is also a problem in our city. Not only homelessness is not the only issue that we have in our community. We need job creation. We have poverty. We have poor neighbors that need to be revitalized. And to me, this presentation or your proposal that came also last minute, which is a little bit insulting to me because, how can you send something on a Tuesday night and expect us to have a debate about it on a Thursday? You didn't think? Have you ever met with me before?
I have not, no.
Never.
Not with your staff?
Did
yes.
you? Which of my staff members have you met with?
I'm sorry?
Which of my staff members have you met with? On this issue, on these sites and on this plan?
With your chief of staff.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll ask her. I don't know if you met with any other commissioner, but this proposal to me and the sites that you've picked doesn't work. It's not well thought out, it's not deliberative, it's not what serious people do. And it's not personal. It's just that this is not a serious project and a serious proposal to me. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I'm going to go to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, in as far as our own neighborhoods, our own districts, in the areas that are populated, I could see that you would want more studying on it. But as I see it, this proposal that they've been working on for a long time, trying to see what they could find, because as we see it clearly, nobody wants this in their neighborhood. So it's in somebody else's that they want to dump it in. And I think we can move on in looking at one particular site that does not affect any of the population areas. And then we could see if it works in one site, if we want to expand it in any of our districts where it would make sense in. But Virginia Key is an island of 1,000 acres, more or less. Nobody lives there. This is far enough away from the minor developments that we have there where it would not affect them. The way that you will be entering this, I mean, there's three ways that you enter Virginia Key. The first is for the Marine stadium is, or whatever is left of it, which is where we have really all the business and there's two entrances there. You have the one that goes to the restaurants, and then you have the second one right to the Marine Stadium, and where you mentioned some of these acts are being talked about to do in the future. This is so far away from the other area. We're talking about an island of 1,000 acres. I mean, you yourself can stand in one part of your 20-acre site in Alapata and see how far away you are from one part to the other. Imagine 1,000 acres. The second entrance, or should I say the third, is the one that leads to this particular area that's being recommended there. And then, of course, the fourth is a separate area that's for the area of the African American Trust that we have. The area that makes more sense to me to get approved and get moving so that we can help clean up some of our neighborhoods is Virginia Key. Now, there's all kinds of excuses that are being thrown all of a sudden when we've been talking about this since last October, and actually before that. The latest one that I hear, I mean, I find it amusing. And this can only be, since they don't put down their names when they write the anonymous editorials in the paper, this can only be Nancy Akram. Nancy says that because she can't deny what we pointed out, that the city of Miami is not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're trying to follow what has been successful in other areas. And what we're building, or going to build, are tiny homes. And let me read to you just some of the cities around the countries that are doing this successfully. You have the Curve Tiny Housing Village in Detroit, the Curve Tiny Housing Village in New York, Quixote Village, Olympia, Washington State, the Zine Tiny Homes, Los Angeles, California, Infinity Village, Nashville, Tennessee, Second Wind Cottages, New York, Curve Tiny Housing Villages, Dallas, Community First Village, Austin, Texas. This is a 400 housing tiny homes area. Wider Heights Homeless Village for Women in Seattle, Washington, Chandler Village, Rich Home Villages in North Hollywood, California, Eden Village in Springfield, Missouri, Emerald Village in Oregon, San Jose Tiny Homes, San Jose, California, Pivot Inc. Tiny Homes, Oklahoma, in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I could go on and on and on. So this is an established, effective way of trying to, in a humane way, help people to have a decent place and safe place to sleep in. But when our local paper gets to the point of saying that the difference between us and everybody else in the country, that we want to dump these people on an island. My God, you think they're talking that we're going to put them in Devil's Island, Sing Sing, what's the other one?
Alcatraz.
Alcatraz. Instead of saying, hey, they're putting them in an island that's surrounded within minutes of all kind of very highly populated areas, that across from that island is another island that if they just walk a little bit towards the north end, they could see it. It's the most expensive zip code in all of America, Fisher Isle. My God, this is no Alcatraz. This is no Devil's Island we're dumping them in. And then, of course, 2.4 miles down the road, you have the village of Key Biscayne. I think they go by another name
I can't remember now.
Paradise Found or something to that nature. But the problem here is that I'm seeing that on one hand, I got a bunch of elitists that their tune is, not in my neighborhood, 2.4 miles, you're still too close. And then I have, on the other hand, the people that have made hundreds of millions in the last decade in getting dollars from everywhere to take care of the homeless, that has become a business for them. They don't want to end homelessness because they'll be out of jobs. On the contrary, they wanted to see it increase so they could get more money, get better salaries, put more of their friends in cushy jobs. And they don't want us to do anything positive to try to resolve this because, hey, then we might do it so good that we might end up being the ones sucking all the air out of the room, meaning getting the money from different agencies so that we could do it the right way. I was in shock this morning when I read that the Homeless Trust alone from the federal government is receiving $41 million a year.
65 total.
Now, we give them millions every year, along with other groups. I forgot what's the total combined that we get, but we spend millions of dollars every year in agencies so they could have shelters for us. They could have hotel rooms so that when we call them up, we could put our people there. And the reason we're visiting this is because many of the times our people call, and I think you're aware of that, and they have no room. So we have to find a humane way to handle this where we can have safe, dignified locations to place individuals. And let me say this for the record. Most of the individuals that we have in the streets, from what I found, and I showed this back in October, I went and interviewed several dozen. They're not from Miami. They've come from New York, from Chicago, from California, from many different areas. And they're being dumped as our problem. And I'm going to get to that, how a lot of them are being dumped here in a minute, because I also want this commission to instruct the city attorney to start doing something about it. The old museum park, Parade Park. I, alone a few weeks ago, driving in a vehicle through there at night, found 81 people that were sleeping there. If I would have gotten out walking in other places, I probably would have found over 100. In the last 6 months alone, we have had to deal with 2 drug overdose deaths that we had there. Whether it's day or night, you could walk by there and you'll see people that, they're looking up, beam me up, Scotty. They're flying high in another planet. And that's another problem that we have in our community, but it's across America. And it's the federal government's fault because they're not doing anything about it. We've had over 107,000 Americans die last year of drug overdose from fentanyl. And the bulk of it is coming right across the border. And the saddest part is many of those that have died have been young kids, teenagers. that are just starting out in life. So we're dealing with a situation of people that are being sent to us from other parts of the country, and it's combined with individuals that refuse to go to shelters, refuse to go anywhere that we offer them, because they're out in the streets, not for the most part because there's been a lack of funds that they've had, or that government has not offered them places to receive shelter in, but because they don't want to be in a place where they can't buy or use drugs. That's why they want to be out there. And many of these people have a major drug problem. Some, their brains are so fried already, there's no coming back, I'm sorry, but those are facts. Now, what this city is trying to do is go above and beyond of what we have done, is spending millions every year in putting some of these same small villages either in one area of our city or in different parts, so that people that we have out there can have a dignified place to sleep in. It's not going to be the Ritz-Carlton, no, but it's a heck of a lot better than being out in the streets, under the elements, where you're not safe. And then we could combine it with all the other elements that this population would need. Bring trailers in there that will have mental health personnel to try to help. Bring others to deal with the drug addiction. Bring others that will try to give job training to those that want it or are able to have it, and then help them get placed in jobs. There might be some, like the lady here that comes up all the time to let us know that she's homeless, that I'm sure she could get a job right today if she wanted to. She seems extremely bright and knowledgeable, but, you know, we all have our ways of surviving. But the bottom line is that we have an obligation, not just to the people that are in the street for whatever reason, wanting to or not wanting to, in the so-called homeless category, for their own safety, for their own health and welfare. But we also have that same, if not greater, responsibility to our own residents. How many times in your district, Commissioner King, I can tell you in mine, it's a lot in all of our districts, we have had elderly ladies, mothers with kids, that cannot walk through a sidewalk, that have to throw themselves in walking in the street and be in harm's way, because that sidewalk is full of tents, people lying down where they can't walk through it. On numerous occasions, our residents can tell us about seeing people right in front of them shooting themselves up with drugs. In other cases, acting violently against residents and demanding money from them, even between themselves. The police chief's here, he could tell you all the reports that we have had throughout the years of fights between homeless, knives being pulled out. You probably have over half of the homeless out there that carry some kind of weapon to defend themselves from other homeless in the streets. So what we're doing here is nothing different than many other American cities, counties, states have started to help the homeless population and at the same time help their own residents. And we have an obligation to that, because if we don't do anything about it now, no matter what all these agencies that make all this money out of this, and that's really their bottom line, making more money, because if the homeless are not out there, they don't get federal monies, they don't get our money, they're out of jobs. They haven't done the job that's needed, and they're not going to do it. So we have to step in and do the job that our residents expect that we will do for them.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I believe Commissioner Reyes would like to say something as well.
The mission that we gave you, and I have to thank you because it's not an easy mission. I remember, just as Commissioner Carollo said, we started with this back last year, right? Last year, we started with this. The resolutions were passed. There were resolutions that we have to find places where we can very humanely encamp the homeless. I know that you have done you have done a very, very good job trying to which is very difficult to identify, particularly in the city of Miami, identify areas that we can build those little houses. And as the commissioner already stated, and he enumerated, that it is a system that has been used by many, many, many cities. As a matter of fact, you show us a couple of models that could be used. And it is very important, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is not an encampment that is going to be a concentration camp. Nobody's forcing anybody. But I've seen many times, and I'm speaking with even Camilo's house, there is a lack of shelters for many, many homeless. And it is, in my opinion, this could serve the purpose of retraining also, because you are not providing shelter in a dormitory setting. What you're providing shelter is an individual shelters to individuals that want to really get rid of if they are willing and they understand the problem that they have, because Commissioner Carollo is absolutely right. Most of the homeless that we have in our streets are either addicts, they are to alcohol or drugs, and they have psychological problems. We have also some that they have economic problems that they could benefit very well having that individual shelter and being able to retrain, being able to accept all the support that they need, that it's going to be present in order to clean them up. And at the same time, if they find a job, they have a place that they can come until they can put everything together and rent their own place if they find a good job. I think it's an opportunity that we are offering to the homeless population. See, I mean, it is not that come to a shelter and you're going to have 10 people sleeping in that room. You see, this is an individualized. And that's the benefit that I see about this. Now, where are we going to locate it? Well, that's a matter of discussion. I mean, I don't agree with Virginia Key. I believe that it has to be close or accessible to hospitals, and also I have placed great hope in Judge Lightman initiative. I think that Judge Lightman is going to do. He is going to be a success, in my opinion. You see, every time that I go there and I talk to him, and it is going to be a model for the rest of the United States. But by being close to his facility, we can provide additional support to the population that wants to obtain support, that wants to live that way of life. And I believe that we have to do something. And the truth of the matter is that I have seen the same type of approach to homeless since I was in Chicago back in the 60s. I mean, we had homeless since for a long time. Some people used to call it hobos, winos, whatever. Okay. I think this is a new approach that it has to be. I want to give it a shot. Have an encampment, those single little homes with a commitment, whoever is going to be there, that I said there are conditions: no drugs, no fighting, no liquor. You see, you are going to go through the process. You're going to accept all the assistance and accept every one of those treatment that has been devised for you, and we're trying to get you back into society again. You see, and I think that we should give it a shot. I agreed with everything that Commissioner Carollo said, but I believe that Virginia Key is way out. It has only one single entrance unless they have a vote, and I don't think it's the right location. I think the location has to be close to hospitals, and because they need it. They need medical, and you know that. Transportation and medical assistance. See, they need that. And that is my opinion. And thank you. Thank you, because I know that I personally, I've been after you all the time. Where are the locations? What are you doing? But keep on looking. I mean, and we haven't made a decision yet, but keep on looking, and then we decide. I am not an expert, you see, but I would really want, and I know that the NIMBY principle is going to be present all the time. You see, it doesn't matter what it is. Everybody wants to get rid of the homeless, but nobody wants them next to their houses. That is the case, and many people come and feed them on the streets, but they don't want them to go to bring them to the neighborhood to feed. You see, and that's all I have to say. I agree with the program, and I think that if we start that program on that criteria, that in order for you to stay in one of those individual little homes or little house or huts or whatever you want to call it, you have to go through a rehabilitation process. You see, maybe we can be more effective than what we have been up to now with $60 million as he claimed for the homeless trust.
That's the hope.
You see.
Thank you. I agree with a little bit of everything my colleagues have said. As a longtime board member of the Camillus House, I have witnessed homelessness firsthand. As the president and CEO of the Martin Luther King Economic Development Corporation, I have seen homelessness firsthand, where individuals slept at the MLK Business Center. There's a woman who lives on 61st Street and 7th Avenue. I have had the Camillus House reach out to her for services. They've tried to engage her to provide mental health treatment. She is what Commissioner Carollo has mentioned, chronic homelessness. She will not leave that corner. She doesn't have wash facilities. She can't launder her clothes. This approach targets her. This would be a wonderful solution to her. Is it perfect? No, but it is an option. No one wants it in their neighborhood. It doesn't fit in our master plan. no, that's what Virginia Key said. There's no master plan for homelessness or persons who find themselves homeless. I'm not making generalities on why persons find themselves homeless. There are many reasons why someone becomes homeless. I do believe that this is another option. It is done elsewhere, and it's done elsewhere well. I agree with Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla. The other sites that you have identified, the one that you identified in D5, under the expressway, there's major development going on to the east of that, and they will be using that site. I find the Virginia Key location to be ideal. They will be provided services. They are not that far away. They're not close to residentials. It's a voluntary. They will receive services. Some people complain that they won't get services. Services will be on site, from what you said, correct?
That's correct.
So I believe that this is an option we should explore. I will take the lead from my colleagues on what they would like to do further with this item. Is there a motion?
There will be, but let me bring something else to the forefront that I think we need to understand. When you hear most of the people saying, oh, they need to be close to where they get services. Well, we all know today service, travel in vans and so on. We can bring service anywhere. But what they're really trying to say is that they want the sites to be in District 1 and District 5. Because we all know that that's where a lot of the brick and mortar service are at. So they're making sure it's not going to be in their neighborhoods. It's going to be in District 1 and in District 5. Now, beyond that, I'm going to tell you another reason why we have such a high amount of people that are out in the streets sleeping. In some cases, I hate to call them homeless because they want to be there. Homeless, to me, is someone that has had an economic problem that it's not their fault, and they're out in the street. This is not the case for a lot of these people. They're out in the street because they want to be. We've offered, and you saw that in my clip back in October. I interviewed a lot of these people that were out there. I asked them, you know, and I pleaded with some of them that we could provide them a safe place to go to. They refuse. They want to be out in the streets. But the other reason that we have such a enormously high population of people like this that are not from Miami or from other states is because of Miami-Dade County. A lot of these people have gotten arrested for whatever reason. They go to the main jail that's unincorporated Dade County, next to Doral and Medley. And then when they are going to let him out, they don't let him out over there. They bring him to the facilities at 12th Avenue inside the city of Miami, District 1, and that's where they're let out.
Yes, sir.
They're let out with, most of the times, just a shirt on their back. So where do they go? They'll immediately go to Commissioner Diaz-Portilla's district, then to Commissioner King's district, and they'll go to my district and move into the downtown area in District 2. Yours the last they usually get to, it's farthest away.
Using the MIM.
Yeah. So we're having a lot of this problem because of the county's policies. So, Madam City Attorney, I want you to tell us what we need to do to deal with the county to stop this, including filing suit against them, so that people that are in jail in a county facility in an unincorporated area are not brought into the city of Miami to be let loose.
Commissioner, I believe that the police chief or the manager have talked to the county on some of these issues and would be better to explain it. If not, obviously, we can file suit, which you have given us permission, I think, in the past.
Well, if the chief could tell us if anything has stopped, I would love to hear, but I don't think so.
Good afternoon, Manny Morales, Chief of Police. So, Vice Chair, as you're mentioning, we did, at the urging of the Commission and the directive that we have, been in talks with Miami-Dade County to try to work out or come to some common understanding in reference to the individuals that are booked into TGK, the facility over on 36th Street and 72nd Avenue Northwest, and are subsequently released at Dade County Jail, 1351 Northwest 12th Street. So just to give you an idea, while we're working through the logistics with them, we began our own pilot program, which it involves having them communicate with us when they're bringing these individuals into the city. We're having Miami police personnel on the scene, and these individuals are being released, and we're offering them shelter and services as we're getting there. So what we're doing is also taking the opportunity to get a head count to see what impact it's having. So since May 15th to July 15th, in a 2-month period, overnight releases, 903.
900
903 individuals.
from May 15th of this year.
Yes, 2 months.
Were they homeless or they were all
So I got it broken down. Out of those 903, 168 were homeless. Out of those 168, that's roughly 20% of the people that are being released overnight. So this is between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Out of those 168 homeless, 63 were Miami police-related arrests. So the other 105 came from other municipalities or unincorporated Dade County. If you do the math, if the numbers stay steady, that's an extra 630 homeless individuals that are being released into the city in the middle of the night from Dade County Jail. So we've been in talks with the Corrections Department and the Public Safety Department over in the county to try to come up with some accord. But as you mentioned and the chairwoman mentioned, it is the not in my backyard philosophy. Nobody wants them to be released in their backyard. So they are defaulting to release them at the main old central facility, which is Dade County Jail, adjacent to the courthouse.
And that's a huge number, Chief, but I would be willing to think that out of the 68, or 63 rather, that you said we identified as local, homeless.
City arrests.
If we really get into it a little more, outside of them just giving you an address in the city, you're going to find that those are not even from us. They're from somewhere else. And that the actual local population is very, very reduced. Probably half of that 63.
Where are they from?
Probably half of the 63 are only from Miami-Dade.
So we're beginning to, we just received the raw data, so we're going through it. It's labor intensive. One of the things that I want to find out of the 903 individuals that were released so far, how many of them and how quickly did they reoffend? So if they came from other locations and they ended up being released in the city, did they reoffend in the city and were booked? And what time length is happening to see what impact it's having, not only on D1, but the surrounding areas. You're right there, very close to D1, D2, D5.
D1 is the one that suffers the most, and downtown Miami are the ones that suffered the brunt of it. Yeah. And it is the truth. But let me ask you, that was in a month, the 900?
2 months.
2 months.
From
That's
May 15th
450 something per month.
Roughly, yes.
That's right. That's right. Wow. And but do you, by any chance, have any idea if how many of them were from out of the city of Miami or out of state?
We just began We just got the raw data, so we're beginning the analysis. I
Okay.
had my team start with the homeless individuals.
And
So I do have the information on those.
also, another impact that we have, particularly in that area, is people that they are not homeless, people that they are just petty criminals, and sometimes they're transient. But they are also released in the city of Miami. I mean, what can we do in order to force Dade County to release? I mean, I go as far as accepting wherever you arrested them, take them back, but not to release them at the same place in the city of Miami instead of releasing it in Dade County. I mean, you open up the doors and let them go. You see?
Commissioner, I don't want to get too sidetracked on issues like.
No, what I'm saying,
release. Right, I
that
understand.
has something to do.
Right, it has something to do with it, but it takes us off onto another,
Okay.
another area. Where we are right now is, do we believe that encampments are the next solution to helping alleviate our homeless? That's where we are. So
Let me go with a
if-
motion.
It will help.
Okay, Commissioner?
The motion would be the following motion. That we will begin with a temporary encampment in Virginia Key with somewhere between 50 to 100 tiny homes, that you come back in the September meeting to this commission with fine-tuned numbers as to the cost of everything. And I'm going to tell you, to my big surprise, and I have to admit it, I didn't think that the cost of construction materials had gone up so high. We're not going to get anything for $5,000 a home, and certainly not quickly like we're going to need it. Things have changed tremendously, and I had a reality check recently looking at prices. So if the motion would be, and by the way, these tiny homes, especially the types that I'm foreseeing that we're going to use, you can move them from place to place. They're portable, so it's not an issue. What is an issue that we need to start somewhere as a pilot program to see how it works, and if it works, like I think it will, then we could decide if we expand that place or if we add some additional locations or not. So my motion is to do a pilot program in Virginia Key, between 50 to 100 tiny homes. You come back to us with costs for all the things that we would need, and I would add one more, to get numbers from our provider for the trolleys, so that we could have trolleys coming and going once an hour for X amount of hours a day that are reasonable, maybe even once every 2 hours if need. I'll leave that up to your negotiations with the trolley company to what makes sense economically. Unless Key Biscayne would like that we will bring them to shop over there, we won't do that. We'll bring them across the other side of the bridge. But if they insist, we'll share the joy and dollars that they will spend. So that will be my motion. This will be a pilot program. At least we will get an idea of how this will work in this location, but the administration will come back to us with the full amount of what everything's going to cost. And after hearing what the Homeless Trust gets, I have no idea that they really don't need much of our dollars. But the bottom line is, why we're having to do this is because of the homeless trust that we give so much money to. They don't have sufficient space for us many times that we call.
Do I have a second? I second. All in favor? 5 minutes.
Not even.
Not even.
I just want everyone to know that Mr. Pro did meet with my staff. I don't know if they advised him, but I've toured that very specific site for another use. In conjunction with Key Biscayne, we were looking to develop soccer fields for league play, as we're very short on that for kids. It is sandwiched directly in between, and not by distance, directly in between the Virginia Key Outdoor Center, which offers kayaking and paddleboarding for kids in the lagoon there that we just put the no wake zone on, and on the other side is our mountain biking trails. So we were planning sporting fields in that area. They figured we could get, I can't remember, between 4 and 6 fields for league play. So there was a concept in play for this area.
That's not part of the master plan. The master plan
actually.
said that goes somewhere else. So all of a sudden, we have soccer fields for the area.
We've been working on it.
Come on, Ken, how many of the inner city kids that we have do you think we're going to get there?
That was the goal. That was the goal, to
It's
work
going to be
together
used for
to
Key
get everyone
Biscayne
out there.
kids.
So we have a motion and a second. Can we take a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails 2-3.
The next item we will address, we will go back to the REs. We'll take RE 4 and 5 now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
No, you want to do the,
No, we had
Let's
said
do
we
the-
were going to take RE 16 and 17.
let's take 16 and 17.
And then go to some of the
Other, okay.
other less
Let's-
impactful.
Okay. So with RE 16, the administration has negotiated a global agreement for this property where the city will come away with $394,000 as a settlement for that property. The property fits within the exception. It's in litigation.
This one is a lot easier, I think, to deal with because of this global agreement that they've done, and it's a significant amount that we're getting. Which is the total amount, Madam City Attorney, that between everything that was owed here?
I believe the global settlement is $384,000 total.
Right.
And I believe the mitigation could be part of that for a total of $394. Let me just confirm that.
This one for me is quite easy to deal with, and it's sufficient dollars that we're getting in this total agreement. My concern is not one like this, but others, that we are going to set a precedent that if we just let people off the hook, no matter how much they break our hearts, then what we implemented in the guidelines on timing, no one's going to follow it. Because why? They know they could come to us and they could point out, well, you did this for such and such. So on the next one, I like to do it a little different. This one, I have no problem making the motion because it's a global agreement that you were dealing with before, and they have paid significant amount of dollars already.
Well, they haven't paid it yet.
They will.
Yeah, but they're
Right,
going
so
to
it'll
pay
be
it.
a total of
Yeah, they agreed.
384 plus if you want to mitigate it to 10,000, a total of 394.
394 is the
So
total that.
let's do away with this.
RE16 we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, RE
16, yeah, that's
16.
what we're talking about.
I'll move it.
Okay, it's moved, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Madam City Attorney, is that as is, or were there some?
As is.
Well, it's,
No.
it's
No.
the mitigated amount that
Oh,
they.
yeah, 384.
Right, so brings it to
Right.
394.
As amended.
For a total of 394.
It didn't have a number before, so that's
Okay.
why
Right,
it's as
right.
amended.
As amended, got it.
Thank you.
And the next one, it's a little different. This, from what I understand, was a property that the lady that owned it, that built up most of the liens, died, and she left it to the party that owns it now. So the bulk of the liens that are here, the problems, happened before. And, you know, that's understood, it's not with him. But, Commissioner, we need to establish something. This is not a homestead. The property is obviously going to be sold and be used for, I'm sure, a good purpose. But we're going to be flooded with situations like this, and not from nice people necessarily, like we have here. So what I'd like to propose is that they don't give us anything up front, but the time and day that they have a buyer that they're going to sell, then, and I don't know how we could work this so that this doesn't have to keep coming back to us, that the city attorney could do it automatically. We take 50% of the proceeds automatically and give 50% to the other people.
Well, Commissioner, here is the problem with, as you said, it was a property that has been inherited. The previous owner was sick while all of these, terminally ill, while all of these liens were accumulating. Well, the property is only worth $100,000.
It's about 150, I'm told.
Okay,
But still,
150,
it's-
right.
yeah.
But the liens are $1 million plus. I don't believe that the owner now has an intent to sell the property, and they're here, they can get up and speak. There's a reverend that owns the property now, and I think they're going to use it for a non-profit
Yeah.
purpose.
But what I'm talking, whatever we do, they won't have to pay until the day that they sell the property. That's what I'm talking about.
Do you think that's a fair resolution? I can't hear you. Okay, so,
How much are we talking about?
Well, look, if they build on it, we're not obviously going to include the price of whatever they built on it, just the land value on the land. And you could separate land value from whatever is built on very simply. What I'm talking about is that the day they sell, then we get a percentage.
Of that. I'll move it with the,
Of
as
what-
amended by Commissioner
Of
Cardozo.
what it is, of the land value.
Of the land
So-
value. I'll move it, with the Commissioner Carollo's amendment.
Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, who was
Motion
the
carries.
seconder?
I
Commissioner
just need
Carollo.
to-
DLP.
I just need to understand what's being done. I'm
What he
sorry.
said was that as long as they own the property, they're not responsible for paying for the liens. If they choose to sell the property and they've improved the property, we will only request a percentage.
50%.
Well, he then changed it to a percentage, and I like a percentage. I don't want to put a percentage on it. They can come back to us, but for the land value, not for any improvements that have been made to the property subsequent to now. So that's in the event that they intend to sell the property, the city will get a percentage of the value of the land
But
from the sale.
if you want to flip it in that way, that we're not putting the 50%, then all the liens have to stay until it will come back in the future.
But then that
No,
leaves the
that
problem that they
clouds-
can't improve the property if the liens are there because they can't get a permit.
Right, so
and
it's a cloud on title. The best thing would be if there is a mitigated amount, and then we can record a lien, and if the property, when it changes hands, then it could be paid to the city. That would be the cleanest way, because otherwise it's a cloud on their title, and they can't get financing, they can't get, they
What
have to
does the
come back.
county say the property is worth, its land?
I believe it's about 130,000, but give me 1 second.
Which means it's probably worth $250,000 in today's market, maybe? Because the county always goes
So
way
it's
below.
178, but he's already paid about $30,000 to the city on unsafe structures
Oh,
liens.
okay, so he's paid $30,000.
He's already paid that to the city once.
So it's 178, let me round it up to 180 is 50, 30. Look, property, if you're gonna sell it later on, it's gonna go up in price even more. I didn't want to do it this way, I wanted to do it in a different way to be more helpful, but they're telling me we can't do it this way. I would put a number of 50,000 on it, and
So then the liens would be mitigated to $50,000, and then we would record that amount on the property as
Exactly.
due and owing.
But it would only be due if
Upon
they
sale.
sell the property. So
Yeah,
that way,
exactly.
you have a clean title,
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
improve the property.
Only when they sell it. The only reason that I'm even willing to do this is that you were not the original person that owned the property when the bulk of this was incurred. You took it over a couple of years after, I believe. So that's a big difference.
Yes, it is.
and-
And it's quite a hardship, and they can't do anything with the property, but this resolution will allow you to improve the property.
But my question is, it's a legal question, I guess. You're a lawyer too, I can ask you. If they have a lien on the property, they have difficulty getting financing.
No, she's gonna record it. so that-
Record it, I understand.
Right,
Okay.
so
I'll
now
move
it gives them
to put
the freedom.
a recorded $50,000
Yes,
lien on the property, and they only have to pay it, they don't have to pay it now, they'll pay it if they sell the property.
only if you sell the property.
50,000. I'll move that.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you on behalf of Pastor Garrett and myself, Leroy Lee, a born resident of Miami-Dade. I appreciate it very much. We do have an issue in the city of Miami. For the last 25 years, I've been working in Liberty City, and right now our community is hurting very much so with the transition of new residents and old. But I appreciate what the commission is doing, the work that you guys have done. And I'd like to state for the record, this gentleman's family is one of the first families to move on the other side of a 12-foot wall. When his family bought the property, they had black families that are actually being bombed for moving in that area, which was predominantly white. So this is helping us in terms of creating a legacy, and it's helping us in terms of the integrity of our community, which is what we need very much so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, would you like to take SR4? We pulled SR4. You want to take up SR4? SR4?
I prefer to leave it at the end, if we can. SR4.
Okay.
SR4, I think we came up with some language, finally. You don't want to hear it right now?
SR4 is the last item we have before we go PZ or go back to,
Let's hear it. And
I didn't know, I haven't seen the new language. Is there a new language that's been added?
yeah, it was language that was added in order to take place, to take care of people that are they are in violation. Okay, could you please read that?
Okay.
Okay, so what we were trying to resolve for is those violations that are the original, like, offending violation. So what we did is we added language to say that no certificates of occupancy or temporary certificate of occupancy will be issued until the permit to cure the original outstanding code enforcement violation, those are the words, original outstanding code enforcement violation has been finalized and closed and all monies owed have been paid. So basically what it does is that it gives time to pull the permits to bring the properties into compliance, but no TCOs or COs or partial certificates of occupancy will be granted until that original offending property that's in
Yes.
in the same properties, these are usually strip malls, buildings, et cetera, come into compliance.
And fully paid. All fines are
Fully
Right.
paid.
fully paid.
Okay.
So do I have a motion?
Yeah.
There's definitely a need for this ordinance, because with some of the changes we made before, we had people that were not guilty of anything that were going to suffer. So there was a need for a cleanup. I'm in full agreement with that. However, I'd like to, and make sure that we're in agreement with this, I will vote to approve this, but I need an additional resolution that will direct the city manager to come up with a plan to identify habitual violators in their individual properties, as well as the necessary legislation needed to penalize them for purposely and consistently conducting work without permits that violate our building code. These individuals should not have the ability to obtain additional permits without first curing the original violations, as this has become part of the business plan model of a handful of individuals in the city. Plan and legislation should be given to this commission by the first meeting in September.
Okay, let's make things perfectly clear. I don't know if this, your amendment, it will neuter this ordinance. Because what we're trying to do here is, do we have unintended victims? Because if a person owns 3 buildings and he has, because of offense of whatever it is, a minor code violation, and he has that code that being violated, has a code violation, anybody that has a business in any of his, it will be.
This is not going to do anything to that. What this is entitled, Commissioner, is individuals that their business plan is purposely, time and time again, through different companies,
that they are being identified.
Yeah, that they have been identified. We don't have a system to be able to identify them now.
That's right.
And this is what this will propose.
That's right, but I want to make sure that it states that have been identified as.
Well, that's the first thing it says. Direct the city manager to come up with a plan to identify habitual violators in their individual properties.
Are we okay with?
I agree with having a separate resolution.
Yeah, it's going to be separate.
But you said it, identify, because I know what you mean. There are people that they make a habit. And since before we had the minimum and we took all the actions, they used to come and then they ask for some leniency and they do it again and again and again.
And
that's right.
It should be one department only in the city that would handle that. That would be the main department that everybody goes to for the information.
Yes.
And we're probably going to have to hire an additional person to do this, but that's fine. We include it in the budget of whatever department you so see fit that it should go into, Mr. Manager.
As a matter of fact, I agree with it. Okay.
I'll move SR4 then.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Chair, title?
We read the title already, Todd.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies.
You need some coffee, Todd, or you're fine?
Oh, this is the last meeting before, it's like the last day of school and getting ready for summer vacation.
Just look forward to the summer vacation. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we have.
Motion carries.
Okay, let me bring up the resolution that I mentioned. The resolution directing the city manager to come up with a plan to identify habitual violators on their individual properties, as well as the necessary legislation needed to penalize them for purposely and consistently conducting work without permits that violate our building code. These individuals should not have the ability to obtain additional permits without first curing the original violations, as it has become part of their business plan model. Plan and legislation should be due on the first meeting of September, Mr. Manager.
So I just want to clarify, that would be pocket item 4 then?
Pocket, I was
Because you
gonna-
want it as a resolution, and then if we can open public
I will
comment?
open public comment.
I move pocket item 4.
Is there anyone here that would like to speak on behalf of the item? Seeing no one for public comment period is closed. All in
You have
favor?
a second, then you need a second?
No.
Oh, a second? No, okay. Okay. Aye.
Aye.
And just for the record, PI 5. PI 5.
Thank you.
So we need to vote again, or we're done? Okay.
Okay, so
Okay. Now let's vote.
now, would you like to take some PZ items that are non-controversial?
Well, is that such a thing?
Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing? All right.
Keep it sensing.
Madam Chair?
PZ1 would be the most non-controversial at
PZ1?
this time.
PZ 1 and 2 would be,
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
yes.
Can I have 5 minutes of a opportunity to recognize somebody? If you give me like 5 minutes, is that okay with the body?
I can do that for you, yes.
Today is
16 and 17.
our District 3 Chief of Staff's last commission meeting, Jose Suarez. So I want to kind of have him come up. I have a little gift for him, kind of a farewell.
Jose, I thought you were having so much fun.
He's getting to Shangri-La before the boss.
He's getting to Shangri-La ahead of me to pave the road for me. Mr. Manager, let's get you over here so we can balance it out. Sure, absolutely. Jose, you're the best, bro. We're gonna miss you.
We love you, Jose.
Been working with me for some time. This was having a matter of been with me for a long time. I got quite a few senior people there.
Una estatua, muchacho.
Es un monumento.
Okay, can we review,
You know, since we're in Jose Suarez, and by the way, he'll be here for another week and a half or so. We're just not meeting, but this is kind of funny. And I got to tell you guys, it's just between us here today. Nobody else to hear, okay? Just us.
is there,
But you got to hear this. This blogger that writes about the city every now and then calls Jose up and says, I hear you got into a fight with a commissioner and he fired you, or he or you quit or something. It's the message I think she left him. He didn't speak to her, didn't answer. Then in this other police block, this unknown who writes it, now we do. It comes out that says that Jose and I got into a fight over a lawsuit from the guy that claims he owns Little Havana, and that they don't know if I fired him or he resigned, but stay tuned because it was a big fight, a big stink. So the same day that that block came out, within 2 hours, there's a former employee here that used to sit, I think, where you sit at, Mr. Manager, some kind of colonel, he claims he was, I don't know. Never would have won him in a firefight with me, next to me. And he has just finished a deposition, I'm told. And within minutes, he's texting Jose. And that text is there. Sending him a little sweet message. Are you okay? I mean, he was all worried about him. So we sat down and decided we were going to have some fun. And a few hours later, he tweeted something back to him. And right back, he texts us, the colonel, and he says something to the effect, are you still working? So Jose didn't answer. And gee, that same night, he gets a call from the colonel. He wants to help him. He could talk to him, whatever he wants. And then after the colonel hung up, who does he get a text from? That imitator of Elvis Presley that we had here for 6 months, that's suing the city, the manager, most of us up here. Another one of those texts, how worried he is about Jose. So, we had some fun up to an appropriate level. And just so that we would know, I don't want anybody else to know and get worried. We have copies of all those texts. We have the copies of the phone call and how worried they were about Jose. All right, Madam Chair?
Okay, so. Okay. So we're now on our PZ items. And do you guys have an appetite to pass PZ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7?
Madam Chair,
I know what?
PZ1 can't be like that. There has to be a hearing.
PZ what?
PZ1.
Has to be a hearing?
Yes.
Why? Oh, okay, skip PZ1 for right this second. PZ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Can we pass PZ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Guys? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Madam City Attorney, through the chair, I have a Jennings disclosure, and it's going to be from PZ1 through PZ27.
So you spoke with the persons, with everyone?
Everyone.
So if anyone has
Everyone
an
and their cousins, I mean.
If anyone has an issue, they'll let us know. Thank you, Commissioner.
I have Jen also. Either I or my staff and/or my staff have met with the applicants for the following items. PZ1, PZ15, PZ16, and PZ17.
I have Jennings disclosure as well, 1 through 27.
You see, that shows that we always here.
So how about it? Can I get a motion for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7?
What, 2?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
7
Move
has
it.
a friendly amendment.
Move it.
Second? Second. 7 has a friendly amendment. Victoria, can you please read the titles of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 into the record?
5, 6, and 7?
Yes, Madam Chair. PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density restricted commercial to restricted commercial of the acreage described herein in the real properties at 8038 Northeast 2nd Avenue, western portion, and 165 Northeast 80th Terrace, Miami, Florida, as all particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T50 Urban Center Open to T680 Urban Core Open for the properties located at approximately 8038 Northeast 2nd Avenue, western portion, and 165 Northeast 80th Terrace, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ4, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Article 6 Supplemental Regulations and Appendix J, Wynwood Neighborhood Revitalization District of Ordinance Number 13114, as amended more specifically by amending Article 6 titled Supplemental Regulations, Table 13, Appendix J, Section 2, titled Purpose and Intent, Appendix J, Section 3, titled General to Zones, Appendix J, Section 4, titled Standards and Tables, and Appendix J, Section 5, titled Specific to Zones, to establish a program for micro-dwelling units in the Wynwood Neighborhood Revitalization District, to amend the scope of review of the Wynwood Design Review Committee, to amend the off-street parking requirements relating to existing structures and for new small-scale development, to amend the requirements of attainable mixed-income developments, to amend the small building parking standards, to amend rooftop development standards, and to amend the requirements for painted art murals containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from low-density restricted commercial to medium-density restricted commercial of approximately 1.75 acres described herein of real properties located at 600 Northwest 42nd Avenue, 4251, 4253, and 4255 Northwest 6th Street, and 601 Northwest 43rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ6, this item has a zoning covenant, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T4L General Urban Transit Zone Limited to T5L Urban Center Transit Zone Limited of the properties generally located at 600 Northwest 42nd Avenue, 4251, 4253, and 4255 Northwest 6th Street, and 601 Northwest 43rd Avenue, Miami, Florida, all as more particularly described in Exhibit A, further accepting the voluntarily proffered covenant attached in and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ7 is the resolution for the wharf, so I don't have to read that.
You don't have to read it, and you have an amendment?
Yes, and if the resolution can include an authorizing the city manager to execute a declaration of restrictive covenants in lieu of unity of title on the property, it's included in the backup, it just wasn't included in the direction. And we would ask that condition 91, that the outdoor seating, if any modifications to that outdoor seating warrant are sought, we have to get a new warrant and not a new exception.
Okay, so may I have a motion and a second. All in favor for
Chair,
PZ?
my apologies. Madam City Attorney, you mentioned something about a zoning covenant for PZ6. Is that in the legislation?
I don't know if it's changing. Is it already in the backup, or?
Yes, it should be already included in the backup for record.
So that as is?
Yes, there's also covenant in 6, 5, and 6, right?
6.
Yes, in 6, that's right.
Okay, so all in favor for PZ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 with the amendment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ken? Aye. Motion carries. Okay, that's done. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to take
I'm sorry,
P.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to, I apologize, but when everything goes fast, there's just one condition. Was there going to be, Mr. Manager, the noise condition on the wharf?
It's already referenced in the warrant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go with PZ1. I understand that this is in my district, and I'd like to say congratulations to the neighbors and to the project, the property owner. There was a time where I thought they would kill each other, and now we have a resolution with everyone is in agreement, most everyone. There may be one or two folks that are not, but I am so pleased at democracy at work. I'm so pleased. This is also my neighborhood association, so I'm super pleased about that. Do you guys have?
Madam Chair, since it's an appeal, I wanted to see if it's the possibility that you can limit the time. I don't know.
You're
how
asking me
long-
to limit time? Me, the queen of limiting time?
I just wanted to put it up front.
Oh, yes,
So
we
maybe
will-
if
we
we
will
could do 15
definitely-
minutes, 15 minutes
No,
each
that's
side,
too much.
does that work?
That's too
Oh,
much.
Okay, thank you.
That's too much. 15 minutes is too much, right? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Melissa Tapanez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, here representing Minor Street, the owner and applicant of the property located at 7101 Northeast 10th Avenue and 1000 Northeast 72nd Street in the Bayside Historic District. After 4 years of collaborating with the city, the Bayside Residents Association, and neighboring residents, we're excited to present to you this novel proposal to restore a lost piece of Miami history and balance preservation with resiliency that will serve as a model for the long-term sustainability of the Bayside Historic District. Joining me is Victor Hernandez and Tim Hyman with ownership, Steve Avdikoff, architectural historian and our expert witness. I'm entering into the record his resume as well as his report to save on time as well. Chris Fernandez, our architect of record, and my partners Ben Fernandez and Carly Kolschel. Today, we're here respectfully requesting your approval of the appeal and special certificate of appropriateness with conditions that we have negotiated and crafted with the Bayside Residents Association. It would allow us to rebuild the historic Prescott Mansion with a new addition and construct 4 single-family homes compatible with the Prescott Mansion and the Bayside Historic District. Since the appeal's deferral in December and then March, the applicant has worked tirelessly with the association and the neighborhood to reduce the proposed height, scale, and massing, refine the architectural design, and earn the support of the majority of the neighborhood. I'm pleased to present to you a resolution from the Bayside Residents Association withdrawing their objections, as well as over 140 signatures from the surrounding area. So to give a little bit of context, the Prescott property is located on 10th Avenue. It is on the waterside end of the Bayside Historic District. The property is currently vacant. Homes in the area abut the Baywood Park and below, no, not necessarily. No, it's not showing up on the screen. Oh, what's going on? Call IT. IT's on the way, but we will continue. Thank you. So homes in this area are abutting the Baywood Park and are below floodplain at 2 to 3 feet of elevation. They're regularly washed out and are featured in news stories on sea level rise. Flooding presents a real threat to the preservation of this neighborhood's historic homes. And I really wish you could, are you trying to fix this? You got 10 minutes. Please stop the clock. Sorry. I have a lovely presentation for you, mostly from Mr. Maff.
While she's working on her presentation, would y'all like me to present my request for intervenor status from some of the neighbors while she's working on that?
Victoria, can you explain what's the process for intervenor status?
Well, normally, we would have a hearing for you to determine whether or not they are appropriate intervenors. I don't know if Ms. Tapanes has had the ability to
Yes.
review anything.
Yes, I'm happy to allow any neighbor to speak freely at today's hearing and not object to their intervenors today. We will, of course, preserve all arguments on appeal and preserve that right to do so if this item is appealed to the circuit court. But I have no problem with him speaking. If I may, continue with our presentation.
Please.
Thank you.
Restart the clock.
Thank you. So I was mentioning that the Prescott Mansion is located within the Bayside's Historic District. It was the district's gem. Here it is in 1925, and in 2004 is when it was allowed to be demolished with the condition that it be rebuilt. Consistent with that condition, the then owner engaged Richard Eisenbottle to document and detail the Prescott Mansion. As part of that 2005 HEP Board approval, the HEP Board approved a modern addition to the home. However, over the years, numerous owners with numerous proposals, nothing has been done. And here you can see a 2013 approved plan on the northern half of the property presenting a very massive structure. This is another approved project for the south half of the project or the property, which is also another massive structure along with the Prescott Mansion. So we're here before you specifically appealing the HEP Board's denial of a certificate of appropriateness. We are not requesting a rezoning, a variance, an exception, or any discretionary approval. The proposed residence and lots fully comply with the Miami 21 zoning code as well as the subdivision regulations. We're dealing with here is simply section 23-62H1, which are the guidelines for issuing a certificate of appropriateness, which point to standard 9 of the Secretary of Interior standard for rehabilitation. Those standards require that architecture must be differentiated from the historic architecture and be compatible with scale, size, massing, and architectural features. City's professional staff recommended approval, and when we appeared before the HEP Board, it was denied with the idea of continuing to work with the association. We believe that it was arbitrary and capricious, but in good news, we got to work on democracy and come up with a better plan. So we're very proud of the process that we've engaged over the last 6 months, although this process has been closer to 4 years. So the property owner has been diligently working on this project for 4 years of significant carrying costs and design investments for planning directors, for HEP Board officers, 3 district commissioners, and various regimes of neighborhood leadership. We've made major changes, including eliminating 1 lot We've decreased the size and massing of the proposed homes, as well as decreased the number of waivers and significantly leaving it up to creating that Prescott mansion. We've also increased the 72nd Street setbacks as a request from the neighbors on 72nd Street. We've had numerous outreach meetings, as you can see in the logs before you. Those meetings have been daily, as Commissioner King's staff is quite aware. We've continued to make design changes into the last couple of weeks, and we presented those design changes with conditions in a letter that is in the record today, so there is no due process issue, as Mr. Cruz suggested earlier today. These are minor changes, but ones that are welcomed. In this rendering before you, the Prescott Mansion adds an additional stairwell to create symmetry in the frontage. So those are the kinds of changes that have taken place. But you can see here how we've addressed massing. This is Lot 2, and you can see that that massing has significantly changed, and have also emphasized the mid-century modern architecture in the Bayside district. There's also the primary entrance on 72nd Street was created, as well as berms added to the landscape in order to bring the ground closer to the underside of the first floor slab, reducing the perception of mass. Lot 2 here directly faces the neighborhood, and the team really took the importance of this lot's placement to heart. You can see here Lot 3, where the driveway was added to 72nd Street, which again was one of the neighbors' requests. Same at Lot 4, where you could see an example of the decreased height as well. These proposed modifications are within the scope of the HEP board as originally presented, and based on what the neighbors tell us and the preservation officer, are even more architecturally and aesthetically compatible with the city standards for approval. We have Mr. Avakov to testify, but we've put his statements in the record, and we would ask that this commission accept those in the interest of time. And these are some of the slides that he wanted to show you as the defining features of MIMO architecture in the Bayside Historic District, and references of interpretation for the Prescott addition, as well as references and interpretation for the various lots. Here you see Lot 2, Lot 3, Lot 5, and in conclusion, Mr. Avakov would tell you that he would ask for this certificate of appropriateness to be approved. I think we would be remiss if we didn't mention the many project benefits that are part of what we're presenting, and I think that is what makes this project so novel. In addition to being the first example of reconstructing a historic resource that was lost to sea level rise, climate change, whatever we want to call it or not, we're also providing significant resiliency layers of protection for both the property and the neighborhood, including seawalls, right-of-way dedications and improvements, layers of stormwater management, including the understory of the various four lots. The Prescott Mansion is the only one on the stone plinth. The others have stormwater protection. We're also including public view corridors and public access through a new road, as well as landscaping and tree canopy designed by the internationally renowned and my favorite local landscape architect, Raymond Jungles. You can see here that the property in itself is in a coastal high hazard area. The Bayside Historic District floods. It floods badly. There is no getting around the fact that the eastern portion of the district, including the property, is in a flood zone. The Bayside Historic District's parking design guidelines specifically indicate, and I quote, while the city has enacted local drainage projects to alleviate recurring flooding in Bayside, flooding and drainage continues to be a problem in the district. The residents of the Bayside Historic District acknowledge that their neighborhood floods. They understand the impact of sea level rise may have on their historic homes. And as a community, they ask the city for assistance with drainage, seawalls, and pumps. This project will implement the county's and city's resiliency policies for 350 feet of coastal frontage at the eastern end of the district. The seawall at the Prescott stands as the first line of defense for the other homes in the Bayside district that will be extended, raised, replaced, and capped at no expense to the city or the neighborhood. Similarly, right-of-way improvements seen here in yellow will also provide drainage and access improvements to the abutting 10th Avenue and 72nd Street. Improving these streets and development of the project ensures that the property is no longer contributing or compounding to the neighborhood's flooding issues. As part of our right-of-way improvements that we've been working with your Resiliency and Public Works Department since 2019, those will include also stormwater management infrastructure, including in the new road that we are creating through the project. We've been sensitive to the neighbors. They've asked us to include public view corridors and public access. This is a rendering that shows that that will continue not only throughout the new road, but also on 72nd Street. The goal is to provide light, air, and views to Biscayne Bay, although Baywood Park is immediately abutting the site to the south. Of course, no one has a legal rights to views, but we wanted to be sensitive to that. And you can see here what the project will look like from 72nd Street. We're here to request approval of the appeal with conditions 1 through 9. We, of course, accept staff's recommended conditions. We respectfully request time for rebuttal since we learned of interveners yesterday, as many of you did, and we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
If I may approach, I'm not sure I have to ask that here, but I've got a
I believe you have to give it to the clerk. Give it to the, right.
I should mention that I will be exercising my right to cross-examine. Thank you.
We are in a quasi-judicial setup here.
We can ask questions, but she can, no, she can't.
So in regards to the interveners who have brought forth objection to this plan, there are a number of neighbors who still are at odds with the revised plans. I think it's important for the commission to realize...
Excuse me, sir?
Yes.
Could you please put your name and your address on the record for the clerk just came to?
James Mahaffey, 920 Northeast 71st. I'm here representing a number of neighbors, Santiago Alvarez, Vivian Garcia, Nicole Labrie, Danny Allen, Peggy Ochandarina, as well as myself.
Can you give the addresses for all of the persons that you're representing?
Yeah, give me half a second, I can do that for you. Ms. Ochandarina lives at 1031 Northeast 72nd Street. Ms. Labrie and Mr. Allen live at 965 Northeast 72nd Street. Mr. Santiago Alvarez lives at 990 Northeast 72nd Street. Ms. Garcia, Vivian Garcia, lives at 955 Northeast 71st Street. And again, I live at 920 Northeast 71st Street. So,
and are they here?
They are not here. Unfortunately, the meeting on the 14th was canceled, and a number of them are out of town right now. Ms. Ochandarina is actually in Palestine for work. Mr. Labrie and Miss Labrie and Mr. Allen had summer vacation plans, and Ms. Garcia, I believe, just returned to town either yesterday or the day before and was unable to fit this into her schedule.
So do you have a letter of representation from all of these persons?
I do, I do, Commissioner, and I actually submitted them to the city back in March prior to the March hearing. The only ones that haven't been submitted were Mr. Allen and Miss Labrie.
So, okay, we need to have your letters of representation. If you're going to represent these folks, I need to know that you are their representative. This body needs evidence of that. And you said who you don't have?
So I submitted all of them to the city back in March, except for Mr. Allen and Ms. Labrie, and I submitted those, I believe, yesterday because they ended up going out of town.
Okay, so,
Are there copies available to us?
right, if you submitted it to the city, we must have copies, and have you shared that with council?
So I believe they were made aware of this a couple weeks ago.
No, but your recommendation.
Representation.
Didn't I say that?
Yeah, you said recommendation.
It's late.
I know it's late.
We're not
You
accustomed
want
to
some
being
coffee?
here this
You
long.
need Cuban coffee.
Okay, so the
Big
two
difference.
that you said you submitted yesterday are what address?
That was at 965 Northeast 72nd.
So, Todd, do you have letters of representation?
I'm sorry, say again?
He has to have letters of representation that he represents these individuals that he claims he's advocating on behalf of for intervenor status. He said back in April, he submitted to the clerk's office letters of representation for several of these people, and yesterday, he submitted a letter of representation for two of the individuals from 965 Northeast 72nd Street. Can we get a copy of those letters?
You have a copy, I believe, in your hand. Are you looking for something other than that? And that's one, I have 6 of them there. I have one for each of the people who have requested intervenor status.
I'm looking for letters signed by the individuals authorizing you as their counsel.
I did not bring anything of that nature with me. I submitted what I submitted to the city, which you have, and I was not advised I would need to have letters signed by the clients themselves.
Well, how do you... I can't represent anyone unless I have a letter of engagement. They sign my retainer agreement. I don't know, is that different?
So
Here?
a retainer agreement is not required. I'm doing this pro bono on behalf of a
No,
number
but
of
you
neighbors.
still have to have something in writing that says you represent them. Or is that different, Victoria? I'm going from practicing law outside of being a commissioner, and I can't represent anyone unless I have an agreement signed by them that says, even if I'm representing them pro bono, I have to have something. Am I wrong?
You do not need a signed document, and there was nothing in the
Am I
city
wrong?
instructions.
They're asking her.
We register as lobbyists.
Yeah, you register as a lobbyist?
So I did register as a lobbyist. However, this is a quasi-judicial process. I'm exempt from having to register as a lobbyist because this is a...
Right, but I'm not, even when you register as a lobbyist, you still have to name who your clients are. Is that correct? Right, but beside that, because they are not here to say you are their representative, there should be something in writing that says, I, Mrs. So-and-so, give authority to yourself to represent them on behalf of myself to receive intervenor status. Victoria, can you give me a legal opinion on that? Because I don't want somebody to come back and say, I didn't give him authority to represent me, so you should have some kind of document, evidence, something that says, or do we not need that? Because
So, Madam Chair, traditionally, he's an officer of the court. We take his representation at face value, and we don't necessarily ask for written clarification that they represent. As a matter of the Florida bar issue, I need to check the rules if there actually has to be a written document other than what his...
Okay, well, I'm just going by past experience. I was here at a commission meeting, and there was a request for interveners, and this body would not accept someone speaking on their behalf for the people that weren't present. And they were trying to scramble and get authorization. It was during the Magic City issue, and they were requesting intervenor status, and this body was very clear, if they were not here and they had not provided written authorization, they could not stand in to receive intervenor status.
Right, so in that one, we were, and that's why when we started off with, were we going to have a hearing about whether they were interveners or not? In this case, and there was associational, there were a few issues with that one. It was like, some were corporations, some were, so there were a few different things going on in that meeting, and it was a little contentious. And here, Ms. Tapanes has been very gracious to not fight over the intervenor status so we could get to the, merits of the case. So that's why, but Florida bar-wise, we'll look it up. The city doesn't request, though, actual documentation normally as to whether they're actually represented by an attorney.
Not that, because you don't have to be an attorney, from what I understand. It's just that.
Right, those were power, and if I remember also, those were also powers of attorney. They weren't
Right.
attorneys at the time. He's actually an attorney.
I understand. That's why I feel like because he's an attorney, he should have. It's different for the city. I'm just going on what I know from my legal practice, that I cannot represent someone without their authority in writing. So if you're saying that that's okay, I think my colleague has a question.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Wait, did she go away? Hi, Ricky. Hi, when you have a chance. Ricky, I've been here almost 4 years now, 3.5 years, and I've seen a number of people come here try to represent. A great example of that is Mr. Winker, who's come here representing different people on 2 or 3 separate occasions, and he really didn't have the authority to represent them. So if that's a past practice of the city, I think that's not necessarily the best practice. But we need to make sure that the people, not that we're questioning you, sir, or anything like that, but we do want to know if you have authority to speak for other people. And it would be good for us to know, at least I would have a higher comfort level if I would know that you had that authority. It's not that it's required or not required, but it's just for the commissioner's comfort level. Because we've had experiences in the past where people have come before us, we're representing X, Y, and Z with names and everything, and then those people have come to me, it's happened to me here, because I've been here, and we find out they're not representing those people. They go, oh, I never gave them that authority. And a case like this is a quasi-judicial case. I know what the Florida bar rules are, but I think the city should have its own rules moving forward to make sure that everyone stands before us, if they're not sworn in or anything like that they at least have letters that say, I'm speaking on behalf of 6, 7, 8 people, whatever it is. So that's a little bit of a concern to me. And is there a way, are you going to get that opinion now?
We'll look now with regard to Florida bar rules. If you want moving forward for there to be certain representations in the file, then we can work on that as well.
We will. So we'll do a resolution to make sure that happens on a moving forward basis. But I would like, before I move forward with this case, I would like to know what the Florida bar rules say on this.
Okay.
So if we can defer the item or table it.
Well, wait. So from
Sorry,
what I
wrong word.
understand, from what I understand.
I still have Tallahassee in me. Relax.
Heart attack over here.
They had a heart attack.
But
Oh, yeah.
Melissa,
I still have Tallahassee language.
you do not
lexicon
object
in
to
me.
their intervenor status. So we don't have to hear, we just giving them intervenor status.
I think that's best just to let Mr. Mahaffey speak. I do want to cross-examine him. He did mention that he was here representing himself, so I would suggest that he can speak on his own behalf.
That's what I would prefer. I feel more
issue.
comfortable he speaks on his own behalf, just for the record.
Well, if y'all would like to see the emails from my clients approving the letters that I
I would feel,
Sure.
would feel more comfortable if you speak on your behalf. You do what you want to do.
But
Let me tell you how I would feel more comfortable.
you representing yourself is the same.
Yeah. Your neighbor.
So it benefits everyone that you're representing.
Understood. I just want, I guess, the commissioners to be aware that there is still a large amount of disagreement with the current revised plans.
I don't know if
Six
is a
people,
large amount
nah.
of disagreement.
Well-
A large amount of disagreement was what showed up in my office 6 months ago. That was a large amount of disagreement.
Remember, for me to request intervenor status, they must have a specific, the Renard standing. And so it's not that I could get every single angry neighbor and request intervenor status on behalf of all of them.
But you have it now.
What's that?
You have intervener status now.
She gave it to you.
That's why I'm explaining that there is more than just the 6. There's a number of people that I don't believe
I
would have
object to
met.
that. That's-
I object to that as well, because if that, you don't have the right to speak on their behalf. You have the right maybe to speak on behalf of the 6, but you don't have a right to speak on behalf of anyone else.
Understood.
Maybe.
So
Maybe.
in regards to
Hold on a second. Todd, can you put the clock back to 10? I don't want to cheat you any of your time.
No problem. I don't think I'll need a full 10 minutes anyways.
Okay.
So I think the initial issue is that the finalized plans have not been presented at this point in time. And so what you have been advised by the neighborhood association, which again is a voluntary association that actually has less than 50% of the neighbors in the association. So any idea that the neighborhood association speaks for the majority of the neighborhood, I believe, is a little bit of a broad stroke. But up until June 24th, we had a meeting with the developer, and the issues that were brought up during that meeting still remain. What was brought up during that meeting on June 24 is just the idea that these homes, they lack compatibility and congruence with the historic district. You've seen the photos or the drawings of these homes. They're ultra-modern homes. This is in a historic district that we're talking about. The vast majority of the homes in our district were built before the 60s. They're from a number of different styles, frame vernacular, Mediterranean, as well as some modern. It's interesting that the developer tries to say that there's MIMO architecture, but there's not really much MIMO architecture within our neighborhood itself. That would be on the Biscayne Boulevard MIMO district that's just to the west of our district. The other issues, besides just the design and style of these homes and that they clash rather than conform to our neighborhood, is that they're changing the platting of our neighborhood. This is a historic neighborhood. Historic platting should be, the city should strive to maintain historic platting unless there's a real reason why the historic platting it should be changed. The height of these buildings dwarf anything else in our neighborhood. They're built on stilts. They use freeboard to raise them up well past the minimum requirements of FEMA, making these houses at least 10 foot taller than any other house in the neighborhood. The density and massing of these homes are, we have a neighborhood of very small homes. Most of our homes average under 2,000 square feet. So each of these homes would be among the largest homes in our neighborhood. And not only that, what they're doing is they're putting 5 homes into a place where currently there's only 2 lots. And I know that they're saying that they're doing that to be able to match the lot size, but if you look at the other lots in the vicinity, Mr. Alvarez's lot, 20,000 square feet, the lot at the end of 72nd Street is about 24,000 square feet. So these lots at the end of Washington Place are very large lots, and so we don't believe that the idea to squeeze 5 homes into this area is appropriate. It's also important to remember that the association itself does not have a voice. The association is not allowed to interact within this quasi-judicial process that we find ourselves in. That's why it is important that neighbors did stand up and become interveners, because interveners are what is required to be able to be here and to contest this. Because why are we here? The city has granted the HEP board with the authority from the municipal code to approve variances or waivers and to approve special certificates of appropriateness in historic districts. It was a 6-to-1 vote against this project. So not only did the HEP board feel that this did not meet the requirements of our historic district, but it was resoundingly defeated. There was not any discussion as to continuing on at that point in time. The developer before the board decided to move forward after some initial negotiations and was defeated 6-to-1 in front of the HEP board. And so I think it's important that the commission remember that you sit here not just as commissioners, but in your quasi-judicial function, and what you need to look at is the correctness and appropriateness of the HEP Board's ruling, because that is the body that you have given the authority to approve or disapprove of this exact type of certificate of appropriateness. And so as we sit here today, the plan continues to violate the height of our neighborhood. It's, as I think you heard during the initial presentation, the developer has chosen to lift these homes as a result of FEMA. However, rather than stopping at the 11-foot requirement, they have proceeded to utilize freeboard to raise the height of these homes another 5 feet. What does this do? This, in essence, has created a third floor. And why that's inappropriate for our neighborhood is there are no other 3-story buildings. We are zoned as T3 suburban, and 3-story homes are not allowed in suburban in the T3 designation. The height designation is also limited to 25 from the floor. So what does raising the height of the floor do? It allows them to get the height of these structures north of 45 feet, which again is significantly higher. But it's not just the freeboard. Even when you look at the plans, they have requested a nearly 2-foot thick floor. When their architect came before the HEP Board and advised that his plan would really only require a 10-inch floor thickness, they have added another foot to the homes, again, raising these homes. What does this do? You can see it within the drawings. It has created a third floor on the ground. It's got now what they call storage. But when you look at it, you see that it's floor-to-ceiling windows in their drawings. So the intent is obviously moving forward to utilize these not as freeboard space, but as future living or storage space, giving them 3-story homes in an area where that is not allowed. Again, one of the big issues that we took before the meeting on June 24 was that each of these homes is very similarly designed. If you look through the homes in Bayside, no 2 homes are alike. We are a very eclectic neighborhood, and I think it's important that anything that would be built here recognizes and is congruent with the idea that we're an eclectic neighborhood. But when you look at these homes, although they are designed different, each of them has the same style, an ultra-modern style that does not fit in with the frame vernacular or the Mediterranean revival or the Florida ranch. There's not any type of house that would be congruent. So the architects that we have in the neighborhood have not yet had an opportunity, and I know Mr. Cruz touched on this during the public comment this morning, to review these new plans because the new plans have not been submitted as finalized. And so what we do believe is that it should be defeated, but if the commission was in the idea of allowing my my clients and their architects an opportunity to review these final plans and to be able to bring additional testimony, that would be something that we would request, that we could reach a deferral at this point in time, because I would like to get my clients' architects to take a look at the final plans, and I don't want there to be any due process issues. I don't do this for a living. I hope to never have to do this for a living, or never have to do this again, actually. So I do want this to be over today, but I think there are significant problems with moving forward when I have not yet had an opportunity to have my architects review these plans. And I don't know if I can connect, but I would like to showcase, if I can, some of the differences between,
Tried to be fast.
can I get a little IT help to make sure I can, oh, there it goes. So I went through the neighborhood recently and took some photographs for you to understand some of the 2-story structures that we currently have within our neighborhood. One of the interesting things about the two-story structures within Bayside is that the upstairs floors are never the entire size of the downstairs. It's an interesting quirk that most of them have about a 30% footprint for the upstairs versus the downstairs. So you can see that within these houses in my neighborhood, within the Bayside Historic District, that there's nothing of the size or massing of what's being suggested by the developer in this case. Going to look at, and if you focus on what we're looking at here, you can see again what they would consider the freeboard has created a third story. So we're looking not at a two-story structure, not a bermed structure at a minimum of 10 feet as required by FEMA. You're looking at something that has been built up intentionally to create a third story. There's nothing else within Bayside Historic District that has any type of congruence with the developer's plans in that nature. When you look at...
You're going beyond your 10 minutes.
Am I past my 10?
Your
Okay,
10,
I'll wrap it up just with this one
past your
right
10.
here. Looking at what some of the changes that they have recently suggested to Lot 4. This is one of the bayfront homes. You can see again that there's a walk up the steps. You can see the garage down to the right. Let me make sure I show you the right. But you can see here that there's a garage door, and so it's not even that they are hiding that there is this third floor. You can see that there is an intent to utilize the space not just for freeboard, not just for water to come through, but for actually utilizing this as a third story. So what my clients and myself have suggested during meetings with the developer is that there be a 35-foot height cap on anything built on these lots, because if they're going to rise up to the 10-foot FEMA requirement, then you also would have the 25 feet that the rest of my neighborhood lives with as far as the height of our houses. And so we would be acknowledging that they do need to raise these homes that are directly on the water to comply with FEMA code. However, there is no need for them to go up to 45 and 47 feet tall. It's extremely high in terms of anything else in the surrounding neighborhood. It's not congruent, it's not cohesive, and it's not compatible with the character of the historic neighborhood. And again, sitting in your quasi-judicial status, I think it's important that we remember that the historic board defeated this development 6-1.
Thank you. Ms. Tappas?
Yes, to correct a misstatement, the Prescott is 20 feet 9 inches of height. The NGVD is 35 feet 9 inches, and the other 4 lots are at 22 feet 6 inches, NGVD at 39 feet 3 inches, so there's no 40 feet or 45 feet. First, I'd like to just take a moment to ask Mr. Mahaffey a couple questions, or actually several questions. Are you a member in good standing with the Florida Bar?
Yes.
Did you attend the June 2021 HEP Board meeting?
I'm not a member of, which HEP board meeting?
The June 2021 HEP Board meeting, our first HEP Board meeting.
This was defeated in September. I do know it came up a few months before. I don't remember if that was June or not.
Were you there at a previous meeting?
I went to both HEP board meetings previously and gave public statements at both HEP board meetings.
Thank you. Did you attend a 3-hour settlement conference with Don Bell and the Bayside Residents Association Board on June 14th at my office?
Yes.
Did you represent yourself as an attorney consulting with the Bayside Residents Association?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you provide legal advice to the Bayside Residents Association?
I never provided legal advice. I always kept myself separate as far as not being on the committee itself.
And did you provide legal advice to Mr. Don Bell?
No, just discussion as to the facts.
Under the Florida Bar Rules, are you aware that the attorney-client relationship is created by providing the appearance of legal advice, including representing yourself as a lawyer at a settlement conference that's confidential?
I'm not sure how that's relevant.
Are you aware of that rule?
I'm
It's
not sure how
4-17B.
I'm not sure how it's relevant today, but I mean, in terms of what I was doing.
On July 4th, did you discuss the application with Victor Hernandez, the applicant?
I did have a small conversation with Victor during our 4th of July party. It lasted for less than 30 seconds.
Did you express that your concerns have been addressed and that you supported this application personally?
No, I told him at that point in time, I thought that the developer had made certain changes to the, or revisions to the plans, but I wasn't at that 4th of July party where I think I was actually holding my daughter's hand at that moment to discuss that at that point in time.
Mr. Hernandez would say different here today, but let me get to the most important question. Did you send a WhatsApp message yesterday to all the members of the Bayside Residents Association soliciting clients to intervene here today?
No, I did not. What I told my neighbors, and if you obviously have access to it, what I told my neighbors is that there remains opposition to this because, as you're aware, Dawn and the rest of the committee withdrew their objection. So what I told my neighbors is if they do have an opinion as to this, they should show up here today at 9 a.m. and make known their opinions to this board. If you followed along with that chat, I even wrote again in the chat and said, I'm not trying to sway anyone either way. I just want everyone to feel comfortable that it remains opposition, and if anyone is opposed to this, that they should show up and make a statement, to which Don responded that anyone should show up if they have a pro voice too, which I said, okay, I agree with that.
I'll submit that copy of your message into the record. Did anyone this morning or at any time besides yourself that lives in the Bayside Historic District object to this application today?
My clients have objected to this, and I do not believe anyone else was able to appear. Again,
Thank you.
This, if I can finish my answer, please. This meeting was initially scheduled for July 14th, I want to say, and there were people that were intending to appear at the July 14th. However, that was canceled, moved to today, and a number of individuals who were not able to make it today.
Thank you. The Bayside Historic District will require significant public and private investment to preserve. The applicant and appellant here is able and willing to move forward with the development of this project that restores a piece of Miami history, again, a novel enterprise. The 4 residential homes are within the compatibility of the area. You can see here that the lot size and width analysis that's in the record here is consistent. These lots are over 10,000 square feet. The proposed site, lot size, and configuration is also very common in this immediate area. In fact, the inspiration of this subdivision is immediately to the south on the same avenue. You can see here that the irregular road is a common waterfront condition throughout the city of Miami and within this area. The height is below the maximum permitted and previously approved plans. You can see here homes that exist in the Bayside Historic District at over 30 feet above the base flood elevation. Again, ours are significantly lower, as I mentioned earlier. These are additional examples of 2-story homes that are different from what Mr. Mahaffey suggested to you. Our outreach has continued since 2019, and I think it's very obvious that the few individuals that purportedly Mr. Mahaffey is here to represent are simply afraid that they are losing their right to use private property as a public park. You can see here where they live, and you can see what their view looks like today. Our goal here is to bring this historic district into today and into the future by providing resiliency standards consistent with county and city policies. Thank you very much for indulging me this afternoon. And of course, the entire team is available for any questions.
And there was just one slide I forgot to share. If I can just share one slide with y'all that just showcases the, let's see if I can figure this out. This slide was prepared by one of the architects that I've been discussing with, and you can see on the left, that would be the original Prescott Mansion, and you can see that there's individuals shown in front for an idea of the size of what we're talking about here. So if you look then at the middle, that would be going with the 12 feet from grade. It would still be at that 35 NGVD height. But if you look at the far right, what you see there is what the developer has planned. So not only are they going to FEMA requirements, they're going well beyond, making these structures much higher than they need to be. So again, I appreciate your time and your allowance of mine and my client's ability to argue today as interveners, and we again request that the denial of this development be upheld from the HEP board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have a motion?
With conditions, please? Thank you.
To approve the appeal with conditions.
Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
As amended?
As amended, with conditions.
With conditions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with all staff conditions, I wanted to clarify that for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time. And
Now we are, huh? Yeah. What? I would have killed you. No, I had it. Next is PZ 8.
Okay.
If we want to wait for PZ 8. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am still in commission meeting.
let me think about
On the spot.
how to do that.
Madam Chairwoman? Oh, the phone.
Yeah, it took like 20 minutes. Hey, they're open 24 hours and my guy could get you a test if you need a test. Oh, okay. Okay, because plus I could get you at the airport too, in the middle of the night. Okay. Let me get back to my meeting. Okay, bye. Okay, so. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We'll resume in 5 minutes. Miami Commission meeting will resume.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Really quick, when I said with all the staff recommendations, it's actually the recommendations that are on the letter that's in the record that includes the staff analysis and all that. You already
Please
have
explain
it.
that to Todd.
So I just wanted to confirm that the staff recommendations for PZ1, it's not the staff recommendations, it's all the recommendations that are listed in the letter by the appellant.
Understood.
Understood.
Thank you.
Right. Let's do something. Gentlemen, can we take up PZ 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14? Would that be okay?
13 and 14.
No.
9, 10, 13, and 14, right?
No, 11 and 12 are in play as well. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Can we take those up?
I believe 10 was reset, Madam Chair.
Oh, 10 was deferred. 10
Yeah.
is deferred. So it's 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Can we take those up right now?
9,
11, 12, 13, and 14.
9, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Okay.
11 is Brickell City Centre.
11 and 12.
Was that not deferred?
No, it was not.
Okay, PZ 9, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, more specifically by amending Article 3 titled General to Zone, Section 3.5.2 as it relates to ground floor height allowances in order to correct inconsistencies and permit additional flexibility in the design of buildings, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 11, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Appendix E, Brickell City Centre, Special Area Plan of Ordinance Number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended to approve the Fourth Amendment to the previously approved BCC SAP to make provision for the one BCC signature office development and alternate concept for the one BCC parcel, which may utilize certain design flexibilities that includes larger tower floor plates for the property generally located at 799 Brickell Plaza, 700 Brickell Avenue, and 710 Brickell Avenue, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 12, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission.
Did you do 11? Oh, that was just 11.
That was
Okay,
11, and then
sorry.
12, I believe, is also associated with the
It is a companion item.
an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments recommending approval of the Third Amendment to the previously approved development agreement pursuant to Chapter 163, Florida statutes between Swire Properties, Inc., affiliated parties, and the City of Miami by modifying the existing SAP regulating plat as amended and design guidelines to reflect certain revised building parameters for the one BCC signature office concept located at approximately 700 Brickell Avenue, 710 Brickell Avenue, and 799 Brickell Plaza, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated to make provision for the one BCC signature office development and alternate concept for one BCC parcel, which may utilize certain design flexibilities that include larger tower floor plates, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the development agreement in a form acceptable to the city attorney for said purpose, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
I'll move. Or is that the only one?
No, it's just 13 and 14.
You want them all together?
Yes.
13, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to sections 163 through 187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from single-family residential to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property located at 600 Southwest 63rd Avenue, 610 Southwest 63rd Avenue, 601 Southwest 63rd Court, and 615 Southwest 63rd Court, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings and providing for an effective date. PZ 14, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T3R, suburban transit zone restricted, to CS civic space zone for the property generally located at 600 Southwest 63rd Avenue, 610 Southwest 63rd Avenue, 601 Southwest 63rd Court, and 615 Southwest 63rd Court, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved. Madam Chair, though, I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone else's district for those items. Certainly, I'm ready to move the PZ 11 and 12 in my district, but I'd like to defer to the commissioners of those districts if there's any issues with those items.
Well, I'm sorry.
Do I have a second?
I mean, I could start simply by moving PZ 11 and 12 if you like.
No, I want to discuss some of this. I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
second it for discussion purposes, but PZ 9, who's representing the applicant for PZ 9?
The city's the applicant, Commissioner.
What?
The city
The
is
city,
the applicant.
and what does it do?
Mr. Snow?
Good evening. David Snow, Assistant Planning Director. PZ9 is an amendment to Miami 21 to allow for ground floor height of 25 feet for all uses.
Is that the one that increases density?
No,
No,
that's
that's not the
PZ8.
PZ 8?
Which we did not address.
Okay, that's fine, because you're going so fast and you're eating cake. And I know you get hungry and it's 7:17. I want to make sure we go one by one, including the Brickell City Centre. I think the lawyer is there representing Brickell City Centre, Mr. Diaz. I just want to make sure that we cover all of them the right way. And that, like my friend Commissioner Carollo says, I may have failed to take my smart pill today. So my smart pill, I didn't take it either today. So I want walk me through it to make sure. I know. I took it from you. I got it from you. So I want to know, PZ9 is just
Text amendment.
the text amendment, okay. And then PZ10 is not
Deferred.
there? Deferred. PZ11,
Brickell City Centre.
PZ12, Brickell City Centre.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No. We're
being heard
trying
now.
to block them.
Yeah.
We're grouping those.
They're grouping. And the other one is 13 and 14, right?
Yes.
Okay. 13 and 14 is yours? Your district?
Yes.
13 and 14 is a pocket park.
20th Street was in my district too, but.
No. I mean,
That's a joke.
listen, you could do whatever. I mean, you have all the right to ask
All right, so I'll
and
move.
to avoid.
So I'll move.
But I want to explain what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
But I was gonna move,
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna move.
this is,
Who's going to move it? Let's move it.
It's done.
okay,
We're ready to
done,
move.
but this is a future park.
Yes.
It's a future park.
So I have a motion and a second. Yeah, put your-
Bit of information, since none of us were here, maybe Russell could have been here, but none of us were. And, it's a way that throughout the time you forget. It seems to me when my brother was here, he did something to help negotiate a fire station at the Brickell Center into the future. Whatever happened with that? Do any of you guys know anything about that?
No, I didn't.
Well, you do now.
Commissioner, Spencer Crowley, 98 Southeast 7th Street, here representing Swire Properties. You're correct. There was an agreement to put a fire station in a separate phase of Brickell City Centre. After we made that agreement, it became clear that that phase wasn't progressing as quickly as we all thought it might. And so we met with a fire station and agreed to do a temporary fire station. And so we've been in permitting with the city for 2 years to permit a temporary fire station on a vacant lot. We resolved a significant issue, or significant to the city, a couple of months ago. And the building permit has been reactivated. We're working through the comments, and as soon as the city issues the building permit, we'll start building, so.
Thank you, Spencer.
Yes, sir.
But you're still going to do the permanent one at some point, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Temporary is temporary, just while
No, because
it's vacant.
sometimes temporary turns into
It's
No.
not 7
temporary.
It's not 7 years plus 2 years after.
No,
Like
no.
somebody was talking about, right?
Is there a timeline for that?
Well, I mean, the temporary station, we're just trying to get that open as fast as we can. We don't really have a timeline for the permanent station.
Okay.
But the permanent station, the model for that is what they did on Coral Way.
Right.
You know, where they have that fire station in the back, so it's similar. It's gonna be a lot taller building, but that's the sort of the idea, so.
This is a good partnership.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So,
You could take a
all in
vote.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries for PZ 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes, sir.
I would like to reconsider discussion item 2. There was action taken on that. I was on the prevailing side. I'd like to reconsider it with a caveat that they come back in September with alternative sites. My objection to the issue was based on the limited number of sites that they offered and the lack of due diligence they took in offering those 3 sites. So I would like for them to come back with different suggestions for different sites that do not include the District 1 and District 5 sites, but do include the Virginia Key site and 2 additional sites, alternative sites, including sites outside the city of Miami that may include Miami-Dade County, and including alternatives that may require the homeless trust to pay part of that process, because we all know.
I'm not worrying about the homeless trust, whether they pay or not, because we paid them a
That's
tremendous
correct,
amount.
but I want to get some of the money back, so.
And we could get it from there.
But my motion would be to reconsider it, so we pass the pilot program. We will come back with 3 different sites in the first week of September, and then we can have a discussion. But I would like for Mr. Porras to do due diligence, find out what is north, south, east, or west, or whatever sites he recommends. Perhaps look at more city properties, and not use properties are meant for, or are in the way to being redeveloped, or, in the process of being redeveloped or surrounding areas. So it could be that it could also be some Miami-Dade County sites. So that due diligence would require, in my opinion, that he talk to Miami-Dade County, which is have a whole bunch of land in areas that are not populated, all the way in West Dade and other parts, that we can relocate.
Madam Chair?
But does the,
Sir, I have the floor.
you do? The
Yes, sir.
chair didn't say you had the floor.
I thought I had it, it's my motion to reconsider, so.
We don't need to reconsider. What we need to do is a directed or a resolution.
Right, but since we.
That stating
I see
precisely
Todd
what
walking in my direction, which means that we're doing something wrong.
No.
Todd, what are we supposed, how are we supposed to say it?
No, well, let me correct Todd if I might. I'm reconsidering because we passed, something was
And you were the
offered.
prevailing side.
And I'm reconsidering it because something failed. I want to make sure it's clear, that something passed. So I want to vote on it to make sure that we have the votes.
Through the chair, there's no need to reconsider this resolution. It was a non-agenda resolution.
Okay.
So, yes, it failed, but there's nothing preventing you from bringing a brand-new non-agenda resolution.
I can do that, okay. So
without having to reconsider.
We do it different in Tallahassee, but that's fine. So I want to direct the city manager, for a resolution to direct the city manager to bring it back in the first meeting in September, to look at alternative sites, including the Virginia Key site, and to come back to us with different suggestions and more. You have all August to do this, so you can't go on a cruise or anything like that. You got to stay here.
Whoa,
and you gotta work.
Why can't I go on a cruise? if I wanna go on a cruise?
Because you get paid the big bucks,
All
that's
right,
why.
so can I get a little more time, because it's really not a lot of time.
Okay, the second meeting of September.
Thank you.
The second meeting of September?
That's fine, 'cause I need a little.
Can I have a second
There's a second for discussion.
for discussion?
Does that motion include that we could proceed?
With
At
purchasing,
least doing the working?
Yes.
On Virginia Key as a pilot program?
yes.
Okay, so you can go forward on Virginia Key as a pilot program. And does that motion include that they come back not just with alternative sites in the districts, but also with amounts, real costs for any site? Because it will vary from site to site, including the full cost for the Virginia Key site.
Right, but that you had a range, well, let's clarify. You had a range from between 50, you have spoken about 50 to 100. 50 to 100, that's a broad range. But the idea that we move forward with the purchase of the tiny homes and the idea that we begin that process, by the time we get back here in September, then you know how city government works. We're not gonna be there. But yes, it includes that.
But you'd be surprised, we could have the tiny homes built in time.
But we can build them. You said they were portable, right? So we can place them where we want to place them.
But does not include a pilot now to start a pilot at Virginia Key, doesn't include that.
That's what he said, a pilot.
It does.
No, but doesn't include to start now, we voted against that.
I know, that's why I'm voting
But
for
he's
it now.
bringing it up for a reconsideration.
Reconsideration, so we can now vote.
Well, okay.
Give me the real translator, I don't want you translating for him.
What I need to do, what I also need to do.
I know you were sneaky, you're sneaking in
Wait,
what it was, what it was.
What I also need to do is open the floor for public comment for this new item. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on behalf of this item? Come on up, ma'am.
Come on up. You're on.
Would you like some cake?
We have cake.
Oh, by all means.
I want to sweeten you up, by all means.
Thank you.
Get some cake for the lady.
Louis Mars, along with my sister, please, and the rest of the crowd. Louis Mars Betty Garza, homeless. I live at Peacock Park. This homeless thing of what you're saying, I think the key word here that nobody's paying attention to is voluntary. And I am telling you, and we welcome for you to come and sit and talk with us face to face without airing dirty laundry. It is really a voluntary that you keep emphasizing. And you've made some descriptions. This is a choice I've made in my service to my fellow human beings to be part of this. I've been homeless now hardcore for 4 years. But we can do things differently. It's the way you approach it, perception, etc. Now, when you're all telling me that it's voluntary, you are not going to get these people to go there. Simply because you're saying no alcohol, no drugs. Really? Then I'm going to ask each one of you to empty your wineries and empty all your tobaccos. We're not children. We're not animals. Now, we are willing to sit down with each one of you, and I've invited to come to Park. It's magical for you to sit there and actually listen. Yes, people use drugs there, and yes, they in fact use the hardcore one. And I have had the most intelligent conversations with these people that you have no idea. You got to be there. But in that case, no Virginia, absolutely no Virginia. That's next to the waste plant. And if you want cancer in 3 years, you got a problem. And I had that issue in Doral. They had which you were there, a cancer corridor of getting rid of the waste that we had there. And in that regard, they all of a sudden said, if you buy a house there, that's up to you what happens. And I forced the city commission to add an addendum to every single home purchased in that corridor where the waste plant was, that they had decontaminated, that if anybody got cancer in that area, that the city of Doral would not be responsible for any lawsuits whatsoever. And that, I think, can be a saving grace for all of you in terms of accommodate what we're saying, but don't force us to become, your beck and call. It's all voluntary.
Thank you.
When are you going to start paying us rent at Peacock?
I'm sorry?
When are you going to start paying rent at Peacock?
Paying rent at Peacock Park? Yes, I did. 32 years I paid taxes.
No, not now at Peacock.
Oh, no, but the thing is, with Social Security and all that money, and I'm going to say this, I don't have a problem moving out of there, but you have had like 40 pages of homeless trust and trust this and homeless and homeless. Every other item has to do with homeless. You have got hundreds of millions of dollars. And that one lady said you could give 100,000 to how many homeless do you have in these 5 districts? 1,000, 2,000 homeless?
Don't hold your breath to get 100,000.
Is there anyone else here for
Thank
public
you very
comment?
much for the opportunity.
Come on
I
out.
see why you're here now, so.
Well, we should also, Madam Chairwoman, we should also consider Peacock Park as a site, right? Are you okay with that? Commissioner Russell?
Good evening, ma'am.
That's what I thought.
Good evening. My name is Maria Elena Rodriguez, and AKA Miss Kitty, K-I-T-T-E, no I and no Y, please. I am homeless, not by choice. I was put in this situation. For 2 years, I have begged and pleaded for different agencies to help me. All I kept getting was call me on Tuesday, call me on Wednesday, call me on Thursdays for the homeless helpline. I've been under a lamppost begging and pleading Camilla House to help. What do I get? These agencies that you have to help us? Yeah, I almost got raped by 4 guys in one of these places, okay? I am victimized, and I stay in the park because the people that are there, I've known them for 12 years. We look out for each other, we take care of each other. You don't know the homeless. If you talk about we're drug addicts, do I look like I'm a drug addict? Do I look like I'm crazy or spaced out? Not everybody that is in the park is a drug addict or is totally crazy. There are people that need medication. Yes, there's 3 different tiers of homeless people. You need to sit down and speak with us. You need to find out exactly what each and every one individually needs, because not everybody needs to be victimized. We're looking at this situation with the Key West, the Virginia Key. You're looking at another Hitler, Auschwitz, putting us in a concentration camp. We are human beings. We're not animals. We are grown adults. You have no right to tell us what we can and cannot do. How we can't have a drink, we can't live our lives. We're grown adults. Yes, circumstances beyond our control have led us to be homeless. Like I said, I'm not there because I want to be. Something in my life happened by my landlord that put me in a situation, okay? A lot of people that are in the park, situations beyond their control as well, okay? So, I mean, really sit down and talk with us.
How many people are there?
You don't have to.
In our park, there's approximately, Martha, about 15 of us. Before,
15?
about 15.
Russell, what have you been doing?
Wow.
We've invited,
Not gonna look good
Thank
in
you.
your direction.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
But please
Is it-
understand us.
Is there anyone else here for public
Have you been
comment?
there? Have you
Is
been
there
there?
anyone else here for public
Right.
comment? Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait a minute, before I vote.
Too late, it passed. We don't need your vote.
Okay,
Passed, right?
no, I'm not gonna pass, I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, but
I'm gonna
you were
say,
late.
wait, hold on a
You
second.
were late, we
Listen, could you
voted.
be quiet for a minute?
Okay,
Could you be quiet
the
for a
hour
minute?
is late and we're getting a little, watch
I
this.
don't want.
Okay, but the motion has already, okay, all right. Okay, moving along.
Madam Chair, please count me as a no vote.
Okay, 3-2.
Todd, please count
Yes, for the
Commissioner
record,
Russell
the
as a
motion
no
passes
vote.
3-2 with Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Russell voting no.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we are left with, where do you want to go? Do we want to go back up to, we have RE4 and 5. Do we want to take up, where did everybody go? The hour is late.
Madam Chair,
Who said that?
I did.
Commissioner
I'm
Russell?
happy to move RE4 and 5 for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion and it's RE4 and 5 for discussion. I have a motion.
And Chair, I have some amendments.
Can you read the amendments into the record, Todd?
Is there a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Moved by Commissioner Russell, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. The amendments that I have, page 1 needs to be amended to add Charter Amendment number 1. Page 6 needs to be amended to change Exhibit number 1 to Exhibit B. Page 7 needs to be amended to add the following resolution number, R-22-0262. And Madam City Attorney, pages 1, 2, and 9 will be amended to change the City Commission meeting date that they would like to bring this RFP to from November 17th to December 8th.
Okay.
Those are the amendments that I have.
And the other thing during briefings, commissioners, that was a suggestion since my office recommended that the term sheet not be attached per se, so that you would have maximum flexibility in negotiations, at least for it to be a floor, and then for negotiations to continue.
I believe there's some individuals here representing the applicant. Would you like to hear from them, get a presentation?
I would. I would like to see, first and foremost, who is representing the Hyatt Corporation, then who's representing the other corporations that are part of this partnership. And then I'd like to go into asking a few questions.
Okay.
You're not part of the Hyatt.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, but you're not part of the Hyatt. I don't see a P in you as Prisker.
So, now that I'm going to limit our comments to 5 minutes, and then if we have more after, because I want all of us to have an opportunity to speak, and then if we have more additional questions or comments, then we'll get another round of 5 minutes.
How much more do we have left in the agenda?
A lot.
We do?
Yes.
Why are
We have PZ 15 through 27.
Then why are we taking them up now when they're going to take up more time?
Who?
The Hyatt.
Oh, no, the Hyatt is the last, and then it's PZ 15 through 27. That's it. So let's move along.
Okay, so the Hyatt's going to be last.
No, the PZ 15 through 20, MFP is going to be last. They're 15 through 27 on the PZ agenda.
Okay.
And we have PZ 8 remains. So PZ 8, 15 through 27, and these REs. So let's take these and move along. Is there anyone here for the applicant, for the Hyatt? Anybody?
Who is an actual, not an attorney, one of the vice presidents, partner,
Principals.
owner, principals of the Hyatt? Do we have one here?
Microphone?
I'm sorry, I had it.
That's okay. First, Al Dotson with Bills and Sunberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. Our firm represents the joint venture HRM, which includes the Hyatt and GenCom. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to direct them to the appropriate person here with either one of those companies.
I'm trying to, in the open record, identify who is Hyatt, who is GenCom. I know what the Hyatt is. I'd like to know a little bit more about GenCom.
So let me start by letting you know that I'm here today with my co-counsel, Eric Singer and Iris Escara. On behalf of the Hyatt, we have Brad Miller, and on behalf of GenCom, Phil Kebb.
Okay. Brad, can I get you up here? They're still going to pay you, so don't worry. What is your position with the Hyatt, Brad?
Regional Vice President of Asset Management.
Okay, Regional Vice President covers what area for the Hyatt?
Most of the North America.
Okay, all right. What percent do you all have in this deal?
50%.
50%. So that means that you're putting up 50% of the money in the deal?
We've contributed 50% of our ownership in the ground lease and the hotel, correct?
But does that mean that to build everything, the 1.5 billion or whatever it's going to take to build it, that you're going to put half of that? Or is there another lender?
Unfortunately, can't answer that question at this point. It's a little too early to know how much money is going to be put in, so I can't speak to how much we'll put in.
Whatever you put, GenCom is going to put the same amount or not?
Correct. They will match. We're 50/50.
Then if you need, you'll go to a private lender or a public lender for the rest of it.
Correct.
Okay. How long are you estimating that this project would take to build fully?
Let me bring Phil Kebb forward with GenCom to answer the question regarding construction.
Good evening, my name is Phil Kebb with GenCom, 2700 Tiger Tail, Miami 33133. As it relates to schedule to develop the project, our intention is to spend first of all, our intention is to get on the ballot in November.
That's obvious. That's why you're here today.
That's why we're here, yes, sir. If we're able to do that, then we will complete the negotiation of the ground lease. We will complete the design of the project and arrange the financing by the end of 2023 or the first quarter of 2024.
Okay. Sometime in 2023. You will what now?
The three work streams and tasks that we'll undertake.
The what?
The three work streams and the tasks that we'll undertake during 2023 and the first quarter of 2024 is to complete the final lease with the city, to get the design completed to a point where we can firmly get cost to develop the project, and to complete the financing.
And by when do you anticipate that you have the full project built out?
It'll be in, the first two towers will be delivered in third quarter of 2028, and the third tower would then be delivered in the third quarter of 2029.
Okay. Between 2028 and 2029. Okay. Between 6 to 7 years from now, you'll have the final piece of the puzzle built out unless you have any hiccups in the way. Like maybe interest rates going up 22%, like happened one time in our lifetime. Maybe not yours, but mine and his. You're an attorney. You just kept charging more. You didn't feel it. Here's my problem, and you heard it. Hyatt hasn't heard it. You weren't around in the meetings that we had. This area of downtown is got the worst entrance with the biggest traffic problems of any entrance to any downtown, I dare to say, not only in America, but in the world. I don't know of a single major city's downtown anywhere in the world that you got one lane as you get up the ramp that takes you in like this one does to Biscayne Boulevard. Yeah, you got a little turning lane in the first block, but it's really one lane. And then we got a sizable project, it's called the Hyatt, the Convention Center, there now with the hotel, and some additional things were built on the boulevard when at least 4 of us, maybe 5, weren't around, that has made that area there intolerable many, many times. Because the minute the traffic goes into the Hyatt or the other way, you plug it up so you can't shoot straight down. What I have proposed, and I don't know if you've been informed of this, is that we need to do a study on getting an overpass a little further back on the ramp down so that we could go straight, parallel, a little higher, a little lower if need be, to the people mover, and then just turn it into Biscayne. And the minute we're past the Intercontinental site, as we're getting now into Bayfront Park and that first lane, the farthest away from Bayfront Park, we drop the traffic into one lane. We start getting into the bypass with one lane, it turns into 2 for all of the way until it gets up again in one lane. I believe that's going to solve maybe 70% of the problem we have there now. I am very hesitant to approve this with my vote. I know you guys have the vote, so don't kid myself. There was a time in history when I was a very young commissioner that the very same thing happened to me. And people came in, bang, slam, boom, and I was the only one against it. And that project never happened. Never happened. You know what I'm talking about. And I am not going to have it in my conscience that the worst entrance with the biggest traffic problem in any downtown in the world, that I'm going to be part of putting the final nail in this coffin with a project that's going to have 1,500 rooms, another 638 or whatever hotel rooms, another 260 plus either rentals or given to the pool of the hotel, an additional 60,000 square feet of meeting space to bring it up to almost 200,000 square feet. That's humongous. That's like a small city. It's like putting a small Sweetwater into that space downtown. And while I'm sure that your architects have done the best that they can in improving the traffic situation, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough to have that kind of additional traffic in there. And I don't believe the story that everybody in Miami now are going to drive bikes. Even the Chinese have thrown the bikes aside and drive cars. So I don't think we're going to go back into the Chinese style and drive bikes. So that's my biggest problem, number one. Number two, maybe I heard wrong before, but I'd like to know how many affordable units out of the 1,500 or workforce unit are we getting?
So, Commissioner, I'm not sure what you heard, but let me just share with you that I believe in the agenda item, there is a contribution that...
I'm talking how many units?
I understand. I wanted to talk about both, because as you point out...
But I'm asking you one first, and you're giving me a lawyer's talk. I want to talk about something else. Talk to me about whatever you want after you answer my question.
15.
15.
And then I want to add this. After our conversations with each of the commissioners, it was very clear that affordable housing was important, and that where that affordable housing is to be built was equally important. And so what is in your agenda item today is a $5.4 million contribution.
How much?
$5.4 million contribution to support affordable housing.
5.4 million.
Yeah, based on our conversations, though, we've agreed to increase that to $20 million.
Yeah, that's the rumor that I had heard, 20 million.
Well, it's more than a rumor. We're making that representation here on the record because of the conversations and the commitment that this council and commission has to building affordable housing throughout the city of Miami.
I'm glad that it took speaking to members of the city commission to convince you that we have an affordable housing problem in Miami. I guess the mayor of Miami-Dade declaring an emergency on it wasn't enough to convince you until you met with the city commissioners to convince you of that. We have a problem in Miami that's bar none the problem in any American city in affordable housing. Frankly, $20 million with a project of this size and the money you guys are going to make, that's going to be in the hundreds of millions throughout the life of this project. It's a drop in the bucket. That's why this project, in my opinion, is nowhere near ready to fly off. There's a lot that has to be looked into it. In my way of thinking, first and foremost, is resolving the traffic problem. Secondly, is what is really a fair amount that we're supposed to get? Are you willing to do like Freedom Park? Remember those guys? Freedom Park? To pay for 2 outside expert corporations to give us the real value of what this project is and what it should represent to the city.
I'm not sure, Commissioner, because I have not had the pleasure of meeting with you on this project. In your agenda item, it will show that there were 3 appraisals that were done related to this project. And those appraisals were done with multiple assumptions, including maximizing this property with what is allowed to be built, what we are proposing to be built, and something smaller than that. 3 separate appraisals, 2 that the city commissioned and 1 that our client commissioned. And those appraisals have already come back and I believe are part of the record.
The city commission never voted upon it.
I mean, the city staff.
City staff.
City staff
City
commission.
staff and the commission are 2 totally different bodies.
Yes, they are, sir.
And
But I
this
just
is
wanted you
why
to know.
we picked who the appraisals were going to be for the Freedom Park project. Now, when were those appraisals done?
Who were the appraisals?
When were they done?
I'm going to let the staff actually comment on the actual date of when they were completed.
And was Deloitte Touche any of one of them?
E&Y was one of them. Urban was another, and Blake the third. But I believe that your staff can tell you the date that they commissioned the actual appraisal.
Well, I would be convinced a lot more if you would have told me Deloitte Touche was one of them.
Okay. But it was in June. I can't tell you the exact date, but June of this year.
June of this year, okay.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad for appraisals. It's just that we're going to need to have our own from the commission, I believe, at least. I would like to see it, and I would like to see Deloitte Touche, whom I think is one of the better appraising firms for these kind of projects in the country. That's the one that gave us the highest appraisal at Freedom Park. I could go on and on. I've expressed my thoughts on this. I will leave it with one more question. Are you willing and do you commit to paying for the traffic study that we will require with us choosing the company to do it? Or, I'm talking about for the overpass.
After our meetings in the last several days with a number of the commissioners, we're prepared to fund up to $400,000 for the city to hire its own traffic engineering company.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
That
to
would be
conduct the study that you're looking at.
That would be sufficient for us to pay for it. Anything that we don't use, we could keep in an affordable housing fund, right?
Yes.
So I believe the district commissioner would like to make some comments.
Thank you. And
Todd, put the clock.
how many do I have?
5 minutes.
Gotcha. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Commissioner Carollo is right about the traffic mess that's there. The renderings that Ziskovich did, I think 10 years ago in the downtown Miami master plan show the potential for a flyover or a drop-in that would really alleviate that. And I hope we can get there, but that's many years of studies and funding away. I've probably been the hardest on Hyatt as they came to us 4 years ago. And I had very strong requests over green space on the waterfront, and that's pretty much where it ended at that time. They came back with new renderings with sufficient green space on the waterfront and expanded Baywalk or Riverwalk, which I'm very satisfied with. But we also have a new crisis, and I kind of threw a curveball or moved the goalpost because really we're seeing a crisis of housing and housing costs and rents in our city. And we want to make sure that every project we do on city land helps solve our problems and not, adds more to them. And so I know other commissioners have as well in their meetings, have challenged them to come up with a proffer that will help us, whether on-site or off-site, to address the housing crisis. So I'd like to hear what they've proffered on that. And I have a few other questions just to solidify on the record some of the things we've negotiated over the last few weeks. I saw two representatives of Unite Here hospitality workers were here this morning. Did you negotiate and finalize a severance package with those workers who will most likely be retiring during this construction period?
Yes, sir. We have there's an addendum to the CBA with that union between the union and the hotel, and it includes a quite robust severance package for each of the employees in the hotel.
Is that open for us to share here, or is that private between you and the union?
I believe it's private between us and the union. I'm certainly willing to check and see if the union would allow for that to be disclosed, but it's a private
I believe
document.
I understand what the number is. I've heard from them, and they're satisfied, you're satisfied, I'm satisfied. I just didn't know if it needed to be memorialized in the record. The IBEW electrical workers, have you met with them, and are you including them in your construction of this project?
We have met with them, and they will be included in a yet to be determined percentage of the project. We've got, for lack of a better term, Commissioner handshake with Mr. Riley and his staff at IBEW, and they will be involved in the construction of the hotel.
Is the goal of that to use them as possible, and once that is exhausted, to move on beyond organized labor, or you don't know yet what that looks like?
Don't know yet what that looks like.
Because our goal would be for you to work with them as much as possible with good paying labor with good benefits and high-level electrical work. The green space proffer, the renderings that you have shown are great. The ballot language doesn't quantify it, and so there's nothing necessarily that we can count on or show the residents to know exactly what that green space will be. I asked earlier one of your representatives to give me a calculation of not the Riverwalk itself, not the pieces that are on the back by the street, but that green space that you show as that open area by the waterfront, on the riverfront. How big is that?
If you'll bear with me for a moment. So there's really kind of four components to it, okay? The first component would be the first 25 feet along the riverfront, which is part of the east with the city. That's approximately 12,000 square feet. And then just inboard of that is another 25 feet. Again, the full length of the 480-foot boardwalk, which is another 12,000 feet. So that's a total of 24,000 feet adjacent to the river as part of the Riverwalk. The triangular piece where there are the archaeological artifacts that's currently not constructed on, that site is about 11,000 square feet. And then the area you're referencing, which is kind of the open area that flows up, up the stairs, up into the building, that's another 17,000 square feet.
So that green area that we see in the renderings where people are sitting on benches, that's about 17,000?
Correct.
Got it. So I'm just looking for a way to memorialize that, and we had some talks about this, especially being the birthday of the city of Miami, the only city in this country founded by a woman, Julia Tuttle, who couldn't even vote in that at the time because of obviously the law at the time. But known as the mother of the city of Miami, we don't have a green space named after her that I know of out of all of our parks and spaces. And I think it would be very fitting, especially with Fort Dallas being right there, to include Julia Tuttle as part of that public riverfront green space. Would you all be open to that?
Absolutely, and we wholeheartedly agree with you and that we should celebrate her as part of this project.
So my proffer, and I'm happy to maintain with this motion and move forward here, considering Commissioner Carollo's concerns on the back end, that we start looking into that, but at least they can move forward with looking at financing and planning. I would look at the first sentence, this is the only thing I've got to say, the first sentence of the ballot language, not the question, but the bullet points where it says additional open public space along Miami River. I would put the square footage, Julia Tuttle Public Riverfront Green Space. It should be about the same number of words. I believe we have a word to spare on the ballot language. But if you were to call it,
Okay, wait a sec. Wait. Let him finish, and then I'll get I'm going to get to you, then you got to get to me, then we're going to go back to you. Okay.
It's just a proffer of an amendment to change that first bullet point, hopefully not to affect the wording of the ballot, the numbers of the ballot, but to quantify that green space so they're held to it. It also shows the voters that we're giving riverfront green space of a certain quantity, whether it's 17,000 or 11,000, whatever the appropriate number is. And name it, Julia Tuttle Public Riverfront Green Space, instead of open public space along Miami River. I think that encapsulates what we're trying to achieve, and that's what I fought for 3 years ago when this came, and so I'd like to see it memorialized in the ballot language. And that's it. Other than that, oh, I'm sorry, and the affordability proffer, did you already place that on the record, what you all are proffering to?
Yes, I thought that in response to the question, I was proffering on behalf of the client that we would increase that last bullet point, or second to last bullet point, from 5.4 million to 20 million.
$20 million Affordable Housing Trust Fund contribution.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
Yes, I'd like that amendment as well in the ballot language.
Hold on. Commissioner Reyes would like to speak.
You like to speak? Oh, do I have the floor? Thank you, Corayo. Thank you. Yes, she is the boss. Believe it or not, she is the boss.
5 minutes.
Yes, 5 minutes. I'm not going to take that long because I'm not going to doing this to hear myself speak. I just want to do one thing that I really, I want to also, I want that study, that traffic study done. Remember, you went in front of DDA and there was a vote that supported, resolutions supporting the project. But there was a lot of concern from some of the members about the traffic pattern that you were, you were showing in your drawings how the traffic was going to be diverted and directed. But I believe that it makes a lot of sense to have a flyover that would drop us, drop all the cars on Biscayne Boulevard if it is possible, because I know that it's a major endeavor that you have to work with the state, with federal, with the city, with the county and everything. But I would love to have an analysis and a study that will take that into consideration. That is something that... Also, I'm glad that Commissioner Russell clarified and stated that and affirmed that all the green space is public. All the green space that you have right by the river is public and is accessible to anybody that wants to do it. Go over there. And, you mentioned $4. We have $4 next to it. I would like to ask you for the cleanup, the site cleanup of $4. I tried for you guys to do some improvements on the river block development, the river walk, and also the river connection underneath the Brickell Bridge. That is horrible, horrible. I will ask that you add arts in public places. Just some sort of illumination and some art to make it that. Remember that river work will connect to Bayfront Park and all of those. I would like for you to. That's what I'm asking. That you take care of this area, the river walk on the $4. And try to make it, beautify it and redo it where it's needed and repair what's needed.
Commissioner, as it relates to the underneath the bridge that connects
That's right.
further east, we've had discussions with some of the city staff members and others. We're fully committed, subject to, I believe it's the Florida Department of Transportation has jurisdiction for that bridge and that road.
Right.
Subject to their appropriate approvals and sign-offs on that. We want to create an art in public places under that bridge, whether it's a mural or some statues.
Whatever it is.
We'll figure it out. And then also to add lighting to it. So in the evenings,
Okay,
it would
because
leave some of the...
that will connect to the Baywalk.
Correct, yes.
And we'll have that continuity on the river from Baywalk.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay,
Less than 3 minutes.
I think, yes, you are at less than 3 minutes. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, would you like to say a few words? We're at 5
I want to
minutes.
ask a couple of questions.
5 minutes.
I know, well, I'm going to probably take about 2 or 2.5, and then
Perfect.
I'm going to come back for the other 2.5.
Perfecto.
I reserve the right to my full 5 minutes.
Perfecto.
So I'll be very, very sorry. You also said we had a possibility of another 5 minutes if everybody wants to say something.
If we
right?
have to come
If
back.
we have to, okay. So this is where we're at. And not to breach, a confidence of our private conversations that we've had. We had a very good meeting a couple days ago. It was the first meeting that I had with you, Phil. I have not spoken to Mr. Dodson about this at all. But I had the first conversation on July 19th about the details of what was happening. And I expressed to you concerns about the rush to a referendum. On the last meeting before we go into break, a November referendum. I'm a believer in referendums, but I think it's important for us to know more details and to be more informed before we make these decisions. After you told me all the things that you wanted to do, and you had other representatives there, the last thing you mentioned was the 1,500 units at market rate, the 92-story, I believe, building. I'm going off the top of my head, I don't have notes. And I asked them the affordability component. And you were adamant about it not being on site, but that you were willing to commit dollars. And at that point was, I believe it was 5.4 million, if I'm correct in the number, or something in that range. And I said that it wasn't enough, that we needed more. And then we went back and forth on the on-site, off-site. And then we had a conversation about where those 5.4 million or additional dollars that I would come and publicly say that I wanted much more than that. I know you've got it to 20 million now. I still don't think that's enough. I think it should be more like 25 million in an affordability component. I don't know if that math works for you or not. And we also had a conversation. I didn't mention 25 million. I mentioned that I wanted substantially more is what I said, if I remember correctly. And I also mentioned that it was important that those dollars would go to redevelopment agencies, or a big percentage of those dollars would go to redevelopment agencies. Of course, not the real redevelopment agencies in the city of Miami are the two, the Overtown Park West Redevelopment Agency, and of course the Omni CRA. Because that's what the real need is for affordable housing. And if it goes to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, then it could be spent all over the city and in places that maybe they don't need it. If it goes, with all due respect, Commissioner Russell, to seawalls and bay walks and all these things, that's not the purpose of spending money on. We have a crisis, not a new crisis, Commissioner Russell. I heard you. I was watching the whole thing in my office. It's not a new crisis. Right now it's a very old crisis of affordability in the city. I want to make sure those dollars go to housing, to affordable housing. And the areas that really need it are the Overtown CRA and the Omni CRA geographic areas that you once chaired, and you understand the need there. But not to other parts of the city. And the money should be a significant development. You're talking, again, a $1.7 billion development. So for me, among the other things that we spoke about, for me it's important you commit serious dollars to affordability, to housing, off-site, and I'll agree to that because I understand the site, the location, highest and best use. I get all those arguments. But we have to have a more serious commitment than $20 million to affordable housing. And I think a big percentage of that should go to the community redevelopment agencies for housing so that they can then spend it in the right places. Of course, the community redevelopment agencies always come back to this commission anyway, because at the end of the day, the boards are the city commission. So everybody gets a right to vote the same way they get the right to vote here. But I want to make sure that it's focused, more like, or even to earmark it to particular places, to particular projects, to particular areas that are in dire need or in more need than other areas. So to me, that's important. I can put aside probably the idea that we are rushing a referendum, but the idea that people make a choice in an election, a democratic process, I've always bought into that, always. The idea that you have to come back to us, and I always say this, the idea that you have to come back to us and get 4 votes for a lease, I want to put it on the record today that it is very clear, and to be very clear with you, that 20 million is not enough for me, that it has to go back to the areas that need it, and that when you come back to the city has to have a percentage of gross sales. If you have any retail, if you're gonna have any retail in that space, I don't know if you're going to or not, but if you come back with retail, you have to have some of that into the mix. We wanna make as much money off you as possible as you're gonna make off us. That's prime real estate, highest and best use. So for me, it's important that you do the most that you can for the city of Miami. I used my whole 5 minutes. We may need another 5, sorry.
You
I'll be
did.
back.
Okay. Now, I would like to say something about the project, and I did meet with the developers. I want to make sure that IBEW, the electrical union, will be taken care of, that you will reach an agreement with them. What I want to know from the city attorney is that the community benefits that we are discussing, does that have to be spelled out in the ballot language? Because if it does, then we have some work to do. Or can we negotiate with them subsequent to the ballot, subsequent to approval from the voters? Because what our task here is today is to decide whether this should go to the ballot. Do we want to redevelop that site where the Hyatt and the James L. Knight Center sits? And having said that, when they came to me, I said, I'm a no-go unless there's affordable housing. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam
There's
Chair.
no way I'm going to vote for a project that will not have affordable housing when the city of Miami is experiencing the worst housing crisis in its history. Their response to me was, not on site. They have agreed to give 15 units of affordable housing at 80% AMI in perpetuity for seniors and veterans as on-site, in perpetuity. And then there was the contribution of at the time 5.4, but now it's up to 20. And I agree with my colleague that a portion of that 20, 25, whatever that number is, should go directly to the redevelopment agencies. I am not in agreement for the money to be deposited into the housing trust. I believe it should go, and perhaps my colleagues all should have a right to determine, get a portion apiece, but I believe that a portion of that money should go to the Overtown CRA. So what I'm asking from the city attorney is that, do we have to put these conditions in the ballot language? Because once they come back, if they are successful and the voters agree, then that's when I believe we should start carving out our community benefits.
So, as Madam Chair, as you know, we only have 75 words.
Correct.
And so it's not an exact science. I think that the goal is always to be able to put in the key terms, because obviously whatever you put in that ballot language, you're pretty much locked into that. So you don't have to list everything. It's balancing. You want to have the key terms. Obviously, that's always the best thing to do within the space that you have. If you can fit it and there are terms that are definite terms, you can put it in. But it's always. We do this every time. You're taking an and out, you're taking a to out. It's always a struggle to do the 75 words. So it's really just I think a decision from this body as to what the core terms are going to be and what you can fit into the 75-word description.
Madam Chair, may I add to his answer?
Go ahead.
A couple of things real quick on the ballot language. We want to be very mindful of the 75-word limit, but also the step that we're at the moment, to your point. We're not approving a lease today. The The lease still needs to be negotiated, and will come back to this commission for approval. At that time, a full-blown community benefits agreement can be a part of that lease, taking into consideration this conversation. The ballot language is the framework and the minimum of where we're headed. Not the maximum, but the minimum. So we can't do less than what we put in the ballot language. And that's why this framework is very important. And I want to just respond very briefly on the ballot language on Julia Tuttle. As my client mentioned, we think that is a fantastic idea. But using the 75 words in the ballot language at this moment, we think it would be better to go with the 20 million to the redevelopment agencies or wherever you want to put it, because we are open to wherever you think it's best spent.
Yeah.
Jose Marti, I like too, but
That's why we're not putting any, we would
That's a
respectfully
different
request that the names at this moment not be placed in the ballot.
But I don't think the ballot language should have the dollar value 20 million, because I think my colleagues,
well, I'm with you. And I think some other colleagues over there may not like the CRA idea, so that could be left, but hold on, but that could be left, no, the CRA, the allocation, the majority going to the CRA, I'm saying I think, not I know, I think.
so wait a minute.
No, no,
Wait a minute. Let me speak.
Okay.
So we've all had our round one.
Yes.
Now we're on round two, and the way we do it is I go to my vice chair first,
No, then number one second, District 1.
and then, so everyone is gonna get another chance. Todd, give me the 5 minutes.
What is the average, to the non-lawyer, the average size of the apartment units that you're building, the 1,500?
It's approximately 850 square feet average in the 1,500, actually 1,532 units. It's approximately 850 square feet.
850 square feet, so it'll be a small two-bedroom that you're going to be building.
There's a mix. There's a few studios. They're mostly 1 and 2 bedrooms and a few 3 bedrooms.
If they were condos, what do you think the market rate would be to sell them?
I'm not familiar with the condo market to have an estimation on that.
A wise statement. What are you anticipated average rent in the project?
Based on our market studies and the highest and best use, the current average rent is approximately $3,400 a month.
You're figuring, as of today, it'd be 3,400, but you're not finishing the project until 2029, so
4,500.
who knows what it'll be then? How many City of Miami residents do you think that can afford for an 840, 850 size feet apartment? Do you think can afford $3,400 today?
That's not 80% of MI.
No, that's the market rate.
No, that's the market rate.
Yeah, but
That's
that's-
right. But I thought you were talking about the affordable, the market rate, 40.
No, affordable, they're only giving us 15, they say affordable. Gentlemen, everyone's spoken on their ideas of, on the 20 million. I will say that I think 20 million is very low. That's why I think this needs a lot more going through and massaging. But first and foremost, it's the traffic study that I mentioned that would include a flyover. Because I truly believe that if you don't have that, this is going to end up killing downtown Miami. where it's going to be like a plug there, that nothing would move unless you're in a lane for a long, long time to get through. And that's the worst thing that could happen in downtown Miami. I do think that a flyover will be something that could easily be done and nowhere near as expensive as one of your lobbyists tried to convince me of last night. The areas that we need the most affordable housing outside of Overtown, but Overtown has Southeast Overtown CRA already that brings a lot of money there. It's in other parts of the city, Little Havana, Flag-Ami, Alapata, Liberty City,
Little Bahamas.
Little Haiti, Little Bahamas, and those are all going to be outside of the CRAs.
That's right.
That, you know, the CRAs can't give any monies for housing in that area. So I don't think I need to extend myself more to know where I'm coming from in that. But the one thing that we do agree tonight on is that all that would be for negotiating if this passes in November. If this passes in November. If this passes in November. So I think I said my piece. I know this has the votes, you know. One thing that I was taught very early on in politics, how to count. And I'd learned that very early. But I also was taught, you know, when to fold, when to draw, and when to wait for the next card game. So I'm not going to be a vote in favor of this because I think he needs more time to get right. I am not going to have it in my legacy that I was a vote that put the nail in downtown's coffin, where we finally made the biggest mess when nothing gets through. If there was one thing that Maurice Ferre and I talked and tried to accomplish before we were out of office, was to have resolved the problem that we have today in downtown Miami. We were out of office, and nobody did anything about it. I'm hoping that we could resolve it now, but to come up with about 2,400 units, 1,500 which will be straight apartments, close to another 300 that will be apartments or part of the hotel pool, and another 600 plus will be hotel, with an additional 60,000 square feet of your meeting space that's going to bring it up to almost 200,000. It's a small city. I do compliment you on putting a little over an acre of green space. That's wonderful. It's not going to do anything with the traffic problem. So I might be, as I see it, the only vote against this today, but I've been there in the past, and it flipped around eventually.
Commissioners, I need to draft a question, though, so.
You need to what?
Draft a question.
Well, we're not finished yet. We're
Okay.
doing 5 minutes.
I got 1 minute left.
No, you
No,
don't.
you don't.
30
Actually, you're over.
But
You're over.
I'm
30 seconds.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds because you're my vice chair, but you have gone
I
beyond.
will tell you what Mary Brickell told Henry Flagler. See, Russell's so hooked up on Tuttle because she's been given the title of the mother of Miami, but Mary Brickell was the one that sold all the land to Flagler.
That's correct.
And what she told him at the time, and I was there, I heard it. She said to him, Henry, you're making the streets too narrow, Henry. You got to make them wider. And Henry, like most men, were hard-headed. He didn't want to listen to Mary because she was a woman. And look at the mess that we got in downtown today because he made the streets too narrow. that, in essence, created part of the problem for the Hyatt property. So I'm saying to you, the only way you could resolve that is by not making the new streets, the overpass, narrow, and now you'll have 2 lanes on top that go straight, besides the one in the bottom of the overpass into Biscayne, and then whatever you got in traffic that you don't get in the middle in the new scenario traffic that you're creating will be in 1 lane that just goes right, but won't plug up everything going into Biscayne, where traffic will be jammed up to I-95.
Okay, now we're going to go
By district number.
in order of districts.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner?
I'm going to go
Well,
to before
I'm going to tell you that I think it's important to understand that you're in the wild card game today. You still have to play a divisional playoff, which will be your referendum. Then you have to go to the championship game, which will be the lease agreement. You have to get to the Super Bowl. So we're going to have a lot of bites of this apple to get what we think is fair for the city of Miami. I think the ballot language now, because of the 75-word limitation, should not include the naming of a particular green area. We can come back to that, and we could do that in the divisional playoff game, or in the championship game, and come back. Right? We can do all that. The $25 million is important, and the ballot language can say a minimum. By the way, let me take a step back. We can have the debate about how we spend the $25 million.
They brought it up to 25 million, right?
I know, or they're going to now.
No, they brought it up. They said it.
The 25 million could be part of the ballot language, and it could be a minimum of 25 million. That could be the ballot language. So that's the floor you were talking about. Okay? And then we can have the conversation of how those dollars are spent. Then we can have a debate about whether $7.5 million goes to a CRA or another CRA, and then split out. We can do all that. We're going to have that debate, because we have a lot more games to play. So we're not going to decide that today. But I think we should decide that 25 million, a minimum of 25 million, should go on the ballot language, because that guarantees us and makes us feel better with our constituents, and they feel better, safer, that they're voting for something that's really, really important for the city. That we, as their representatives, are fighting for the affordability crisis, to solve the affordability crisis that we have. And I think it's a commitment that a $1.7 billion project can do, and a corporation like Hyatt and a corporation like Gencom can do. And I don't think it's a lot to ask for you to get to the right place with that, and for our voters, our constituents, and our residents to know that you're serious about affordability, that you're not only there to build the 600-something hotel rooms, the 200-something corporate rooms, and the $1,500, $3,500 a month for now. Like Commissioner Carollo said, it's going to be over $4,000 or more when it's built. We also have 5 or 6 years before this is built, because you're going to raise the whole place down, right? And you're going to build it, so there's nothing going to happen there for a while. It's construction. There's a lot of concerns, and those issues have not been addressed. It's not the time to address them, but the thing that we are addressing today is whether you have the votes that you do today, and I'm voting for it, to get us to a place where we can have a referendum, let the people of Miami decide whether we move forward. And then we come back and we have the debate. For me, the things that are important, on the ballot language, a minimum of 25 million. And I want to put it on the record. I think we can get the votes for that here. A minimum of $25 million for affordable housing. If you want to call it attainable housing, because that way you include workforce, we can call it that too. Depending, that wording we can play with, right? We also need workforce housing. The other issue that's important that Chairwoman King mentioned is the inclusion of unions, like IBEW especially, the people that the labor movement and working people that need to be included in these jobs. That to me is very, very important as well. And we have Bill Riley here who's been representing them for 30 years. So that is important to put on the record as well. So that language, as we move forward, the ballot language at a minimum of 25 million, the idea that you're going to come back to us anyway, and the political understanding that you got to come back to us anyway, your public commitment to these things that we were talking about today. And by the way, I agree, whether it's Mary Brickell or whether it's Julia Tuttle, I think it's important to honor our founding mothers. So I agree with that too. I also agree with the seawall in that area, in the Bay Walk, and all these things that we can do. I mean, the river walk that we can do there, because that's part of the pedestrian pathway that we need for people that need it in that area, and the connectivity that you've been talking about in your whole career. So all those things matter to me, but I want your company to understand that you're gonna come back to us, and you're gonna need us again, and that we will make sure you do right by Miami, because that's what we're here for, to do right by Miami. So it's very, very important that you do the most that you can, and when we get there, we may very well have something, and maybe revitalize a property that's dead, that's not generating anything. I know the valuation increased to 126 million, so once you sign the lease, my understanding is once you sign the lease, you automatically start paying taxes on that, correct? For the valuation of 126 million, is it now? Something like that? I'm old, but I still have a pretty good memory. So what happens is, if people understand that we're gonna start paying taxes, and when you're done, Miami's gonna be in a better place. What Commissioner Carollo said, that the flyover, the traffic, I think the traffic, I made the same argument with Miami Freedom Park, the traffic is gonna be the traffic. It's a mess now, and it's gonna be a mess because Flagler didn't make the roads wide enough. So at the end of the day, you can find solutions to the traffic problem. The traffic study matters, but all that's gonna come back to us anyway, right? And we're gonna be able to evaluate once we have all that information and we have enough time to think about it and do a deliberative process. So I'm a yes today, but you have to live up to your commitments, and you have to do good by Miami and do right by Miami at the end of the day.
Commissioner Russell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who is the second on the motion, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Reyes.
Reyes. Okay. Is there an agreement to the $25 million minimum affordable housing contribution?
Can you give me a minute to confer with some colleagues, please?
Yes. So here's what my recommended amendment would be if the seconder agrees and if the votes are here. On the first bullet point of the ballot language that's proffered in the backup material, forget about Julia Tuttle for now, but please remember, many things are named after Mary Brickell, but Julia Tuttle sent the orange blossoms to Henry Flagler that convinced him to come down here because it didn't freeze in Miami. And my daughter's name is Julia, but don't let that sway your decision at all. The first bullet point would be half-acre public riverfront green space. It's 5 words, less than the words they got there. And it's
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Half-acre, or 0.5 acre, public riverfront green space. That's just over 20,000 feet. And that solidifies the number for the voters. It makes it more attractive, and it solidifies for us what we're getting, so it can't be changed later. And then on bullet point number 4, if agreed by the applicant now, it would say minimum $25 million affordable housing contribution. That's vague enough that it does not say the CRAs are where it goes, but and it says minimum, and it gives us all flexibility, but I think it will help them at the ballot. That is a significant contribution to affordable housing. Attainable, I believe, only covers the higher end. Affordable is the entire spectrum. Affordable. Manolo's vote. He's my second. So the amendment I'm proffering is minimum $25 million affordable housing contribution for bullet point number 4. And for bullet point number 1, half-acre public riverfront, 1 word, green space, 1 word. That's it. The rest of it, I love it. That's my motion. If the seconder agrees, we may be off to the races.
I agree, but I mean, we cannot include anything else because it's going to be out. But we have the commitment that about what we I stated about for Dallas, and as you mentioned, the River Walk and the Bay Walk and on the bridge and all of that.
But what was stated about Fort Dallas?
Fort Dallas, we wanted to clean it up and maintain it and clean it up, maintain it, and improve it.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest issue there is Fort Dallas, the house itself.
The house is yes.
Needs about $1 million.
I don't know if it has got to be demolished. I don't know what. Whatever is left to it, but at least the surroundings have to be clean.
It has to be a minimum of 26 million then.
Yes.
To include Fort Dallas. That way we fix it. You change a 5 to a 6.
But we are not making a fort there. Are we building a fort? A real fort?
You guys better make up your minds quickly. By the time you're done, it'll be at 30 million.
Madam Chair, the only thing I ask.
Break the huddle.
You're taking too long for this one, Madam Chair.
Yes. Normally, when we write this up, this is due tomorrow to the elections division. So I need 2 minutes to write, and then I come back and I read it to you.
She really needs 5.
Okay, I need 5, or I just need to make sure that The ballot language is always the most important heartache of any of these deals, and I've done like 10 of them already, so please, I just need to make sure it's what you want.
All that is wonderful language and so on, but I will tell you that someone could go out there, and I could just see someone putting a mailer. They would say, $1.5 billion project,
1.7.
1.7 billion dollar project, 1,500 apartments, $4,000 a month, and they only want to give us 25 million for affordable housing.
Well,
Don't
we
take a
could-
lot of money.
Well, I have an idea. Actually, I have an idea. That you actually
Don't
bring,
take a lot of
you actually
money,
bring up a good
and
point,
it's gonna
Commissioner Caro. You
be
bring up
crashing down.
we could add and other community benefits. We can add that to
Yeah,
the
that's
language.
for Dallas.
Of course, but then we can negotiate. For example, Magic City Innovation was $40 million.
Yes.
60, right? $60 million. I mean, so whenever you're talking about something, and when you're talking about $1.7 billion, yeah.
Magic City Innovation was very different. We didn't own that.
That's
Yeah, I understand. I
We didn't have
understand.
the
But what I'm
problems
saying
that-
is that it was a lot more. We didn't own it, and we still got a lot more.
That was negotiated when they came back.
I know,
Hold
but I'm
on a
saying.
sec, hold on a sec. Todd has been trying to get our attention for a minute.
But wait a minute. What do we?
Wait, let me see what Todd wants to tell us.
Okay, well, Todd.
No, I just want to make sure the mover and seconder, we're still, I know that there were two amendments made by Commissioner Russell regarding the first and fourth bullet point, but also that you're still accepting my ministerial amendments from 734 that were made earlier, just talking about adding a resolution number on a certain page and amendment number 1 and so forth. The city attorney did ask if the mover would entertain the idea of removing the term sheet from the resolution.
Uh-oh. I think they're taking part of Brian's fee out of that next $5 million you asked for. I see him here now.
Or did you want that reference to remain in the resolution?
Both the city attorney and the city manager recommend it's in our favor for it not to be attached to give more flexibility, so I'm open to it.
Okay, so you're accepting that amendment? And then there
Yes.
was also an amendment for $400,000 from the, I guess, the developer for traffic engineer to conduct a study, $400,000?
Yes.
And you're accepting that amendment?
Yes.
Good to go.
Ready?
I'm going to ask for two things. First, I'm going to respond directly to the motion on the table, and then ask for a 5-minute break for us to work with the city attorney on the language for the ballot. There's been a lot of changes here.
No,
We just wanna-
we're going to do that, obviously,
Yeah.
but that's not the point.
Yes, so let me start with
Okay.
the items that have been modified. I shook my head, yes, just want to do it for the record, on the $400,000 to the study. And I believe what we also said was to the extent the study costs less than $400,000, you would contribute it to affordable housing.
That's fine.
Number two.
You're talking just a few dollars there.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just clarifying. Number two, we want to be very clear that where the money goes that we contribute is a public policy decision. Our client is very focused on making sure that it goes to affordable housing, whether it goes to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund or to a redevelopment agency. We heard this conversation, that's for you all to decide. So we don't think that has to go on the ballot language as to where it goes. As to the amount, we're prepared to accept $25 million as the contribution, not minimum contribution. So you asked us to increase it from 20 to 25, and we are pleased to do that as our contribution. As to the Fort Dallas, I think was another part that you mentioned, in the Arts and Public Place and the Riverwalk, we also accept those amendments as well.
Okay, let's vote.
Wait 1 second.
No.
One second.
No, because they're.
Wait 1 second. Although it's not going to be added in the ballot language, the agreement that we have for the 15 units for, okay, because that's going to be a handshake right now. And I trust that we will get that for the seniors and/or veterans And those units remain affordable units in perpetuity.
15.
Let me say, there were two things that I did not mention, because it was not mentioned in the recap. One was the unions, and the other was what you just mentioned. So I'm going to let the client respond to both, which we are prepared to do.
As we spoke briefly, you and I, Chairwoman, that's touched our heart, and we want to do that. To the extent that it's allowed by law to restrict those units to retired veterans or police officers or others, absolutely. And just a small clarification, the ground lease is 99 years, so it's not in perpetuity, but certainly as long as the ground lease is in place, I just...
99 years. And
But wait, I don't want to get caught up in to the extent the law allows. So for those units, you can call them whatever you want to call them, but the rent, if you guys have to pay the difference, they need to be on site.
Let me clarify. So in our mind, those are 60% AMI units.
80.
Better for him.
Better, what do you say, 60?
I'm sorry, that's right, 60.
No, 60, much better. Much better, 60.
Come on.
60% of AMI. I mean, there's a great difference
Look,
between
yes.
60% and 80.
Yes.
We spoke about this. We know,
Yes.
know what we're trying to do.
Yes.
60% AMI units, they're available for as long as the ground lease is in place.
Okay.
And we would prefer, as you would, if we can restrict those units to those classes, descriptions, whatever the appropriate term is, we are all for that. If for some reason it can't be done, then they'll be available to whatever the regulations are for affordable housing at 60% AMI.
Okay.
Or you can make it up somewhere else if they can't do
Right.
it that way, right?
Right.
You build
right.
15 units
right.
somewhere else, if you have to, at the end of the day.
And with this as a public record, you have our word, we will do that.
The unions,
The
IBEW and others?
I mean, we met once, we've spoken, we've made a commitment, we're going to do something. I can't stand here today, and I don't think Mr. Riley can stand here today and say exactly what that is. He and his members are part of our team, and we will put an arrangement in place as quickly as we can.
And that's your word?
That is our word, yes, sir, as part of the public record.
Okay.
So we're going to allow Vicky 5 minutes to work
But there's one more, I have one more left, and I'm done. The community, are we restricting ourselves to no additional community benefits during any of the negotiations that we'll have? Well, it was not, they haven't made a commitment because they don't want to use the word minimum. They want to say 25 million in ballot language. So are we restricting ourselves to not be able to have a conversation based on the record here today about additional community benefits that we may want to require
Well, he
during the lease
certainly-
agreement?
He certainly thinks so. And I think
Oh, well, I think they mean that they don't really want to go above a cash benefit of 25 million, but there could be
Additional benefits.
additional benefits.
Let me explain to you the reality.
Okay.
The reality is that the size units that they're talking about are small 2 bedrooms and the location that they're going to be in. Those units in today's market are probably worth, at the very least, and I'm probably being somewhat conservative, $500,000. And I'm being conservative, probably more. By the time they built them, you might tag another 100,000 in them. Now, using the $500,000 in today's number, what they're giving us per unit in it's approximately a hair over 3.5%, 16,500 plus. Actually, 16,666 to
How do
be
you-
a little over 3.5%. It should be, frankly, no less than a 4%, which would bring it to 20,000 per unit and $30 million on the affordable side. And that's dirt cheap because many others in this business will tell you that you should be able to get more than 5%, not even a 4%. And right now, we're at a slightly over 3.5% up front.
Madam Chairwoman.
Madam Chair, question? What is the trigger for the 25 million to be released? At what rate, has that been
Oh,
expressed?
once
I
it's
missed
built,
that.
they're gonna tell you, once it's built.
So is there any?
Yeah.
No,
We haven't even gotten there
That's
yet.
all-
Okay, I'm
that's
just
on the
curious if it
lease.
had been proffered or not, because that makes a huge difference to us.
That's right.
I think that we have the ability, tell me if I'm wrong, to negotiate all these things during the
Okay.
lease process, right? So we'll
That's
go,
fine.
we'll
That's
say,
right.
you know,
Now, you
after
know,
the signing of the lease, it may be 5 million or 10 million or whatever it is, and then you move on, right?
That's right.
And I think we'll have those negotiations.
It could be on
But-
installment.
But they know they need, I'll go back to what I said, they still need the championship game. They need that lease. And so we're gonna have a lot of leverage to get what we need for the city.
There, Russell?
So I'll remove the minimum, if that's all right, Commissioner, if that
Yes.
still maintains your vote. I'll remove the word minimum, so it simply says in bullet point number 4, $25 million affordable housing
Yes.
contribution.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney,
Yes.
are we tying ourselves up by putting that kind of language or not, where we will be then limited to what was approved was only 25 million, therefore, we shouldn't be asking for more, or can't ask for more?
Affordable housing contribution.
This is a problem. In my experience, when then we start negotiating, every developer's attorneys point to this and say, oh no, it didn't say a minimum, it just said X.
That's
or
why I
Y."
said a minimum.
So that's
That's
why
what they
you
know.
always put minimums, so
That's
that
right.
then you can ask for more, because then they
Yes.
say, oh no, that's not what the people really wanted.
That will untie our hands.
We stick to a minimum, end of story, and we vote on it and you probably pass it. Or we continue the debate. What do you prefer?
I think.
We want to have flexibility.
Here, to give us flexibility, I think, and we will negotiate in good faith, at least I can commit to negotiating in good faith.
So will I.
The language, to add the word minimum, I think it should be minimum community benefit of 25 million. And that doesn't mean that it's a minimum dollar amount. It's a minimum of the value of community benefits. So therefore, we could get other benefits included in the project.
Correct. But with the record showing that our real goal is to do affordable housing. With it.
Minimum 25 million community benefit.
That's it. That works?
Minimum,
All right,
yes.
can we vote?
Because a community benefit does not necessarily have to be a dollar. It could be some of the ground floor
Some of the
lease.
units or some of the
It
ground
could-
floor, it could be
It is, some
some
of
retail space. or-
right.
Madam Chair, I have a question. We have talked about everything here, but I haven't heard what will be the contribution, your contribution that the city is going to, the projected contribution the city is going to receive due to how much are you going to pay for to the city for using is 6% of gross, or what is it?
The current lease structure is a minimum rent of $2.5 million, which is 10 times what the current minimum rent is for the existing lease.
It is minimum rate of
$2.5 million.
$2.5 million a year. And,
Or percentage, or the greater of percentage rent, which is 2.5% of all the revenue generated from the project.
2.5%.
So what I'd like to have now, because the hour is getting long
5
and we
minutes.
still have a
Yes.
lot of
That's
work to do,
well,
I'd like to get the ballot
that's what I wanted to-
language
Yes.
from Victoria.
Can we just finish this item and then just defer everything till the
2.5%.
September meeting, everything else?
No, we have, no.
It's a joke, guys.
No.
It's a joke. Levity at 8:48, okay? Relax.
At 10 o'clock, we have to leave.
If we don't agree to, so that's.
Iris almost had a heart attack over there.
It's 8:48, and we have till 10 o'clock, because I was just informed by one of my colleagues that he's leaving at 10 o'clock. So we need to, get the,
Who informed you of that?
Which one?
Commissioner Reyes.
Oh, okay. Well, he's
Well,
gotta get
I'm not gonna
his
say,
sleep.
but he's gonna vote against it anyway, right? So. No, he heard me. Oh, he heard me. Oops,
It
sorry, I
was,
apologize. He's
it
coming
was
back.
cut-
I thought he went to the restroom.
It was cut in the mic, I'm sorry.
Okay, 5 minutes.
My first meeting was till 10:30. My very first meeting. That was a long. We have a lot of stuff left. We have. What do we have left?
Actually,
PZ 8.
this is a really good point. Look what he writes about his bird. It's a very good point. The last one. It's actually a good point. I get it. I know we want to spend it on something else, but the problem is it's got to pass. It doesn't pass with anything. No, I'm thinking about whether it's affordable housing. Okay, thanks, yeah, thanks. Why didn't you tell me last time? So he said, mics are hotter. What did he tell me last time? He's got your back. What he's saying is that affordable housing on the language actually helps us.
Can you read it, please?
Chair,
Before she reads it, Madam Chair, I removed the half acre, so it simply says public riverfront green space. And as you are asking them to honor their word that they will be providing a half acre public riverfront green space.
Go ahead.
And if they agree to that, and it's in the term sheet in the back, I'm okay with it not being in the ballot language.
Here comes Todd. Never a good thing. He's waiting for a response.
Yes, we will honor that on the green
Thank you.
space.
So the ballot language will not include the word half acre. Got it. So once the city attorney reads the language, I'll make that my amendment. If the second agrees, I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
yeah, just in case.
Madam City Attorney?
Breathing room. Thank you, Todd. Shall the Miami's charter be amended authorizing city to amend Hyatt lease with HRM owner LLC, including Night Center property, extending to 99 years, waiving bidding and requiring at no cost to the city, public riverfront green space, new Hyatt hotel, additional parking, convention space, and apartments, increased annual rent to city from $250,000 to minimum $2,500,000 or 2.5% gross, 2.5% of gross revenues, whichever greater, minimum 25 million affordable housing contribution, expanded public riverwalk. Question mark?
I have a.
That's the question, and right now, this is the minimum. We don't have a term sheet attached to allow you flexibility. It's on the record that they're promising you that. If they don't, it's a 4/5 vote. They don't have four, and there that goes.
Let me, if I may,
Please.
is there a way to reverse it? Now, let me take my commissioner hat off and put my political campaign guy hat on. Is there a way to reverse it and mention the 25 million public benefit, all the other things that are providing first, and then the other stuff after?
You can, however, I believe that they've done like market study on the question or
Oh,
something,
Jesus.
and that's why they want it in a particular order, but
Of course,
Well, if the applicant agrees to the way the language is, they
well,
have the
I
most to
understand.
lose.
I understand, but I'm telling you that, number one, people are not going to read it. Most people don't finish the whole 75 words. If you put the benefits first, people get excited about it. So you do what you want to do. If the applicant wants to reverse it, reverse it. It's up to you. It's your issue. I recommend, by the way, unsolicited and unpaid political advice is that you tell people first where you're giving them, not where you're taking. That makes sense. What are you giving them? But if that's what they want, that's what we'll vote on.
Okay.
Can you read that to me again, please? Please read it. I want to let it flow for a second.
You're doing your political thing too, aren't you? Of course. Yeah. You reverse it.
Did you print it?
Read it again.
yes, I'll read it again. Can you give this to? Shall Miami's charter be amended authorizing city to amend Hyatt lease with HRM owner LLC, including Night Center property, extending to 99 years, waiving bidding, and requiring at no cost to the city, not to the, remember that we have to take out prepositions and stuff
Just
because.
keep on reading, keep on reading.
Public riverfront green space, new Hyatt hotel, additional parking, right. So,
It's a semicolon. I think.
if you give me a moment, I'll have it printed. I sent it to all your offices at the same time, but. Okay.
Just keep reading, Victoria.
All right, so.
Start again.
Shall Miami's charter be amended authorizing city to amend Hyatt lease with HRM owner LLC, including Night Center property extending to 99 years, waiving bidding, and requiring at no cost to city, public riverfront green space, new Hyatt hotel, additional parking, convention space, and apartments, increased annual rent to city from $250,000 to minimum $2,500,000 or 2.5% of gross revenues, whichever greater, minimum 25 million affordable housing contribution, expanded public riverwalk, question mark?
I will put the latter part first. On the front, of course, $25 million in benefits, riverfront, park space, all the things that people want to hear first, and then you put everything you're getting. Forget whatever marketing company you're using for the study, get a new one. Trust me. You'll see.
Okay, but if that's what they agreed on, that's what's before us, let's put it to a vote.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1,
As amended.
as amended.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you very much. We look forward to having Commissioner Carollo on some of the radio ads that we're doing in favor of this, right? Just kidding. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good luck in November.
Commissioners, I'm
luck.
sorry, just to
Good
clarify for the record,
Thank
you
you.
voted on RE 4 and 5
5
together.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, what's left
Congratulations.
for us is,
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
thank you. What remains is PZ 8.
I'll move it.
We have something else after that, right?
No, yes. After PZ 8, then we have PZ 15 through 27, which is MFP. So let's hear PZ 8 right now. I believe the planning department has a presentation.
Would you like a motion on it, Madam Chair?
May I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Russell, second by Commissioner Alex Diaz de la Portilla.
Como si tú fueras a hacer
Ms. Hall?
Good evening, Lakeisha Hall, Planning Director. So in regards to PZ item number 8, wanted to provide some background in regards to what is before Commission. So if you recall, on March 24th, 2022, City Commission passed a resolution that incentivized the transfer density for Block 55. And so that started the research and the development of the draft ordinance that's before Commission today. We had our first reading as well, June 23rd, on this legislation. So with Block 55, if you recall, it's an attainable mixed-income housing project, and that project is achieving mixed-income units in regards to meeting moderate income levels and also lower income levels. And so because the development itself was not able to achieve all the development potential, the transfer of the density of the development rights is something that we wanted to bring for you in text legislation updates. And so right now we have, as part of the draft legislation, administration put together legislation that is allowing for the transfer of the density to go to eligible sites, which right now is located in T5, T6, CIHD transect zones, in TOD areas or in the transit corridors, and also on sites that are eligible to receive density per their future land use map. So Madam Chair, that's a quick overview of this item.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to start with you. Do you have any comments? I have a motion and a second. You ready? Are we ready to vote on it? All in favor?
Chair, the title?
Madam City Attorney, no, the titles were already read, weren't they?
Not
Not
this one.
one? Go ahead.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by amending Article 3 titled General to Zones to establish an affordable housing transfer of development density program containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
My only question is, I made the motion for the purpose of discussion. How much do we lose in this new concept versus the one that we have in place? Has the administration done the analysis for us? Because I'm concerned that this will certainly help some developers out, but is not going to gain us any additional dollars, maybe lose us dollars that we are now getting with the process that we have in place. I don't know if you've done that analysis or not.
Sir, I'll start off here, City Manager, if you want to add anything else. So we did do an analysis of the eligible sites for each CRA area. And so as of today, we see that there are 5 sites available in the Southeast Overtown CRA, and there are 4 sites. And so based on that evaluation, these sites have potentially built out all of their eligible density, and so there is remaining surplus density on the table. And so that's the density that's not going to be able to be built. And what we gathered in the research, sir, is that that density will help to offset the subsidies of those affordable units if they were able to transfer. So it's a way to be able to help the transactions of building affordable units on site in a way that helps to subsidize it even more without having to use additional CRA funds.
But this transfers can only be done in the CRA areas?
As the legislation is written right now, it starts off in the CRA areas, and they can transfer the density to the eligible sites that's on a transit corridor or TOD area, sir.
And it can only be done between developers?
Developers that meet the requirement of building affordable, attainable mixed income units. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair?
Sir?
Yes, I had a question, and I think that it was answered. This transfer could only apply to those whole buildings that are there being filled. It's going to be used because I don't want those transfer to be transferred to my district.
Commissioner Reyes, I think you should allow staff to answer that question.
Well,
Okay.
I thought they did.
They did,
I
but he's asking,
But
so
I'm making sure
Right.
because we agree that it was going to be east of I-95.
Ms. Hall,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can
Commissioner
repeat the
Reyes
question?
has a question.
Is that east of I-95?
Yes, the properties that we were able to evaluate and assess are east of 95.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And as I
Areas
understood,
of tall buildings, okay.
as I understood, they were only going to be in the CRA areas.
The projects that are able to benefit from the transfer to density, sir, they have to be in CRA boundaries starting off. Those are the eligible sites.
Okay, will it be both of our CRAs there, or just Southeast Overtown?
Both, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the administration saying this?
No, I mean, we fully support it. There's also another sort of, I don't know if you want to call it an unintended benefit, but as those transfer development rights are transferred to the receiving party or receiving property, it actually will increase the value of that property. Therefore, the tax benefit to the city increases as well. So there's actually another ancillary benefit to the city as well.
Do you have any clients that want to speak to this?
No.
I see you got some that have come in late at night.
No.
Through the chair, just one item. I wanted to just mention that today, the city of Miami does not have a TDD program that is outside historic preservation. So this is the new concept.
All right. The chairwoman is sponsoring this, and I will back her.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. And now we will get to PZ 15. Because wait.
Whoa, what time is it?
It's 9:26,
Can we
which,
take a 35-minute break?
I'm going to sound like an auctioneer.
What I'm going to do to give us a break is to have our city attorney read the titles into the record, because they all need to be read into the record.
Okay, this will be the last item of the night.
These are the last items of the night.
Some of us will turn into pumpkins.
That's right, PZ 15 through 27. So, Madam City Attorney, if you can begin to read the titles into the record.
10-minute break?
No, just,
My pleasure.
just reading, we don't.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 has amended the future land use map of the comprehensive neighborhood plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163 through 187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from public parks and recreation to major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities, and restricted commercial of the acreage described herein of real property generally located at 1400 and 1550 Northwest 37th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. That's the flume for MFP. The SAP, an ordinance, PZ 16, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments pursuant to Articles 3 and 7 of the ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended, rezoning certain parcels of approximately 130 acres for development at the Miami Freedom Park Special Area Plan located approximately 1400 Northwest 37th Avenue, and a portion of 1550 Northwest 37th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A. The SAP consists of the approval of a scooter stadium, new lodging use, commercial space, office space, parking spaces, pedestrian promenade plaza, green civic space type, and a public park. The SAP will modify the transit zone regulations that are applicable to the subject property, and where regulation is not specifically modified by the SAP, the regulations and restrictions of Miami 21 Code will apply, further changing the zoning transit of the acreage described herein. And in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated from CS Civic Space Transit Zone to CI Civic Institutional Transit Zone and to T680 Urban Core Open Transit Zone, all as further described in Regulating Plan and Concept Book, attached and incorporated as Exhibits B and C, making findings of fact and stating conclusions of law, providing for a binding effect, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ 17, the development agreement, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving a development agreement pursuant to Chapter 163 Florida statutes between Miami Freedom Park, LLC, and the City of Miami to govern the leased portion of the Miami Freedom Park Special Area Plan, comprised of approximately 73 acres of property located at approximately 1400 and 1550 Northwest 37th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated for the purpose of redevelopment of such property for a soccer stadium, parking garage, and other uses, authorizing the following uses, including but not limited to commercial, lodging, retail, and office, and any other uses authorized by the SAP, specifically providing for the SAP to consist of 25,000 square foot soccer stadium, a parking garage containing 4,960 parking spaces with rooftop sports fields, mixed-use retail and commercial, a hotel and offices. SAP development shall contain a minimum of 6.55 acres of civic space, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the development agreement in a form acceptable to the city attorney, and with the modifications stated herein for said purpose, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 18, an ordinance, these begin all the no net loss items. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 has amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 163 through 187 Florida statutes for changing the future land use designation from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities
to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property located at 2735 Northwest 10th Avenue and 2615 Northwest 8th Avenue, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 19, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission, amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from CI, Civic Institution Transit Zone, to CS, Civic Space Transit Zone, for the property located at 2735 Northwest 10th Avenue and 2615 Northwest 8th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 20, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan, pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property generally located at 150 Northeast 19th Street, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 21, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification from CI, Civic Institution Transit Zone, to CS, Civic Space Transit Zone, to the property generally located at 150 Northeast 19th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 22, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property generally located at 1950 Northwest 12th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 23, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from CIHD, Civic Institution Health District Transit Zone, to CS, Civic Space Transit Zone, of the property generally located at 1950 Northwest 12th Avenue, Miami, Florida, more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 24, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities, and medium-density restricted commercial to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property located at 1641, 1649, 1651, and 1680 Northwest 5th Street and 1610 Northwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 25, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from CI, Civic Institution Transit Zone, and T5L, Urban Center Transit Zone, limited to CS Civic Space Transit Zone of the property generally located at 1641, 1649, 1651, and 1680 Northwest 5th Street, and 1610 Northwest 6th Street, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 26, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 10544 as amended, the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to Section 163-3187 Florida statutes by changing
the future land use designation from major institutional public facilities, transportation, and utilities to public parks and recreation of the acreage described herein of real property located at 3851 Rickenbacker Causeway, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ 27, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission, amending zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by changing the zoning classification from CI Civic Institution Transit Zone to CS Civic Space Transit Zone of real property generally located at 3851 Rickenbacker Causeway, Miami, Florida, is more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Chairwoman, members of the City Commission,
Hold on a second, hold on. I haven't recognized you. May I have a motion to Oh, I don't even have a quorum, so we just have to wait a minute.
Madam Chair?
Yes. I have a motion and a second. Okay, and I believe Mr. Snow wants to say something.
We have just an updated document that we need to provide on the floor. This is a document that was presented to PZAB. Did not make the print deadline, but it's the staff report. So it includes updated conditions and an updated graphic.
Okay, can you pass those out? At this time, I believe we will hear from the applicant.
I've been waiting 4 years to do my zoning presentation on this. Rick got all the least limelight. So thank you very much, Chairwoman. Iris Escara with Brian Dombrowski, and offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. The site plan is the one that many of you have already seen with regards to the proposed stadium, garage, retail village, hotel, and office uses. I'm happy to dig deeper into the site plan, but with the short period of time, I'd like to put onto the record that we have staff's recommendation, Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board recommendation, Urban Design Review Board's recommendation. I did need to put into the record with regards to the rezoning, we are asking for 22.908 acres to be unzoned from CS. And pursuant to the latest numbers, which includes an amendment to item PZ 22 and 23 to be reduced from 6.1 to 5 acres, there is still a surplus with the new zoning of 25.886 acres. As such, with regards to no net loss, there is still an overage of approximately 3 acres of land that will be converted to parks in connection with the rezoning that's occurring within the leased premises, as well as in the city-controlled portion of the special area plan. The special area plan also includes a companion development agreement. The development agreement is the typical standard development agreement that complies with Florida statute. It also includes the closure of roads that are located within the special area plan leased premises as well as the park. It includes the eligibility for outdoor signage, retail specialty center for alcohol service establishments, the stadium specialty center, and temporary special events. With that said, our whole team is here to make a presentation. To the extent you all have any questions, I'd like to answer them.
Madam Chair? Thank you. My question with regard to the no net loss, this is very complicated for everyone to grasp who may be a layman within this. I just want to make sure that the promises made during the lease portion, which identified the no net loss sites and the acreage therein, is staying true, that we're not bending on this, that we're not reducing it. The net amount, I noticed there are some changes in some of the shapes and sizes of the various pieces. I need to know for sure that when we rezone this, that all of it is at the same level as what was agreed in the lease. I don't know.
Is it on now?
Yes.
Yes. So The only difference that occurred between the lease and today was that an additional parcel of land was actually added at the direction of the commission in order to have an opportunity here for the city to redevelop this site in the future.
How many acres?
As a result, this is 2.131 acre increase on the unzoning, raising it to 22,908. You may remember it was always 20, that we were unzoning. Then the same parcels, this parcel, 150 Northeast 19th Street, was expanded. Originally, it was a portion of the site. This site was increased to incorporate as there is another project coming in here. This site over by the Marlins was also expanded to add 3 additional lots that had been acquired by the city in the interim of our process. The Rickenbacker site is still the same. This site is the new site that got added, which is 2.662 acres, which was to compensate for the city's administrative parcel being added. So this was an overage. This one had a little extra. It's 2.662. This parcel was originally 6.1 acres. This is what everybody refers to as the GSA site. This allows for the fire and the parks offices to remain. This is actually only the open space. This, pursuant to recent discussions, was reduced to 5 acres, still leaving an overage of 3 acres, right? So it's 25.886 compared to 22,908. So there is still an increase in net total park space.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, I'd like to know, are you there? Can't see you. Okay. I'd like to know if the public benefits that were discussed have been incorporated into the community benefits package, language.
Madam Chair, in the development agreement item, paragraph 14, it includes a list of all the public benefit items and it's referenced to the lease. So in that paragraph, it goes item by item as to the park fund, the bay walk, the public walk, but it refers to the lease so that there wasn't any confusion in the language.
I want to make sure that the city attorney's office knows that, and I want it on the record because there were several asks that I had from District 5.
So in the development agreement, there is a paragraph regarding community benefits, and it simply lists the community benefits and refers to the lease. We have asked to incorporate more details in that section.
What does that mean? It's late, and I think you just spoke to me the way I write my legal papers. It says you said a lot of words, but I don't know what you said.
There's an item on tonight's agenda related to the development agreement. In that development agreement, it will have the community benefits.
Okay, so there were several community benefits in particular that I asked for, and Madam City Attorney Mendez said, I will capture everything you said in the community benefits so that the applicant will be held to making sure that we receive what was asked. I want to know if that has been done.
Madam Chair, on that issue, and I told you at the lease time that a lot of the words in the lease are aspirational. We still are adding language to the lease to make sure that it's clearly captured with regard to your District 5 minority participation, with regard to the felon participation. Those things are the ones that, and it's not clear, I'm telling you right now, it's not clear in the lease, and we've gone back and forth on that.
So what happens if we take action tonight? It's not clear in the lease because I don't want to be caught in legalese and, well, it wasn't clear and it doesn't really say that. I thought by now we would have had that so that we're ready to go Because this is it. If it's
Agreed.
not,
No,
if,
that's not it.
Well,
have second reading.
Right, but we're.
oh,
we're-
this is first reading?
Yeah.
Yes,
I
but
come
we're
back in
capturing-
September.
It's not it, it's not it.
Ah,
Oh,
okay.
it's not it, no. She's gotta
Okay,
get it
that-
right before.
That makes a bit of difference.
Yeah.
It's first reading, but I don't want to have happen what happened to me last week with staff, and this one doesn't know what that one is doing, and I don't want my community to be punished because
Hoodwinked.
then they won't receive the benefits that I've negotiated because this one doesn't know what that one is doing. I don't want that issue. I want to make sure that's all clear tonight.
Right, I'm clear on what you want. Is Mr. Perez here? I want you to be clear.
We're clear.
on what- Because,
They're clear.
no, because a lot of the stuff is aspirational right now. So,
My stuff was not
Yeah.
my stuff was not
What is-
aspirational.
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
what it means,
Aspirational.
We hope.
Yeah, I know.
as they've drafted the provisions,
Well, they
is
got drafted.
aspirational.
No, then I'm sorry.
As we want to draft the provisions, they're not.
I don't
Then you
believe
draft
that
it,
my
then you
provisions are aspirational.
Yeah.
Not with the edits, Madam Chair, if I may. We reviewed that language, and we have new edits to provide in accordance with the language that we discussed. We have not provided them yet because we're waiting for comments back.
But stop, if I may, Madam Chair, it's on your behalf. I know you can do it on your own, but stop the games. She says what she wants to do. She was very clear. The chairwoman was very clear. It's not aspirational. She was direct. It's what she wants. It's not aspirational. It's not we hope. It's what she wants. You know what she wants. You know what she wants. Put it in the language between now and second reading.
I can write it myself.
No.
And it
well,
won't be
then you go
aspirational.
there and you write it yourself, but that's their job because that's what they promised.
Madam Chair, may
Do you agree to that, Mrs. Carra?
I do.
Okay, that's it.
Just to clarify the point, in the development agreement are a list of the items that I believe you're referencing. What it is they do need more explanation because, for example, it'll say that they'll establish a program, but it doesn't say what the program is. So to that extent, that needs to be filled in. So I just want to make sure that we were clear on that point. It does have a list. It doesn't have enough information with respect to each thing.
Okay, so between now and second reading, because if it comes back second reading and it's not clear, I'm going to defer it.
Mr. Perez, you heard that? Thank you
And can we
for
never
making it very clear.
Can you make a promise we will never hear the word aspirational again moving forward?
I just wanted to tell you how they were drafting it.
Okay,
So
well-
I needed that to be clear, and I wanted them to hear the chairwoman's direction.
I have a motion and a second. Does anyone else,
No.
would anyone else like to make comments?
Yes, ma'am, I have a comment, and I want you to make sure that it's not aspirational, because I still clearly remember the first day that this project came in here, I had a lot of questions. One of my questions is it going to cost the city anything? No, not a single penny. Are you going to replace all the net loss? I promise I'll replace all the net loss. Are we going to have periodical, evaluation of the land? Yes, we have. We're going to have. Nothing of those has been committed, so you better, everything that you ask, have it in writing, because none of the promises that were made the first day that it came in and it was voted to get into the ballot were kept. And they have made a mockery of no-net loss. We are paying for our own land, and that land has a cost, has a value. That value should be included as a cost to the city. And it's costing the city, and they know appraisals, no more appraisals when it was promised sometimes. And so make sure, Madam City Attorney, that you get it, because if not, you're not going to get it.
Madam Chair, if I may, if everything's being approved at the same time, there's only one item, PZ 22 and 23, that would have to be approved as amended. Everything else is how it is in the backup.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
I'm ready.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. One no. Motion carries.
And which amendment did you?
PZ 22 and 23 as amended, because there's a reduction in the area from 6.1 to 5.
Right, but is that already in the backup? Like, was that said anywhere? I don't remember
No.
hearing it, so.
As amended is the only change it's making.
Okay, can you just
Okay.
state the?
PZ 22 and PZ 23 included a
amended.
comp plan and a rezoning of 6.1 acres of land that is being reduced to 5 acres of land.
Thank you.
That concludes the City of Miami Commission meeting for July 28th, 2022. See you in September.
I'll miss you in August. Bye, everyone. Thank you.